7. And by no means is Black Dragons a slouch, given Black Dragon's performance so far. So, I mean,
I might have been muted there. Hello and good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? This fantastic. What is it, Sunday? We got a little Sunday stream going on. Payout has been made, don't worry. Great morning, everybody. We got a little bit of Brazilian Pro League on this Sunday.
That also really sticks out to me that I need to see a better performance from. We've talked about him time and time again, even during the NAL, is Sexy Cake. We need to see this veteran of a player really step alive.
How we doing, Mine? How we doing, Jay, John, Peak? You know, I don't know how to say CRS. I'm gonna say CRS. Is that croissant? Oh, that's what the first thing that came to me. Ali, what are we doing here?
And I am confident that if they
go see your family.
And not only their team development, but even from Sexy Cake side of just being that leader and being that veteran, can be competitive. But again, it's about consistency. And if we're going off yesterday,
so today,
day 1 to day 2.
Today's no Ali day.
And I would love to at some point
two things.
So we can
two big announcements.
Ask him a few questions about how that's
today is no Ali day. I think Ali's supposed to be here for element quals, but hey, we didn't make element quals today. There's no finals today. So, as far as mod application and everything kind of going on, mine is, as you can see, new sword next to mine, and a little bit of a trial run for mine. We are free from the tyrant. The tyrant now is mine. Second, so sad, by the way, because you bought VIP. Now I don't get to see your VIP. But yeah, a little bit of a trial. We'll see if mine can figure it out. We'll see if mine knows how to be a tyrant runner. Anyway, second announcement. We are streaming on YouTube for the first time. A little test stream today. Little test stream. So we are now multi-streaming, and we are on the YouTube. And because you know we had a discussion chat. We had a discussion a little bit about. Let me turn it down a little bit. We had a discussion about saving VODs and I think or uploading VODs from Twitch onto YouTube. And I think the easiest thing is doing some multi-streaming here, and the VODs just automatically save over there. So yeah, today a little bit of a test stream, and yeah, we'll see how my computer can handle it. That's most important today. If the computer can handle it, then we'll be doing it going forward, and I got to figure out some thumbnails and stuff like that. But let me tell you, I have a new dock on my OBS studio here with multi-chat. And because it's not just Twitch chat anymore, it's multi-chat, and it's throwing me off because the font is like massive. Hang on, I think I can actually turn the font down. There we go. It made it like 18 size font. Everyone's name was massive. What's up, Troy? Do you read ENX one? Yeah, I do. I actually do. In fact, I said that. Oh, what's up, Cookies? Explains why you would say that. But I definitely read it. Is it not ENX? What the hell is it? Someone tell me how to pronounce it, since we talked about Macho or Matchco in EU. I'm still gonna butcher that one. What's up, Shady? Slim Shady. Is that it for the turtles? For the weekend, there's one more qualifier event we have next week. So for the turtles, it's back to practice with Trev back, no one on vacation this whole week. Just the guys can just kind of double scrim practice for next weekend and give it another shot. Almost voted in this yeah, mine doesn't want to be a mod. Mine wants to vote. Mine wants in on the predictions. Time for me to go on a vacation? Why is that?
It's a lot of, okay,
No vacations here.
Who's doing well right now in SAL as of date?
Although I might be going somewhere in
Luckily at the start of the
next
day,
month,
still not fully sure.
but I would still be streaming.
The top echelon
I'll be
is-
bringing my PC along the journey.
question is, does 9Z now,
But-
given how everything has been, belong in the top 6 food?
Yeah, I mean,
So anyway, we got SAL today, or it's so
we're always sort
I just want to say it's BR Pro League. I feel like that's just like more name grabbing.
we had some names where we thought it might happen. It hasn't happened. But then you look
What's up,
19,
Aspirin?
it's like, okay.
When does Marathon play? Where Helby at? Well, wait a second. Helby's still around. Helby be playing.
We'll see if ENX can respond. Our game begins with
Yo, Aspirin, I dig the new
We will.
Discord profile pic.
Demo. Doesn't feel like a million
Seems like you
miles
deserve a vacation after the game last night. Whew, I was stressing, huh, Shady? I was stressing. Consulate Serena's best map. Yeah, that's on us for not knowing that. That's unfortunate. Because to see those guys get absolutely bullied on some other maps. I mean, those guys, like, why are they so good at Consulate? Like, why? What is the reason? It's insane. Do they just only practice that every week?
we'll
Fuck me.
And you know, and now it's smooth sailing, smooth driving, and back towards cafe. As we sort of talked about, I'm excited to see what 19 can do.
New video in 10 minutes. Sounds good. We're gonna see. We're really gonna put the PC to the test. We're gonna see if we could be. We're streaming to Twitch. We're streaming to YouTube. And if can I upload a YouTube video at the same time?
I mean, they got themselves back to sort of OT. They put in a pressure against Black Dragons, a great team, but
We're gonna see, Aspirin, if we can get a
as strange as it is because of how
we can get a video out of one of these games today. But I don't know.
yesterday's game was, right?
We looking at the. Oh, did my mouse just die? No. If we look at the schedule.
Big flick rounds, big slip up rounds.
PDSL. It didn't really have any like fantastic
You wanted to just have
games today, right?
set of
I mean, this is.
as a treat.
This game's gonna be, you know, whatever. Los W7M, probably W7M dominating. FaZe Black Dragons, I don't know. Loud Nip, maybe, but Loud have not looked good. Furia Liquid, the way Liquid have been looking. Nope. Nope. What's up, Leblo?
I think that's the
Heard that peak.
bit of it, right? But then there's also the moment where it's like, oh,
What's up? I don't know if I said what's up, Kai, but what's up, Kai?
Other side of that, where they won it out from a huge hold, even with fluff things. That's what I mean.
Also,
about
does-
games being
Does it bother anybody else that the music's just playing the entire time in the background of these?
regardless of how that went, and you know, it's the cost now to try and prove it. For all we've talked about 9Z and their great performance yesterday,
Like, why do we got the Pro League
together
music playing in the
against
background?
very tough opponents. Here, this
And we
is
turn it off?
It's ENX's team. ENX team
Pissing me off.
prove that otherwise. They'll start their clear here towards the top of red. They're getting a read on the Echo drones. They're playing against a mix of sort of intel utility that's a bit mobile with the Echo, with the Valkyrie. They can maybe get themselves a bit more of a premonition onto it. And then what else goes with great camera work demo? You're right. 4 C4s.
Yeah, Liquid's about to be 0-4 today. I agree with that. They're not looking good. It is not looking good for Liquid.
Probably one of the best IQ picks I've seen in a while, just based on the defense operator selection. You've got the Valcams.
FaZe Liquid trading titles all year. Yeah, the good old days. The El Clasico for sure. Anyway, interesting bans, by the way. We're seeing a Ram Buck ban, which sledges up, and it's the easier top-down 2C4. Yeah, we're bringing in IQ, but as you can see, like, that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to be playing these mid-floor sites and kitchen primarily. You're probably not going to see much cocktail, at least as a primary option here. And they're going to just be relying on the C4 game. And this is where the ban phase sometimes comes into play in some fun new ways. Playing that Valk, playing the Echo, and look how many C4s they had in that lineup. They had 4 C4s in that lineup. I don't think they hit any of them, because we saw Cade kill a guy from hiding in freezer and Deimos going off the top ropes and getting shotgunned. But the potential and the threat is there. So I kind of like seeing the stuff with map bans, being able to mix it up like that.
Now they didn't actually feel confident sticking the plant. They've moved off, got one more kill for the Troubles. Florio is going to get this logged in, and were they just behind the whole time? I'm piecing this together as seemingly they are. Demo. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna. I usually stand up as we get into a game. You know,
Gonna keep kind of be checking on my
I'm gonna stand up now because it's
YouTube to make sure that is because I probably should have did this on a day Allie was actually here, because she could have monitored YouTube for me to make sure.
Teams, so kind of first time in T1. You still think surely it has to be better.
Yeah, it's not buffering over there or anything. It's all running smooth, which on my phone it looks good.
It's a very
Got 4 viewers over there. What's up, YouTube? What's up?
Sort of break down that round piece by piece. You would be.
I mean, Liquid definitely has a gauntlet, but like,
And downstairs in
I don't know.
as well.
It's not even like competitive in those games, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even like they're losing 7-8 or they're losing like some pretty close games, and it seems like they're gonna be a good team. Like, they're just getting absolutely destroyed. Just absolutely destroyed.
A head hole inside a laundry, nothing. So a blitz just walks in. Some guy tried a flank without any info. Just Echo shotgun running just head first into a blitz.
All of that happening.
All right, some vision op still.
Pointed out how it was a bit
No Valk, but we're gonna be running the Echo.
camera holds from 9Z, and yeah,
2 C4s on board.
you got rid of outside of the 3 C4s they
And again, I don't really think they're going to be trying to really hold on to the top floor. You can kind of tell that from the ops too. Like the attackers as they're droning, they probably know this. If you see a Mozzie and like an Echo, and
themselves on.
they're probably not. That's probably just Mozzie past piano, and oh, this guy's got to run.
But, wow, that doesn't last very long. The blitz on the chase. There's a bit of a back and forth. The
Wow.
Mozzie is caught.
Yep, that was a nice little trap. They had the guy outside the red window right there.
Impression of somebody else there, but with how quickly they
That guy got himself into a little bit of a pickle.
They're actually going to try and peel themselves away so they don't get encircled by 9Z. A good first take there on the player demo.
Are we swapping to the YouTube stream anytime I get 10 ads on Twitch? Hey, I did turn down the ads for now. I'm like testing with the ads, because before I had it on like a pretty standard setting that you'll see like super fed or anyone really do anyone really do, because you know I got to try to make money too. But I have it turned down as an experiment to see how bad it hurts.
Really, how much of an impact is a roaming dot going to have on the lineup? Not a lot.
As we try to grow the YouTube anyways.
Echo has been down over towards Raiden. I wonder maybe could Doc stem him through the floor.
Yeah,
It
through the
looks as
floor.
though, like,
Sales looked really good at running these traps in the first minute. No, they have. They definitely understand like where the picks can come from.
can really get up there and do it
And that's basically attack,
forwards to take
right?
on the blitz. It's
Attack is just,
I think the blitz is
where are the weak spots in the defense?
9Z have to try and go against.
Set up the traps, get your man advantage, then switch to something else, whether it's a top floor clear or what.
Dropped his way down towards live.
Here we do see them take top, which is the right answer here, because
Getting close.
it was absolutely free, right? They weren't contesting it at all.
All the way down the stairs, but they're just going to hold.
Now we just hope we don't get C4'd as we go through all these breach charges.
Way background and just plant around the machinery itself. They don't need to fully stretch and extend on towards the opposite side and the dining if they can get this bit.
I'm sure this is making them a little uncomfortable. Like, they are coming well prepped with breach charges.
Repositioned where the Mozzie was, and now
But-
they're playing even more aggressive.
You know, how often in practice do you practice not having a buck or a ram for these top floor takes?
Being pinged either side, and it's Angels. Wins it out, drifts by the Deimos, but 15 seconds, the Blitz starts to make a move, and 9Z finally find their first. Almost caught out as they throw down the smoke. It's traded back and forth, 9 seconds. They're going to tuck a corner here.
Oh my god.
Strong secondary to get it done, a 2 versus 2, but
Bomb's gonna be down.
them sticking the plant, they're trying to get the distance covered as much as possible. They see the Blitz in a post-plant situation.
And this is winnable. Both of them are really low HP.
On the other, but
No Echo drones, I'm guessing.
reactive force, if they can get themselves that
This is a good spot for the Blitz, because that's going to be an instant blind as soon as this guy turns the corner.
begging them to come within striking distance here.
This should be a free kill. Boom. That's at least one.
There's the loose, there's the catch, there's the pushback.
There you go. Okay, 1v1 with the blitz. Both are pretty weak, but I'm surprised he didn't ADS sooner there. I think Blitz is the best 1v1 operator, especially when you have cover. He's got the dining table and the bomb, and that guy didn't even look away from the Blitz. He didn't even try to look away from the Blitz.
Knowing that, look, they have to come to us. I don't have to push out into them.
It's online, Shady.
I'm going to get a guaranteed blind onto whoever wants to swing me. I have my Habana beside me to get that kill needed.
Mods go outside? What is this?
Into the 1v1, but you're not losing that as the Blitz. You're not. You're in a position where your feet are going to be covered because obviously there's a table.
One sec, guys. Pull up my
an easy kill. Yeah, all credit Sexy Cake. Great bit of Blitz play. Said that was going to be an issue for them. They didn't really have a strong counter to it. Yeah, that's Blitz for you. My favorite.
One small step. Pretty soon they'll be worshipping you, mine. They'll be worshipping you. Pretty soon they'll be asking how you're doing every day.
Sort of being made by both sides, but it's not. It doesn't.
What's up, Hayes?
This is an apt reaction from my perspective. My perspective is one, I do not know how the comms are inside the team, right?
Didn't look like he wanted to give the Echo a fight at all. Yeah, no, I mean, that one, I think that earlier one was more so like, you definitely don't want to challenge there until the bomb is down. So he was just kind of scaring him away, like, shoo, get back. So far, these bans aren't working at all, though. I mean, again, interesting idea, but to go down to 0-2. Here we go to the kitchen site. We're going to be seeing it again with his Echo drones. Got 2 C4s on board, but we haven't seen a single C4 connect. And honestly, the top down at the moment hasn't looked awkward for them. Ash breaching charges about as good as you can get. You now get to play Ash. You don't really need that much vert. You got the Ash charges as well for additional top down. Got a Roman Tachanka up here.
No. They want to take the fight to them. They want to play aggressive, very in-your-face kind of style, which...
Any matches today from other tournaments, or is it just scrims today? No, guys are off today. The guys are off. And it'll be basically scrims all week, but we do have Blitz on Tuesday. Do I have a time yet? I think Tuesday at 6 East, I believe. Excuse me. Something we kind of forgot about too is, oh hey, we're in all these other leagues. We're in SGC still. We're in Blitz still. It's like our mind is just like full element, but oh wait, we're in all these other leagues.
ENX are a team that likes to take that approach. You can get yourself sort of safely tucked behind sink, behind coffee, and just bounce those around over and over again and make the drop have to be a bit more active. At this point, though, with the shield, with the sense, we saw them play, Demo, that sort of sense trick, the coverage on the drop itself, get it locked off from VIP and make sure that the players can get themselves down through the hatch without being entirely sort of caught out. There's a lot of space being given here towards ENX by 9Z, letting them set up the verticals. There's no immediate pressure, I say, as some bullets start to fly through.
Wow, mod blessing me. Thank you, man. I feel like many teams misuse RAM and just forget how much vert it actually makes, which gets himself killed sometimes. Yeah, possibly. I feel like when you're using an operator like RAM, I mean, at least for me, those should be pretty planned. Like if you're bringing RAM on this site, I know exactly where you should throw those 3 things and what vert it should make.
Certainly, kitchen is one of those sites where the attackers just have to be a little bit more careful of what they do. Bit of an issue there, it looks like, for 9Z. Yes, they've got the opening pick, but Will has decided to say,
where did that guy die from? He just run downstairs? Are we going for a backside clear? So this is interesting. Interesting we're going for a VIP clear because, like, these are some weird defender ops. Normally you see a smoke Tachanka, but we're playing or a smoke whiskey, but we're seeing a Tachanka, which seems a little awkward. This guy does not look like he's having a fun time, but okay, he got 2 now. With the team kill. Oh, the fire and the freezer. Which he shouldn't be able to do if we were making
from the other
vert with the
ENX
sledge.
players, they do get on towards Nitro. The Tachanka goes down.
Sexy K playing
Sexy K
Deagle
drops the shield, just takes
or
the fight
Magnum?
with the revolver.
What the hell? Why is this guy always running the weirdest
Yeah, they
stuff?
still put the pressure on the plant, and there's an echo drone. Really, this is just there's two lockout here. They're not even
Are we gonna-
attempting it.
Are we gonna plant the bomb there?
Or was there an echo at the very end? I saw it light up as planting for a split,
Yeah.
split second.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Out of time. Out of luck. Echo.
Oh boy.
Again, being that win con. Very strange position, from the Tachanka. You'd think that's an operator that you would like to keep for the.
Yeah, that was the announcement in the beginning of the stream. Mine is filling in for Ali today, learning the ropes.
The bar area was trying to flame off the stairs and trying
Oh,
to
man.
back at that stage. Still end up getting a kill.
3-0s, I'm not judging, I guess.
They kind of see that position of the Tachanka, but it has worked for them. I think maybe.
I guess. I just
You have that Tachanka as that kind of
a little bit of hate watch here, but I just don't feel like I'm watching Brazilian Pro League when I'm watching these teams play.
Feature, I guess. Maybe that's what they were hoping to go for. But yeah, overall for 9Z, just ran the clock down.
It just feels like there's a bit of a gap between some of the teams. I don't know.
Faster with clearing away the areas over towards restaurant. Obviously, for the bands coming in, it makes a lot of sense. ENX, what did they just struggle with? An Echo. You look at 9Z, what they've been struggling with, the Blitz. So both teams opting for operators that
Oh,
have
no.
used pretty effectively against them.
It doesn't pop up in my chat. I don't know what it was. King Troy, I think it was the 43-month resub, I believe. Thank you so much. The OG. Welcome back.
Questionable moments.
Get back in the candy jar, huh? Let me open the lid, stuff you back in there.
Killed a teammate. Did get
You're like a... You've been in there so long, you're like a Werther.
how much pressure was around them, but hey, you can't.
Any of you kids know what that is?
And then
W
still
sub, by
got
the way.
encircled and dropped off before really getting the taste of their gadget. So I'm wondering what the sort of read there was, of whether they felt they need to be more aggressive, step in at certain points, be not afraid of the firefights, don't let them set up and encircle you. The Monty is back on the board here from Sexy Cake. They still have a shield to try and drive themselves behind, but 9Z, they're in some ways a failure to sort of launch on the sort of
Yeah, it's-
game here, right?
It is an Argentinian core. This we looked at it yesterday. It was what, 2 Brazilian players, 3 Argentinian players.
Quite been able to match.
Troy's leading the riot. Nice. Nice.
Nitro is almost immediately removed there, just chasing a drone.
I agree with that, mine.
Yeah, and you don't want to lose the
Los were looking good. I don't know how much of it was like counter-stratting Loud. And I did agree with the interview. Loud haven't looked good on labs, so I don't know what the hell they were doing on that map in the past. Their history on that map is not good.
That's not happening on my watch. Literally, because he has the watch that turn the goggles on.
He does.
Bro said a Werther. Yo, that Werther was for you, though, okay?
Mid-floor,
All right, buddy.
you know that the enemy are gonna
Like my grandma's watermelon candies. Yeah, that's saved for Renegade when he's like the 86-month resub. That guy's like grandma's fucking
A very particular strategy.
hasn't
When you
refilled her
also
candy jar
play IQ and have played it quite well, 'cause last
since
round,
the
they
80s.
found 3 of those C4s of the 4 that they brought. So the response here from 9Z is, let's bring another C4. Surely they can't find all
All right.
of them.
Yeah, can I get one here? Yeah, guys, they literally had 5 C4s.
Disappeared off the face of this
They're
game.
doubling down on this strat here. They are doubling down. The idea was leave Cade in freezer.
Second and third.
This is like an old FaZe border strat where they would completely reinforce off Fountain for ventilation workshop, leave, I believe it was Souls up there with Malusi, and they would bait him with all C4s below. Same concept here. Cade in freezer, all walls reinforced, caded. He's just in there to get baited, and they hit 0 C4s
Flawless from an ENX team.
and got absolutely flawless this round.
We had questions that sort of gave us a lot of answers of what they can do.
I mean, it's a good attack, but I just think, what are the defense doing?
Yeah.
They're not playing together. All of these kills are just single kills, where it's just this guy's just been caught out because the Monty's there. Also, Will on the Warden, or not on the Warden, on the Mira.
That sexy cake or
Windows
spirits?
still in his pocket. Still had one. What was he saving it for? In case for what?
Oh right, yeah, you're right. No, it does feel. I don't know. Okay.
It's not the same
that
team
it
I seen
does
last
feel.
week or even yesterday.
Yeah,
It doesn't
right?
feel like it.
I think that's the fairest way of putting it.
I think they're cooking a little too hard here. I think this is like a full on, like maybe this wasn't their normal deep, because I don't think if they play Cafe they would not play this same style, right? This is very a niche style. It could be very heavily countered, and
across this,
the strats are not working. They need to give up on what their bans are telling them to do here and just play a nice different Cafe and try to get a 3-3 half here. A nice default chalet, or did I say chalet cafe?
Of those three, in my opinion,
Milk steak. Milk steaks on me.
a lot of boxer spaces. You have to do coordinated takes. It can get very quick, very sharp. There's windows that you got to protect themselves from with a lot of danger.
Revolver on Monty seems to work. I mean, were you guys around for when the revolver hip fire meta?
You have to be on a map like Bank.
That might have been like some of the most insane shield gameplay.
Feel like they are struggling compared to the games that they were able to be a little bit more sort of aggressively loose with. It might be a tale of two halves though. We find ourselves 3-2-1 here. 9Z timeout already used. Can they try and at least get themselves even?
So, move into, again, another mid-floor site. This is going to be our mining this time, and this was the great round where Sexy Cake had the blitz and some really
Remember.
good bit of patience as
Pepperidge
well on the
Farm
side
members.
to lock down that diffuser and just win that post plant. Obviously, this time he doesn't have the blitz available to himself, but still, what a shield nonetheless.
Cookies, unfortunately, yes. Cookies, were you around for on this map? You remember when I got that ace?
Aren't they? That's what they're after. That's what they want to use.
Remember when I got that ace by Red Stairs?
Very unfortunate not
Were you around for that?
there because
Do you remember that?
look at the HP, you can barely see it, but he is still alive.
I forget what that spot was.
Sexy Cake on that shield opens up. The open pick. And
Do you miss how fast gunplay used to be, like Bolo Peak drop shotting?
these engagements and getting nothing in return.
Yeah. It's sort of something I commented on a bit in the previous round. Is it always feels like ENX have somebody else.
Sometimes I will say I miss drop shotting just for I come from Call of Duty and that's all I would do
You're playing to the map. Yeah.
was drop shot and so of course that's all I did in Siege was drop shot with Bandit MP7. Not gonna lie, I miss it, but it is a cheesy mechanic. I don't mind it going.
Towards the back end, they're rotating their way out, and they're almost getting a lucky catch on another fight.
That was the day my hopes and dreams died. I just didn't know it yet. Oh my god. Oh my, why'd you word it like that? Now I'm so sad.
Gets one more on towards Angels.
I didn't mean to crush your hopes and dreams.
Here now they do not have the shield, but they're still going to start with the idea of a plant. It is Tuku that's in a chance here to try and put the pressure from pillars as Bok does get Zhao. Gives themselves the momentum. They're still not entirely confident they have the sight, but they have the vertical and they have the watch on the doors. And Pillar, they do not know where they are being watched from. And here it's just again ENX having a full read.
Guys, get 9Z off my screen right now.
Really good attack again. Really
What the hell is this?
Obviously,
Who did they play yesterday? They did not.
that diffuser down into a bit of a blind spot, and that's exactly where they planted.
They lost 4-7 to W7M. Wasn't even that bad.
Double door on Trade Museum.
It was not even that bad.
Blind spot is because of the angles.
They beat Los, and Los looked pretty dang good the other day.
No way that defender
AKA yesterday, as the other day.
Without exposing themselves to one of those very strong crossfires. Obviously, you kind of seen the Ash holding that long angle over towards Pillar.
Those with gray hairs, remember that ace.
They can't do anything against that unless maybe a C4.
The gray hairs.
Even then, it's a difficult one to hit. So yeah, again for ENX, like in the attacks, the shields.
Did I miss all the ACOGs on defense?
Playing around what is strong at the moment. That of course being the shield. Sexy Cake, I think he's been on everything as well.
I don't know.
On the blitz, he's done it in the Monty.
I don't know if I miss anything. Like I actually kind of like the game the way it is.
Get the fuse out.
Is that weird? I don't know. I don't know if I miss anything like that.
I don't know.
Like Bandit ACOG, was it broken? Yeah. I loved it, but it was kind of broken. Jaeger ACOG kind of broken. Like, I feel like I kind of agree in the direction that the game has went, getting rid of drop shotting, getting rid of the quick peeking. Like I said, I think the biggest thing I don't like is the yellow pinging that we talked about yesterday, because you know, you could bring back cooking nades, but just get rid of the yellow pinging. That should just be like, keep it on in ranked. It makes sense in ranked. People don't want to use their mics, but it should just be a setting for comp. Reward teams with better communication. Other than that, I think the game's pretty good. You know, get rid of the cheaters and wow, we're cooking.
Obviously the Goyo being brought in, whereas previously we had the Echo and the Tachanka as two forms of denial that you've seen on this site. So I think the Goyo just...
I'm not upset now, but the amount of tilt you and Hung calls with just one play is so funny. Oh my god.
Which may help out against the shields. Goyo, you know, obviously going to waste a lot more time than what the smokes or an Echo or obviously even the Tachanka could bring.
Would have loved to play this game now in comp instead of Operation Health. Yeah. Game was rough back then. But I mean, Operation Health was a good thing though, right? We look back on it and like, thank God we went through Operation Health.
Or the take that I was expecting and how we can get the response to it, and maybe this is why.
Hey, good picks for 9Z. No way they did we figure out why they have G, by the way? Is it gaming? Even though it's not in their org name?
For now, and the door gets open, they rotate their way back around, but Zhao just holding it down. A great player to be in that position, a very confident player, as Xera is going to get revealed by that camera. They know exactly where he is. So now this divide becomes very, very tricky to cross, because as soon as he makes...
Where's the case?
Theoretically, 9Z will be able
Where
to
is
get
the
it.
case down if this guy's in the goddamn site?
There is a minute 10, and they know where Zhao is. But whether they
Boost,
try and
okay.
operate on towards a single player that is a bit
Can
more
we
defensive,
rotate? Can you jump small window and maybe try to get a bomb down here, Twitch? That might be the play. It looks like he's going coat. Sure, same thing. Rotate around and bake.
1 versus 3, technically for a second.
Come on. Come on.
Important rotate that comes across. They
Oh
don't put themselves
no.
in, but
We're going for kills? But they're all stuck on that side of the map. You can at least bait a plant down. I don't know if I agree with that.
Pushing a pressure, yeah,
They were all stuck VIP freezer side. Literally just rotate bomb plant. At least, like, you could fake plant too. There's 40 seconds left, but okay, who am I to talk? We got a gridlock. This guy's 9-1 right now.
An LMG with only 7 shots left. That's the risk against the shotgun.
Oh my god.
Gets the end of it, but if
Ah, they almost threw that round. Holy cow.
I think the rest of the map would soon follow suit.
Yeah, that's a 1v1 that needed to win.
Thermite nades, that is a generational. Yeah.
5-1 then.
That is a generational loss.
Yeah. So Kitchen
Dude,
being the
back when we used to have that clubhouse take, way back, where Thermite drops blue hats with a shotgun, you like nade left side, drop, boom.
And just completely ruin the guy instead of VIP, but the VIP guy said, you know what, I'm not gonna let you do that. And they
New
went
video in the
advantage,
DMs? Nice.
and yeah, was able to get
Hell
to
yeah,
that
Aspirin.
stage, really difficult
That's my
there
go
for
editor right there.
to win at that stage.
Now we're about to find out if we can get a little upload
Give them any picks if they could.
at the same time.
But yeah,
This might be insane on the computer.
to finish off in a 4-2 half, but a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do for 9.
Might even be insane just to try to download this thing right now. 8 gigs. Let's try it. Let's put the PC to some stress test right now.
Yesterday and how ENX performed in the defense, they took a 4-2 defensive half on this map yesterday. So with that logic, they will win 8-4.
Let's see if we can handle it.
I don't think they can.
Yeah, Cox is crying right now. They're about to, you know, you just know they're in their fucking like PC rooms, wherever the fuck they are. Too much usage. Throttle this guy. I'm about to get fucking hit offline right now. Even though I'm paying for fucking the works.
4-2.
I'm literally paying.
ENX team. So,
Alright, I don't want to do any Cox innuendos here. We'll move on.
The most confident because it is themselves starting their round, regardless of how they lead in.
We'll keep it mature today.
First foot, 5-2 gives them so much wiggle room for mistakes to sort of come through and potentially happen. But it's also such a mental boon, right? It's the first time that they've been this. Yeah, well, it might even be the first time that they've been up. I think it is, actually. Across the games played here, they're up comfortably. 9Z.
9Z just running it just because. They're like, we banned Ram Buck. I'm about to run Ram Buck on you. More default bans here. Castle Mira. Almost always see, like, I am surprised a zombie's up. That is going to be really annoying for the mid floor and the top floor sites. A little bit more of a annoying op, I feel like, to try to clear out a piano. I think more annoying than Mira. Mira, you can avoid, like, just don't go piano. You know, do cocktail takes, do cryo takes.
Forfeit a lot of the control over the Black Dragons for a number of their defensive holds. This time you can see actually Nigel out on the roam, being assisted by, I believe that was Sexy Cake on the mute on the white stairs. Again, you would expect that the attackers can deal with just a single roamer, just kind of dotting about the map, but looks as though that
Also, no Goyo still.
in through the hatch.
Both teams not running a Goyo on lower.
So, yeah,
I feel like it's a little bit of a troll.
anything at all, so no issues at all for 9Z. For them, it's just a case of getting in.
Like I actually think the perfect operator lineup is like what FaZe runs, where it's like you run a tube and VIP, you run a smoke, and that's just like for time waste on the hatch. Also for shields pushing you backside or a Deimos tracking backside. Smoke and whiskey, you can deny the sinks plant. Goyo denies the bunker plant. You got like a Wamai or an Aruni bakeside. And then the last stop, you can run an Echo, or you can run like another bakery operator. But I think what they run is like a Rudy and a Wamai. So if you want to flip to bake, it's not fun. And we are seeing these guys flip to bake. And I almost feel like it's for no reason, though.
They just step in for the first fight and lock them out, and there's finally the pressure that comes through from Wedding, but the wall not being opened up, and now you don't have an ace and you're going for a front take. That is the worst possible person to lose.
Like, you're in the site as Gridlock, right? How easy he was bunker. If that guy just had bomb, the bomb would have been down. There's no Goyos.
So obviously I noticed that it was going to be a front take, and the reason why we never
Sometimes I don't know. I just wonder why.
And the reason is as follows.
I just want to know the whys to people, like, cause that site makes so much sense to me. Why you hit backside, why you go to plant bunker, why you plant sinks, or why you'd flip it to a bakery, but they obviously believe something else. Cause I don't know why you would go just for a full-on Anaconda there. That's like a desperation, like, okay, we definitely can't get a bomb down, and backside looks really hard to clear. All right, Anaconda the site. Desperation.
I've even been killed by somebody swinging from coat and has a long angle onto me from coat. It's not fun to play against. Whenever you waste a lot of, I don't say waste, but whenever you use a lot of time to go above.
If we got a monster, I'm popping that now at 9:35.
Maybe to then go and rotate down to bakery, it doesn't give you enough time. Because bakery in itself is a long old slog. You have to dump a lot of util. You're going to have to use nades. Maybe bring in a Capital, for example, or a Grim to remove that guy behind bakery. You have to go through.
But even Echo's really not, like, Echo alone is not that bad. Because you get top floor super quick, right? They're bunker. You get top floor super quick. You don't got to clear any Goyos. So there's no time waste backside at all. You could immediately drop and get into bunker with like a shield operator, right? Free walk into bunker. Start planning at like 50 seconds to a minute. He echo drones you. Okay, you know where it is. You shoot it. Like there's not enough layering of time waste stuff. That's what the Goyo's good for. Like, yeah, you're going to pop the Goyos, but it still makes them waste time before they can go for an execute.
That was on for the freezer take. It definitely was. Everything was opened up for them. Hatch was there. They just made the wrong choice.
Now, one of the things that will come together here, if the ENX team can
Deimos shotgun.
on towards the 3 points, they will actually.
Is this just a quick horizontal train take with the Deimos walking up white stairs here? One of my favorite attacks for the site.
But, well, depending on which way it is, ENX team could theoretically
3 people back alley. What's going on here? What's happening? Are we running 3 people up these stairs? This is about to be a quick hit.
But most importantly, start to really define a divide between the top of the table and the bottom. Because there's a lot of top versus
Dining
bottom
window.
teams today, and if they otherwise go the way, well then things will become very dicey here. There's an immediate trade and an opening. Nitro gets one, Nigel gets the other, and you've lost your Rooney and your Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi is probably more of the painful loss here. Two big DMRs and two big gunners to get out, and Boxera's had a fantastic
I'm
game
so
far,
confused.
but now, without the call and the pressure that can work alongside the
Just like a lurk style take here.
Just step aggression.
Cryo take, but we got two guys lurking underneath. There's not enough pressure on these guys. Like you're kind of sending these guys into their deaths up top. You got two people baiting underneath. This guy walked all the way up white stairs. Okay. I guess that's a good pick.
And they're able to gun him down, but they didn't check. With a rotate round, a double kill for Nigel. With that down of the player and Freezer as well. I thought I saw the outline hiding around the Christmas tree. Presents delivered demo. It's just Cole.
Reference in Saint Nick. What's that all about?
I don't know if they're trying to reinvent the wheel.
There's loads, actually.
Yeah.
These cafe attacks are not it.
Again, I just think ENX at the moment, they're just playing together more, aren't they? Immediately as soon as someone dies, they get the kill back straight away. If you look, you know, even I like to reference, you know, the FaZe versus Furia game yesterday. You look at the way FaZe were playing. They would lose a body and then get a kill straight back in return. You know, and we talk about FaZe being one of the best teams in the world, if not the best. And ENX
Are they ass? I mean, I don't want to call any team ass. They're not a top 4 team. Neither of these teams are a top 4 team. Neither of them are going to the major. Neither of them are going to EWC.
They were losing those engagements and not getting anything back. ENX playing a lot tighter together. They're not leaving each other, just hanging out to dry.
But it's best of ones, and so, you know, sometimes you're better at some maps than you are at other maps.
As well. Everyone in ENX is gunning.
Right now,
There's not a single weak link in the chain.
I want to say ENX, but we're going to say ENX. Just look better, Cafe.
You can raise the same ones here about ENX of like, where have you all been the past few games? It was the
Invasion of body snatchers.
Who's the best team in the world?
I sort of said yesterday was the
I go with whoever won the last championship.
and then it became opening.
I don't know how you could argue against it.
ENX team had
So for me, and I will count Reload,
every single map, all of them
I think Furia is the best team in the world until someone beats them.
here, as you said, I mean, just look at how much they've re-energized themselves. And yeah, okay, they had very tough opening games, but you can still sort of get an idea of how teams are going to throw themselves into them. This, by comparison, you know, it's not as hard as going up against FaZe.
Is that guy just under the hatch? Trying to get a little cheese pick.
W7M, but it's still a tough game. And here, they've just absolutely excelled. Nigel is the first to go.
I could argue by saying VP wasn't invited.
Where otherwise, it's entirely sort of escaped them getting in.
I can argue Shopify wasn't invited as well.
It's barely been there. This is only, I think, the third time they've been able to get that first kill.
Yeah, it looks as though he got picked off, like, just from the hatch. So, a little bit careless, though, I think, from Nigel to give that kill.
Hell, you can argue Cruelty wasn't invited either.
You know, the trade
They might be the best in the world.
rooftop, so they will be playing it as a 4v5. Obviously, for 9Z, that's good for them, is also taking out the Fenrir, so the traps that have been activated, that's where they will remain. I think obviously having, you know, an operator like the Ying is going to be pretty big as well for 9Z.
Stompin' wasn't there. That's a great fucking point, too.
In their executes, and you can hear the
That's a fantastic point.
Actually being shot out by Boxer. He's playing very close.
I can argue by saying Reload is a Mickey Mouse event. Sounds like we got a lot of arguments here, chat. What are we really saying here? Are we saying all of our favorite teams are the best teams? I guess we'll have to watch this next event. Guess we'll have to hang out. All right, GG. Hey, solid game. Solid. This guy's playing on a controller. What is that?
You got last round on controller.
I call cap. But yeah, look.
Yo, that guy's BMing.
Round there, perfect example.
I actually believe him. I actually believe that he did that.
Was gonna be the Aruni. Alright, so the Aruni's deep inside a
1 sec, guys.
Dellers are gonna come in. This
All right.
needs help. And
All
his
right.
team reacted brilliantly. Yeah,
Skimming through this video, making sure that this isn't the Bean Boozle video somehow.
swinging, 'cause that was always gonna come in. That's what it's all about.
Or Aspirin didn't put a giant,
You know, and it's gonna reward you with kills. And that's
just
what happens. Each
giant dick on
kills,
screen.
Rounds done. So really impressive stuff from ENX. 9Z need to take a hard, long look at themselves because that's not the same team we certainly seen yesterday.
You can have an off day. Unfortunately, they had an off day against a team that will now, as I said before, leapfrog them, but also leapfrog quite a lot of teams. But ENX having a false start currently. Not only
What a shame. Have to watch more. What a shame, chat. All right, let me get this off my screen so you guys can watch this fantastic stuff.
Throw it over to Milosh, and Milosh's two favorites.
Come on.
Thank you very much, Emmy. And you know, last week we talked about Happy Father's Day and all that. Actually, yesterday was Father's Day in the Middle East, so technically now I am able to celebrate. In the case with my
Daddy.
two beautiful sons. Exactly. Thanks one to no one, Gabe. Well, gentlemen, looks like we glazed them up so much, 9Z that is, that they couldn't really handle the glaze going into the game, and ENX looked dominant throughout the whole game. It was an incredible performance, and Sexy Cake was at the tip of it all.
Yeah, and that's who I said I really wanted to step into the light here. I mean, we haven't really seen anything up until this point. Granted, the entire team really has been performing on that level. Yesterday was close, but today...
All right, guys, uploading that FaZe Furia game.
Back of Sexy Cake on those shields.
What do I title it? What kind of clickbaity stuff we got here, huh? What kind of clickbaity stuff we got, chat? FaZe Furia going up from yesterday that we watched.
Angels and Boxera, I mean, they were playing phenomenal.
Looks like the upload is going just fine. It's just going to take a little long because I am multi-streaming here. That's okay. That's okay. Looking back on it, I should have put the thumbnail souls because that guy was reaping souls.
Box's ability to just lock down positions, especially on that flank watch.
That's not clickbaity enough, huh?
There was no flank that was ever going to come down to it. The rest of ENX could just sit comfortably.
The stats look really bad. Yeah, I think they actually look pretty solid, that map. I mean, they look better than 9Z.
There really wasn't a response to stopping him. First, he's bringing out the blitz. Obviously, he was so
Twin world champions. Wow. You got world champions in there. Hey, that was a solid go at it.
Doesn't really help. You see him on the Monty, we see him on the BB. Sexy K, we talked about him needing to step up as a leader, and obviously he stepped up as a leader to be that pinpoint entry player on the shields.
FaZe makes Furia furious. Click here now.
When it comes to 9Z, when you have a blitz shoving down
Nice.
the throat, I could only imagine
Nice.
that's when things get the most hectic in the community.
I mean, it's already pretty clickbaity with the thumbnail because it says Brazil's best teams, which is true. I mean, you could maybe argue W7M. We'll have to see when they start playing these teams, but
obviously it would take a miracle to come back. I mean, ENX, they closed it out. Phenomenal attacks from them, and the back of Sexy.
because who did W7M play? They played Liquid and they played okay. So when do we get to see when's our because nothing too crazy happened today, but let's see next weekend here. Do we? Yeah, okay. We got a Fury W7M game. That's gonna be a fantastic game.
Early 2018, with what was to become Team Liquid, the man was an absolute demon on shields, and Blitz was definitely an operator that you
I've got a rough go at it next week. Already struggling, right? They're already barely beat 9Z.
This was a great strategy. You pull out the shield,
Lost to Black Dragons, lost to Los, and now they're about to play Nip, who's been looking a lot better.
strategy, but
FaZe,
it's an opportunity.
W7M,
He played it excellently, and the entire
and then they still got the Furia matchup. Loud. Biggest Brazilian org, not looking too hot right now.
I think they can do this against better teams, but it's
This is how FaZe made Furia furious. Wow. How Pro League teams... Okay, now that's a true clickbait right there. How Pro League teams play when they don't have Spoit or Stompin'. Holy cow. The comments would be roasting my ass for that one. That's way too... I can't be doing that one. Although that probably would work. Have I seen the new esports skins? I have not. I'm waiting for them to drop.
Gentlemen, we have an interview lined up. And we
I got 95,000 credits ready to go. Let me buy.
We will a victory. And Nigel, congratulations on the win today. Again, a big one for the team. I want to ask you, what's been the big change from last play day yesterday and last week to today? Because you look so fired up today as a team.
Yeah, well, the first 2 play days we got a hard team to go against and FaZe ended up 7M. Then this week we worked a lot on communication specifically because that's what we were lacking. And that's what made the change.
I mean, he posted on Twitter, same for Cloud9. Well, it was just the sneak peek, right? It wasn't like a...
Against Black Dragons and 9Z.
Like, we got to see it was for Capital.
Specifically,
It just said soon.
The coaches carried, really, because our game plan was really on point today. Like, all the opening
Yeah,
kills,
just
all
soon.
the counterplay was working really well.
What was Cloud9's? I didn't see the Cloud9 one.
Oh, sorry, my fault.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Nigel, congratulations on the win. Obviously, much needed win. My question was more for, obviously, you guys are looked at as.
Wait, where's the Cloud9 one?
SAL currently. There
Oh, Dokkaebi.
isn't many teams
That's pretty
that
cool.
are looking at you guys necessarily at the same level. And is
I'm
that
more
something
interested. Well,
you
yeah, I'm more
see
interested in the
going
gun
into
skins
games
more so
day
than
by
the
day to be able to
operator
play
skins for
better? Is that something
me.
you guys think about often? Do you believe that you guys?
Some of the operator skins are a little.
Other top
Like, now that I can play ranked, like,
talk to us a little bit about that.
I'm just gonna be emberized up.
So about that, we already had a conversation about it with our psychologists as well, and we pretty much just focus on ourselves and know that nobody gave us this spot on the league. We conquered ourselves, so we just want to prove everybody wrong and just want to do the best we can during this stage and the next one.
Well, Nigel, I obviously want to say congratulations. Obviously, first time being able to talk to you, and congrats also making it into the league. I mean, kind of more of a personal question for you. Obviously, you guys had to work your way here, earn your spot. Just for your own personal achievement, I mean, what does being in the SAL mean to you, and kind of what have you learned so far, just even coming into the 4th play day?
Well, it's a dream to be back in Tier 1. Like, I couldn't stand playing in Tier 2 anymore. If you guys take a look at Sex Cake's tweet, you can see how much that meant to me, because he posted the video of us celebrating when we first won our spot in CL, and yeah, I just can't express enough in words how much this means to me, but it's really special because it's life-changing going like from Tier 1 to Tier 2 back to Tier 1, you know, just a lot to learn. So yeah, it means a lot to me.
Awesome.
I mean, congratulations on making it here. Today was definitely a statement game for you and the team. And of course, our next play day, which is next weekend, you guys go up against Team Liquid. Is that an opportunity that you see there?
Should be.
Yeah, I think,
Should be.
because Liquid hasn't been doing so well. I don't expect them to win against Furia today, and we just want to show how much we can do against a bigger team, because Sexy Cake hasn't lost to Liquid in a very long time, I think. And yeah, we want to keep that streak going.
So keeping the streak going.
Damn, some
of course,
beef.
Sexy Cake used to be
Some
on Team
beef.
Liquid way back in the day when they lifted their international trophy for the first time, but that's so long ago, right? We need to move on from those times. Nigel, thank you very much for joining us on here. Congratulations again.
An ideal lineup for Chalet, top 4 clear with Ace and Therm band.
Make sure you tune in.
Ace and Therm band.
Saturday they'll be playing in
You want to full clear it?
another week, and that'll be ENX versus Team Liquid, game number 2.
Depends what the defense bans are too.
Thank you for joining us. There it is. It's good to see that joy and happiness, you know, going in back into Tier 1, earning your spot. That's something that is on the minds of a lot of players out here.
But if we're just saying top 4 clear, we didn't say library over.
Yeah, I mean,
I would do I prefer soul takes.
well the team cohesion was here in the
And if Ace and Therm are banned, they're basically challenging you
I mean, everyone was firing on all cylinders.
that you're not going to be able to open the dining wall, or the office wall rather, and the dining wall for that point.
Being able to
So to me, that leans more into a solar take because you still have Capitao or Grim. You still have Nomad to air jab off Al. You still have Habana if you wanted to open up the master wall. You still have Deimos to track or nade anybody on the stairs as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you can just go ahead and see that sometimes
You still have Twitch. I mean, you still have everything you need for a soul take.
to make plays happen. Essentially, ENX has Sexy Cake
Telling us tales of his former drop spot exploitation. That sounds like an Ember Rise user. Hey, you know me. I'm just trying to get my elo. I'm just trying to get that elo.
Find themselves in other players' crosshairs. So perfect display of amazing teamwork from the team. And obviously, the one thing that I talked about in the pregame was obviously if ENX wants to be more consistent, it has to come down to those entries. And
What's up, Buzz?
a lot better today. Yeah. But at the end of the day, there's still some areas to be able to take away from it. Obviously, Nigel having 3 entry deaths.
Loose wins, I'm making bank. You guys are we gambling right now?
Focus on it going into next week.
One thing with this multi-chat, I can't see the gamble. I can't see what's happening.
It was a really great game.
It's throwing me off.
Absolutely, I think they're going to be very happy with it here after some difficulty.
I think you guys gotta, everyone here, if you're gambling, you gotta go the mind method. You gotta all in everything.
As you mentioned, Fox.
Every single bet right now should be all in. These are some pretty easy to pick games.
Numbers here for ENX, which is what you want to see, especially an up-and-coming team. 9Z on the other side could not muster up the strength for yet another play.
All right, guys, by the way, I have a very important phone call in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to be one of them streamers. I'm just going to put some words up on the screen saying BRB phone call. I don't know how long it's going to take. It could take like 30 minutes or so. I hope it doesn't, but it could. So I might miss a little bit of this game, but I don't want to have to restart the stream. I didn't want to start my stream late, so we're going to throw that up pretty soon. Just letting y'all know. So mine's got some real work to get done because I'm not here. That's some fet shit, yeah. Unfortunate, I couldn't reschedule it to any other time. But we're trying to get our dog into our dog into some training, and it's like one of those where they have to like have you on screen, meet the dog, blah 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 blah. So I couldn't do it any other time, unfortunately. If we would have did it tomorrow, we would have missed our King Stomping, you know what I'm saying? Can't be missing King Stomping.
Begins with a single step. And you know what?
When's the Furia FaZe VOD coming out? It is uploading right now in 33 minutes. The only thing I need is a title still. I'm still kind of stuck on that, I'm not gonna lie. I meant to do some research, but now I have 5 minutes. You guys were giving me some glorious names, but just something kind of simple, you know? Insane.
It seems like the temperature dropped by 20 degrees in the entire continent, but all that temperature has gone up to us here in the northern hemisphere as things heat up for game number 2, loss versus W.
I wish I could just put like mint reacts, but that ain't gonna get the views, you know? That'd be so simple though.
With SAL, and let's just cut right to the chase and start off with W7M, a team that I've been very excited to watch their progress, and all of us have been over the past year and a half.
How Souls sucked the soul, yeah.
Higher up in the standings, looking for more and potentially tasting that #1 spot.
Do you have any VODs where you did the solar take on Turtle? Yeah, there should be a ton. Anytime we play Chalet, you kind of see us doing it. And I filled in for scrims this week and had us do it as well.
At the highest level of caliber that you'd expect them to, especially with the addition of Paulo.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you look at the caliber of teams that they're playing, it is games that they should be winning.
I don't want to say like Souls was insane or something like that, because like it's kind of a giveaway to who won in case people didn't see it. You know what I mean?
Inner turmoils. W7M should be winning these games at the end of the day.
Don't want any spoilers.
Consistency, it's more reps, and that's the strength of them, right? So obviously, they're just going into it another day in the office. They just have to play their game. There's nothing too crazy that we need to expect from them. Just do their job.
Of course, in the standings, as you can tell, just kind of gives you that big overview. Loss able to land that win on playday number 1. Actually, no.
Is there a VOD up of Skyscraper? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Correct, but
Pro coach watches game of the day. Yeah.
that side, of course, losing the first 2 games, and yesterday against
I just-
Loud, an upset that I think not a lot of people were expecting, given that Loud were
I got a little bit of a format going on
not during
with
this
like some clickbaity words, and then I put like,
in the day
you know, week 2, this
getting
blah
the
blah blah blah
victory,
blah.
it seemed like they had recovered. They were playing
I might just do
together
like
as a team, and today
match
they
of the
face off
day or
against
something like
a
that.
substantially bigger opponent. It seems like cohesion is going on the up and up game.
Yeah, it's definitely going on the up and up. I mean, even for Los to be finding success back in their own region, that's definitely an important thing for them, because what we saw in the NAL last stage versus now, they're definitely still not at their peak performance, but they are finding success far earlier on than what they did back in the day. They're already sitting at 3 points. And again, yesterday, that performance, I mean, Legacy and Furia specifically stepping up really big in that game. And then to beat Loud, I mean, not to say that Loud is really looking like the greatest performers, but again, it is important for Los to be making these strides, to be finding their headway. And again, it does really come down to that teamwork that we saw yesterday, to be able to bring it back, being able to shut it down in the end. And this is what we want to see from these guys. And Arthur, you know,
All right.
being that big shield player,
Again, I need to go do that phone call, so I'm gonna turn off
those moves. We
this,
didn't really see a lot of
this,
field play from them prior,
and I'm gonna
but
add
now
some
we're
words
starting
on
to indoctrinate
screen.
that meta into this roster, and I think it's really been paying dividends.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their game against Loud is something that says more about Loud's performance currently, but at the end of the day, Los has been putting up numbers besides
All right.
the game against Furia.
I'll be right back, chat. Hopefully this doesn't take too long.
Since coming back from
Enjoy our Los boys. I actually think this could be an upset. I kind of agree with mine. You never know the way they played yesterday. BRB.
Is the comfortability. They still have Legacy that's trying to grow as a player. They still have Farius that's trying to grow as a player. Players that played in the NAL, they're coming back. They're just trying to keep it simple and build that confidence up. And honestly, that's desperately what they need. So if they can scrape away some more rounds, some more points against some of these big teams, it puts them in a better position, because at the end of the day, they're not expected to win. So any upset looks better for them. And obviously they got the upset, quote unquote, against Loud. Again, Loud's having their own struggles, but that still says something, that they have it in them to be able to be the underdog, get those upset wins.
Yeah, it was clear from at least yesterday's scoreline that they can do it. It gives you that bump in motivation and energy, of course. But what happens today when you go up against W7M? I mean, this is a squad that is on another level. We've been watching them very, very intently over the past year and a bit. Current major champions on the number 2 spot, sitting in SAL, and Paulo, talk of the town, talk of every single analyst, caster, whatever it may be. The man has swapped sides from Liquid to W7M and just keeps playing better and better. It's incredible now watching this team and seeing him smile. Usually, you queue into Liquid, you look at the monitor, and you see, is Paulo happy or not? And usually, it was a not. Here, up and down. It's completely different state of mind that we find ourselves in here, Davide.
Oh, the environment is so much better. I'm sure Paulu's enjoying it, but as a viewer, I'd say I'm enjoying it very much so, because W7M is a breath of fresh air. They're so exciting to watch, with the flex between aggression, but also being intelligent in their aggression, not opposed to everybody balls to the wall, swinging everything. Everything is so calculated from them, and you can look at the stats. Every single day, a different player is showing up to the plate to be the one to step up, and it's based on the positioning from W7M, the way that they go into the game set up, that no one specific player has to have it all on his shoulders. I mean, 3 separate playdays we've seen from them, 3 separate top fraggers from the team, everyone performing within 1 to 2 kills from each other. There's never a player that's lacking amongst the rest. They have it down. They have the fundamentals and the basics down of how they want to be able to play, and it is really exciting to be able to see Paula, a player that's been playing since, you know, me and Lax were players, to see him still find new strides, learn new curves to the game. And obviously, it comes with the environment, it comes with the enjoyment of the game, and to see his passion reignited since joining W7M has been thrilling. And hopefully, we'll be able to see Paulo, lift a trophy of his own one day.
Yeah, I mean, there is, of course, the follow-up to Montreal when he was not yet on the W7M roster, but what map we'll be playing in this series is the question, because W7M showed that they are quite flexible on most of our maps, really dependent on their opponent. Gabe, what do you want to see here? Can you guide us through it?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a very good map pool. And Clubhouse, I mean, this is a pick from Los. I mean,
Don't like
Los,
it.
this is the best situation for Los for W7M to let this go through. It's kind of a question in terms of, you really got to feel confident that you're going to beat Los on every single fundamental game here, that you're going to be making the least amount of mistakes. Because we say it a lot, you don't want to bring a team that you are significantly better than to a team like Clubhouse, because you're leaving so many possibilities up in the air for the team to get off on a good foot. And especially in a best of one, that is even, you're gambling a little more than you need to there, because again, it's such an easy map. You aren't going to really need to do anything too elaborate to surprise your opponent or even yourself, to say the least. So I don't really know how I feel confidently with them allowing this map to go through, but at least they get to start on their defense, which is statistically a significantly higher percentage on that attacking half. And we've always said it, you always win on your attacking side on that side of Clubhouse, but it's questionable. It's questionable.
Yeah. Club is basic. You can have a very good ranked team get into it and be able to take rounds against some of the best teams in the world. And obviously, out of all the maps that you could have gone to if you're W7M, it's probably the most challenging. And to be honest, W7M hasn't really had a challenge so far in the league. So
True.
Letting it go up, bringing it to Club, obviously challenging Los. If anything, this will be a good learning ground experience for Los. Win or not, there's going to be a lot to take away from it. So hopefully we'll be able to see some improvement from Los's end. When it comes to W7M, the lurk game on this map is beautiful to watch. We're going to see Loban float around that top floor site. It'll be a masterclass regardless. So it's more on Los's shoulders to learn.
It is the classic map where you need to have control of every single aspect in Rainbow Six, where it be lurking, taking out any enemies that are roaming around the map, dealing with them, and your hard breach, etc., etc., etc. There's a lot to learn from these two teams in this game, especially from W7M. What happens? Please take us through the action. Captain Fluke and demo.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yeah, we're going to drift on immediately, so we make sure that we keep the pace of our wonderful Portuguese-speaking Brazilian compatriot stream. We find ourselves at Los versus W7M. Now, Demo, how lost do you think Los are?
Well, obviously the desk was pretty talkative about the map. As to be fair, it is their job, so I'll allow it. In terms of Club, now here's the thing. Obviously, you make the point of, like said, Club opens yourself up where anyone can play Club, right? Whereas it's different if W7M are taking Lost a map like Labs, which is a much more difficult map than the way Clubhouse plays out. Everyone knows how to play Clubhouse. The way that sometimes I look at Clubhouse, though, as a map is, it's one of the very few maps that I feel that you can't really cheese, right? As in, rush strategies and stuff like that don't have a great success rate on a map like Club. Usually, cheese rounds are a way that we see kind of the underdogs fight, is they'll play this kind of like Siege that is so unpredictable and wild, and it will net them rounds. You can't really do that on this map. So that would be the main thing that I would, kind of look at it from Lost perspective of thinking, you better play the best Siege of your life, because W7M will not give you anything. W7M, I feel, have been the most punishing team so far in the stage, where if you make one mistake, that team will jump you immediately.
I talked about Skopos yesterday on this map, how I quite enjoy them. They're able to get a kill from the back of it, and they're also able to react to a very quick approach. And, well, they might be about to react to a very quick approach. Instantly eyeing up the chance of a fight on the door here. As Kurtz is ready to sort of get the read-through, maybe get a break. They're hoping that they could have got a kill spraying through the soft, but the Clash has come back. I think they've sniffed. Well, they're nobody else. They're nowhere else. They're probably going to be here. You've still got this attention paid towards the top floor, and Lost are in a good position to do a bit of a break and and a smash on towards the main approach, but as that drone gets caught out, I think it sort of reveals that we know that you're here, so instead, let's go back to plan A, or maybe it's plan C. Hold the middle and force these players that are roaming on the top floor to fall back in towards you. They're concerned somebody is going to rotate round towards them. They have the watch on the hatch. Now they just put the pressure on towards those top 4 players. And now with the movements in towards Jim, an angle probably going to be opened on towards the door. No, instead, pull their way back. How confident is Paulo feeling alongside whoever else is offering some support there on the rafters?
So steady enough clear at the moment for Loss. It's, have they droned it though? Is he going to be able to check his corner? Oh dear! I swear he's seen his gun. I swear he did.
He did.
Oh,
I was
dear.
taking a drink. He did. But, I mean, it's easier for us to see. We get, obviously, the outlines and everything.
Wall
They
hacks.
don't. Lobin was huge yesterday. Opens with 2 kills. And he just defines a game, Lobin. One more. Why not? Hey, Lobin, how about you open with an ace? You're about to have another fight come up towards the top red. There's your 4th. One more, mate. He's coming up rafters. You can't hear me, but I'm sure you'll get fed this from the Scopos cam that is currently just peering an eye. Now he's gone. No, not gonna risk it. And instantly finds a clash.
Oh, EMP tech. Where's he going? Hello?
Ooh, okay, gets the fight. There's Lobin for the ace. Everybody, analysts, there's your player of the day. And it just felt easy.
Yeah, just. I mean, already you're just thinking, yeah, why have we went to the club if you can't even clear out somebody on the top floor? That was a basement defense. All the action was at top floor. They couldn't deal with a single roamer, just sat upstairs in cash. Yeah, very confusing. I think the confusing kill there for me was the guy who walked up red stairs and didn't expect Lobin to be there, even though he just killed his teammate in that exact same position. I think that was the weird bit for me.
All right, Loss. That wasn't the best start. I guess we'll see how we start to progress from here. Lobin was very comfortable getting everything locked in and just letting them sort of batter against the cliff face that is them and Paulo on the top floor. Tried to get themselves struck in early on, sort of pulled back, had a cautionary tale of this could go wrong, and then things went wrong elsewhere. So, what lessons can be learned from that other than let's scrub that one off? Double shields, taking a rare opportunity currently in the game with the Thermite being the single removal. They've got the Blackbeard, got the Blitz, but can they get a body out of it?
So, Loss. They have decided to double down on their shields as they have a Blackbeard and a Blitz now coming to the fray of things. Dots has died. I'm guessing that's from a spawn peek, and will be punished by Kurtz on that Twitch, who will start to open up the hatch as well with that DMR, of course. So yeah, with the double shields on this top floor, it does give yourself plenty of options in terms of taking ground. The shields are great at going both sides of the map. You can obviously use that to clear away areas such as cache very efficiently, and you can also use it to start probing areas such as the breach and then in towards bathroom. So yeah, the shield should play a pretty big part. Obviously there is going to be a pretty hard counter to the shields in the form of the clash, which will have to be dealt with, but you kind of look at the lineup though from Lost and you think, how do you deal with the clash?
Well, that's the problem they'll try and solve here, is obviously Dots is gone, but well, they're the only death in the previous round as well. So although Lobin's like, yay, Dots is like, no, in how their game has started here. Yes, then their second kill though over the 2 rounds. Can they try and push the pressure on? Get themselves one more. The Twitch drone trying to just eke its way inside. Does find a slip past the mute jammer, but doesn't really get anything further than that as of yet. They're cautious about where the players seem to be here. Now, there could be some pressure that comes in from underneath. 2 C4s can do a lot of damage, especially if Dota's of the Clash is reading any of that, or Paulo tucked behind the mirror window. They cannot just throw themselves in and hope they can get things stuck without having that vertical control as well. This C4 over the top, double down. One grenade goes one way. They're just going to tuck out of it, as that will not breach because of the mute jammer, but it does give them the excuse to get themselves in. This grenade should get rid of the mute jammer on the other side, and now the wall will start to pop open. They are so ready, but not quite sure how they want to try and put the pressure onto the problem. Lobin takes a lot of damage as he rotates his way around in towards Jim, but gets locked out. But Furious, who takes all the rest of the control. Now, with one more kill tucked into the corner, the 4 versus 2, they flooded their way in. They're going to put the pressure on towards the clash, and this should be all they've wrote. But it's Paulo left against 2 shields here and a Twitch. The C4 won't quite catch anything. 15 seconds though, and they need to try and put the plant down. They've taken as much information as a shield either direction they go in. Blinded, but knocked the shield. Doesn't take much more than that, and well, that's why 2 shields are often not allowed in a round.
Yeah, actually used to be way back in like year 1, 2, 3. There actually used to be a pro league ban where you were only allowed 1 shield at one time, and back then Blackbeard, even still with just the shield he had in his face, counted towards that, even though he wasn't like a full shield operator. So I'm sure Laxine and Fox and stuff, you know, they would have played with that back in the day. Laxine would have probably been playing it on Xbox as well. So yeah, just a nice little bit of history there for you. But yeah, the double shields, just what can you do? The guy inside a Logi, my goodness, you talk about rushing down somebody. That guy got absolutely minced. 1 shield on each side coming at him. But yeah, Lost, look, you get the opening pick, and they just took their time until things were ready. You know, they went through the process, they went step by step, they had everything ready to go, and then it's just a 3-2-1, send the shields in, they'll do the rest of the work for you. So yeah, good round from Lost, like to see it. Now we head actually not back to a repeat. You know, typically you would see, you know, teams like to repeat their site, go again, even though they just lost it. For W7M, it's just immediately switching away from Jim and straight over now to the other side of top floor, over towards our cache now.
Yeah, over towards cache. I mean, you know, if it's a site that's had as much story with this map has had story with the game itself, right? For a long time, it was the first preference. It got a bit thin, it got a bit known. And now as we've got the limitations and obviously the Monty and the hard breach, it's also still just kind of known at this point. These weren't unfamiliar bans back before we had the new ban system put in place. They'll still get a sort of standard apprehension here. The question is, can they try and get control of rafters? You've got the ADSs, the chance of trying to waste some time here. They call anyone that comes in, and the keeper barricades to just keep things aggressive, as W7M like to do. They're not directly countering the hard breach walls. Those will get popped off without so much drama. Here is it's either side, and this will make things fall apart, but it's always a question of when more than if. Getting this wall open anyway. There's going to be an impact trick attempted. Not entirely sure if it connected. It did not, because it got a lot trickier to do. Now, with that open and a lot of time left, where are Lost going to try and strike next?
Well, again for Lost, it's seeming pretty slow and methodical. Just want to make sure that they can clear away all these little bits of util. They will get that bit of barbed wire. That castle barricade's still up. Is it not just thanks to a nade as well as also was able to take out a Flores drone? So that castle barricade seems to be pretty indestructible at the moment. So a bit of an issue there for Lost, but I think the bigger issue is going to be whenever they get to Garage. That catwalk is looking pretty fortified. You've got the Azami, you've got the ADSs as well from the Jaeger up there. 2 players on rafters also. Not too easy for them.
Well, as the spray comes out and the trade starts to explode over CC, it's back and forth, but lost the most here. They could not quite get their feet in, and you know, 30 seconds ago, every single player was still standing. Now there's less than a team. And it just shows how quickly push comes to shove in here and how they just weren't prepared for the hold that W7M had. A lot of trade games and a lot of sort of concise lockdown and approach. Up towards the top of red, waiting for the first engagement. Doesn't quite see Dots' angle. W7M keep themselves ahead.
Yeah, good hold. Again, plenty of util. Let the attackers just couldn't get the grips with. They almost just tried to ignore the guys over towards Catwalk entirely, and they tried to force all of the pressure coming up through red stairs. Now, the issue with red stairs is it's a chokehold. It's a one-way avenue. All you have the staircase. There's no window to try and support you in a crossfire. It is just, it either works or it doesn't. It is full steam ahead. And whenever it doesn't work, everything falls flat at that stage. So, strange approach there from Loss. Is a little bit lazy. You know, surely if you're going to go to a map like Club, you should be well versed in dealing with an Azami and Jaeger inside rafters. Yes, I know it's a very difficult thing to do, but surely if you're on Club, you should know how to do that.
It's like those arguments that we had on the desk, right? About fundamentals, about how important they are on approaching the map, and about bringing yourself to a map like this against a team like this. Is you have to have those nailed, because your opponents will. It was often cited Clubhouse as the sort of maker of a team. It's the baseline. It is, and for a long time was, team's first home. And, you know, it's early doors still. It'll be another test here. Now we get to see the other side of it, right? How will these bans, with another hard breach removed, with Cabana going to make this a bit more tricky, the approach from Lost has to be aggressive, right, Demo? They have to either try and full send it up top, or they have to try and full send it potentially underneath, potentially onto dirt. And you look at their lineup and you're like, you're getting an idea of what they want to do here.
Move into, of course, this basement, and this was a round where Lost just couldn't clear a single guy, and he aced them. Simple as that for Lobbin. Albeit Lobbin hasn't actually got a kill since that first round. The past two has not been able to net any.
He can rest.
For Loss, I suppose, yeah. But still, I think for W7M, we want to see that guy just keep ramping up, don't you? You know, get an ace every other round would be acceptable, I think, at this stage, Lobbin, if you can manage that. Obviously, for Loss, having issues with those roamers, they've decided now to bring in a hefty amount of util for these roamers. You've got the Ying, you've got the Grim, and you've got the Blitz. These three operators are just going to make Lobbin's kind of existence a bit of a misery, because dealing with all that ain't too fun, because literally they're going to be sending you the 10 plagues of Egypt at you, just everything they have. However, right, I'm confused. Why have they went for that whenever you know he's above?
Well, they hoped that the blind would come through and would stop that happening. As we see, the Candelas had no effect. So now they're going to have to reapproach and reassess. They've lost the Grim, which is one of those sort of claws on the front of a strike, but also, again, you know, it's just, look at how they're moving. You can see they're trying to talk about what to do next. You can see that they are, and again, I hate just using this, lost, because they don't really know where the weak link on the hold is, and sometimes you just have to try and make one, especially with the lineup that you have here.
Can I say something? Can I?
Yes, your job.
Why not use that Ying to kill the Frost? That's what I don't get. Why? I mean, Blitz is going to walk down in towards blue, but there's nothing he can do, as he's going to be locked off by all the fire that's going to be spewing out from those Goyo canisters. And Loss, once again, hitting a bit of a brick wall. Somehow the Goyo's up doing a bit of a jig on the table, and Arthur's been able to get into the back of AK's here at the moment. His other two teammates are going to be sanctioned off from him, though, as one's going to be separated over towards dirt, the other towards main stairs, and down goes the player over towards AK's. Main stairs going to be swung on by Lobbin, and they know the other one is going to be in towards dirt. He actually dies to another Goyo canister, and Kurtz all by himself, bottom of main stairs, a BP looking directly at him. Gonna have to go big in the clutch, but we know W7M, we know the quality of them. They're not gonna let this one slip.
No, they're not gonna hand this to him. And yeah, the fact that we saw Legacy lose pretty much all of his health in the first Goyo and then end in the second one sort of shows how well prepared W7M were for a quick strike. There was a little bit of a bold and brazen move by the Blitz, breaking their way down onto blue, but it was helped a bit by keeper barricades. The Goyo, as you said, having a fun time up on the counter, but it bought time for the others to get in, because the Ying couldn't add the pressure as a lost caller timeout. The Ying couldn't assist that Blitz, which meant that they couldn't push in and take the site, which meant that the player down in main that was holding a rotate just had to sort of wait, which allowed the player to, I think one of them dropped Kitchen Hatch potentially to offer some support and get back into the fight closer. And yeah, I mean, you said Loban hadn't had any kills since the first. He's got himself another 3 for his tally.
Oh boy. Well, obviously for loss, it's not good. They look as though they're trying to skip steps in Clubhouse. You know, it's very, very strange. A lot of basic stuff isn't being done. You know, allowing that first kill to come in, just go and kill the guy. You brought in those operators, just Ying and Grim and Blitz, get him. You know, free kill. Loban can't do anything against that. He's not Warden. And then they almost try and shoulder barge their way in through blue and dirt at the same time, but completely forget there's a Goyo on the side, and that just messes up any kind of rush. The hard map to cheese. So I mentioned, difficult.
No, I'm not going to say it's an impossible map to cheese.
I've seen it done. Team Secret is a team who do it pretty well. But again,
at the same time, it's like it doesn't feel. It feels like they're bringing parts of a play, but not doing the full play. It feels like they have a very confident idea during operator selection, but then when it comes to actually making it land, they realize, you know, the sort of force that they're up against, they're trying to run it, and things just sort of fall a bit to the wayside, and that is when W7M love to activate. They love to sort of play in the other opponent's fear, and, you know, they were molded in this game, Demo. They were born from it. They didn't adopt it.
Oh, Batman.
Ah, Batman.
You're supposed to cover like your mouth, aren't you, and do it with your hands.
Batman, 3 to 1.
There you go.
What will you do, love? They will go for the breach. No, they won't. Mute's jammed, and still can get rid of that and maybe try and pull it up. Obviously, the way those arc nowadays is there might still be a way to put one a bit out of place. It's whether they think they have the utility as a cost. They might. They do have a couple of pocket tin openers in Legacy's pockets as long as they don't get caught here. But it seems like they want to put a bit of earlier focus on towards the other side. Maybe pressure onto Jacuzzi, maybe onto the windows.
So it looks as though they will be trying to clear over towards CC and Cash just based on the position of the Blackbeard. He's going to look to jump in straight through the window and aggress maybe. Oh, C4. Close so from Volps, but will get taken out before he can pop it. Nade will finish him off as well. So yeah, good start from Lost. They have an idea of what they want to go for. That Blackbeard, of course, being a bit of a menace. Again, that operator we mentioned before, it's the nade really for me, and you can see how strong he is as a shield, just to walk up to a window and safely nade away util, safely nade players. Just really, really strong.
Now the angles start to get opened up and they have that early body, but Volps' game and position on the other side as 2 shields smash their way through a castle window is to sort of lean into that. Lean into the play on the other side of the map. Didn't want to go down as early as they did, but, well, as they get themselves a route slightly safer out, will they try and play against the shields bashing? They will. The C4 doesn't get it on the castle or through it. Now with that opened up, they'll pick themselves back up, try and drive logistics potentially. No. Change of plan once again out of CC, and instead look across the Grimbies. Might reveal a player on the swing here of Logi. It's Dodez in a very aggressive swing chance as the pings come out. There's the reveal at least of the player, the drop of the bees. They haven't entirely moved. I think a drone might have got the spot anyway. What will they do here, Demo?
I think they're just going to try and brute force their way in with the shields, of course, but W7M this time in much better positions to engage against them, and 5 kills, Fluke, within the matter of 2 seconds that happened for them. Look at that from... Oh, what a shot as well. Fully blinded by the Fenrir also. My, oh my. I mean, W7M, that's just... What can you say about them? It's clinical again. The way that they can just set themselves up in those positions and just a landslide of kills on their side. Everyone getting the kills, everyone doing their job. Yeah, just such a strong team. It's what we expect from them at this stage, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, is what you expect from, I guess, any of these matchups where you have a team where you're like, this is one of the top dog teams of the region against one of those teams that's fighting their way up to prove it and put some pressure in. it's just a lockdown. And it's not that, as I said, Lost don't have ideas, but they are finding fear when they actually get to putting them into practice, and that is something that W7M just get. It's aura farming a game here, and it makes things very tricky to go against. 4-1 could become a 4-2, but obviously this site as well, if the fundamentals, if that final push is where things are failing for Loss, there's a chance that we'll be on the 5-1 half here, Demo.
Yeah, big chance. Big chance for W7M to take a very healthy lead going into that second half of the game. So Loss are up against this CC hold again, and last time they just tried to ignore the kind of general things that you like to do as the attacking side, mostly being taken towards garage. They were very lazy, they tried to ignore that and flood their way up red stairs. I really hope this time they will, you know, do the extra bit of work to clear away those guys in towards catwalk. Us has opened up with the first pick. I don't know where that's from. It had to be somewhere downstairs, maybe over towards stock, perhaps, or towards main door. Was able to take a swing and take out that Ash. And now Ash would have been a pretty good operator to have to obviously clear away that castle setup from below. Even maybe rotate over and start looking to try and pop some of the Azami barriers as well over towards rafters. So losing, you know, a decent amount of utility there for this side. In goes to Flores, who will have to do a lot of work because, like I mentioned before, with the util on the side of W7M, he has a big job to do. A lot of drones to be sent in.
Now, with obviously the Ash removed, and as you said, a lot of work still to be done, it just feels like W7M are playing this one very patiently, right? They're not giving Loss any ground. They're not giving them any freedom. They've stacked themselves up in a very default hold that we talk about. As I said before, the ADSs and the keeper barricades up here are going to make things very problematic. Now, you've got a lot of work on the side of Legacy to get in underneath it and get that pressure over the top. The Flores drone can do some bits here if they can get one into a nice position, but they've got to offer a little bit more than just blind faith that running past the door won't get you shot in the side of the head. Here's that Capitao entrance from underneath I talked about. You've got to play against what you're expecting here. I still kind of want a Flores drone to roll in first, but I guess the work is being done elsewhere. The first catch of an ADS, and they're going to just find a free pick. Dodes drifting on by, finds a Holden, and where are you looking? Legacy! Staring off into Narnia, and Dots gets one more, and well, I said they were giving them a bit to play with. They wanted that over sooner rather than later, Demo.
Just too easy for them, isn't it? I mean, again, can't deal with the guys inside a garage once more. It was basic stuff. It really is. And like I said, before we moved into this matchup and we were talking about the map, obviously the desk had their thoughts. You have to play this map perfect if you're up against the side of W7M. You know, on W7M, all they need is just that little bit of a sniff that you're showing a sign of weakness. You know, it's almost like they are, you know, the lion in the savannah, and they have seen a what do lions hunt?
Zebra?
I was going to say a deer, but they don't live over there, do they?
A zebra is a kind of deer, like a flamboyant deer.
It's more of a horse, no? It's more of a horse than a deer.
It's a flamboyant horse.
What is it? It's springbok. Is that it? Is it a springbok?
I think they maybe also hunt those. Listen.
Yeah.
Let's just say yes so you can finish your analogy.
It's they see gazelle. That's the one. They see an injured gazelle and they're like, I'll have that. Come over here, and that's it. That's the W7M operate.
Yeah, I mean, you got there in the end, and I agree. Like a zebra, like a gazelle, like a springbok, they are all delicious for W7 to eat. And at this point, double hard breach removal. You know, sure, they're a team that wanted to try and abuse and utilize the double shield thing. At the minute, that's not really going to be what comes through from the side of W7M because it's a map of fundamentals, and they're going to bring pretty standard setup here to deal with the electricity. The Kali, you know, can make some use, but it makes things calmer. There isn't any specifically, but hey, what can you use a Kali against? The shield could be quite fun of Clash, the pressure elsewhere, and maybe a quick break or anything else like these windows. You also have the Habana pellets to help steady your way through. Paulo on the Deimos getting in underneath on all the soft here on Jim. You know, it's a lineup that sort of screams towards fundamentals, but isn't a fundamental lineup, if that makes sense.
Next up, for W7M, it will be on their attacking side, and again, for them, they're going to try and remove a lot of these early util, using the Kali to great effect of removing the castle barricades, and also the nades coming in from the gridlock. Nade landing right beside the clash, but again, she has legs. She can easily move away from that and can simply fall back into sight. I think for W7M, it's just it's how quickly can they remove the util, and then they start looking for their opportunities. They start probing about the site. They look for those weak points. In terms of util that they still have left, you've still got 2 nades on the side of Paulo, on that Deimos, of course. You've got all the track stingers also. You've still got flashbangs from Thermite and Habana, so still a lot that W7M have in the pocket. And for Lost, they've kind of lost that first layer, haven't they? They've kind of been forced back into the bomb site now. There is a lurk, though, from the Mira. Roaming Mira. Don't see this all too often, but Kurtz
No.
is downstairs inside of Oil Pit, and we'll see if he can make something happen.
I mean, Palu isn't a million miles away. They're holding on to blue, I think hoping that there was a roamer underneath. You wouldn't expect a mirror, but you might expect somebody, and that's the position Palu is currently playing, because he can still assist with pings. Dots does get that opener, and with no more Kiwa barricades going to spawn in place, and with a minute on, this is almost the other side of this, right? Think how long W7M would often dig their heels in, sometimes to their life, to give out territory. Here, Lost pulled back, and they're able to make some of it work. Lobin, gone. The Kali, who was just trying to pick fights outside, is gone, removed. Not entirely sure if Jacuzzi is open, but as the others step in, Dots pops the heads of Outlaw. Dodes gets Kurtz, and they just keep going. The Clash is sure getting some of the reveal, but they almost don't fully care. It's just a Clash left. They're blinded. Dodds is going to get the plant. They're not entirely going to throw themselves in, but Palu will do Palu things. 6 rounds now here. W7M. I mean, they are just driving this one to the end.
Yeah, quick game is what we have, and I think one more round should do it. Lost just look as though they've got nothing left. W7M, just that snowball has rolled with them for the past 5 rounds. Last round they dropped was round number 2. They have been perfect from then. You know, just again, what can we say about W7M that we already haven't? This is one of the top sides in this league. They will be competing for that, you know, top 2 position. You would expect alongside FaZe. I just think with the way that, you know, FaZe and W7M have both performed, I can't wait until we see that game. And I'm pretty sure that's the final game of the season. Which just makes it even more impressive, is that we have to wait all that time. And it could be a case, Fluke, where both of the teams have beaten everyone except each other. You know, it could come down to the final play to decide who becomes number 1, which I think would just be immaculate.
I just had a quick scroll. You're almost correct. FaZe versus W7M isn't the last game of the season. It is on the last play day. It's the second to last game of the season.
Yeah,
the last. No. But I think it's very fun because it's the second to last game of the season. The actual ultimate game of the season, which could end up having a bit of a coin flip to it as to whether you get out of the bottom of the board, and they might still pull themselves up. There's a lot of play days. Is Liquid versus Loud, and both those teams,
big orgs. Not looking too good.
Lackluster performances, but it is still early. There's at least 15, if not 18 points to still play for. W7M, they're going to try and put some of that distance. There's long-range flashes, the pressure on towards any players that want to stick around in bar, and it's Furious that's trying to get out of there. You know, free to move out, but you can see again, you know, how little W7M had to do there to clear the roam.
Yeah. Really easy for them. Again, I think that just comes down to the confidence of loss. Look at the kills. After 7 rounds, the highest number of kills in one player is 4. Doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence to really want to try and go for a roam game and contest against some of these W7M players who are just killing everything that moves. So, yeah, like, just nothing's going right for loss here at the moment. You know, Paulo catches out Outlaw, and this is what I mean by how punishing they are. You make one mistake, you're dead. That's just the way this team operates.
Well, we might have had one of the longest games yesterday, but we could be ending on one of the shortest here. Lost versus W7M is now with a body into their favor, and the pressure's starting to open up underneath. Once again, they lose keeper barricades earlier on, which is going to make things awkward in the longer run of the round itself. They're still playing with the smokes to try and, you know, refuse to get the plant. They have the echo. They're going a bit hands-off, but to be honest, that's not the big concern right now. You can see that they're all sort of juggling direction, wondering where the next bit of pressure is going to come from. But in the meantime, with a minute left, W7M, they're fine to go at their steady on pace here. They're looking to bait a little bit more movement, a little bit more angst from it now, with the Hibana potentially chancing some of the pressure here alongside the Capital on towards the hatch itself. The C4 is an important one to maybe get a bite onto a player who's drifted away, hasn't stuck around. The Gone 6 all the way to the back line. 30 seconds, more of the work is done, more of the pressure pulled out. Here is the start of the explosion. Now Echo is being cooked alive somewhere in a Capital bolt, I assume. The blinds come out and they do get a trade out of it. Kais and tries to get the second, cannot. Dodes gets one more, leaving just Arthur, but not for long. Does a trade, but W7M just take that clubhouse as if it was another step.
Just demolition job, really was, for W7M. Yeah, clinical performance as we expected. Loss, just... I don't know, is it a case for loss really poor today, or is it where W7M would beat anyone they were up against? I think that's probably the better topic of discussion we would like to have. But again, the map selection, look, if you're going to Clubhouse, you have to play perfect. You're against one of the top teams in the world. If you can't do that, this is what happens. It will be a very short match for you.
I think that's it. I think they talked about it on the desk, how it was a very bold pick to want to go to club against this team. And that was just everything going to plan from the side of sort of W7M. But, well, with the pace of the game, let's keep the pace hot and throw it over to our desk.
I'm just running right now. I'm going so fast because this game is just so incredibly fast at this point. Gents, it seems like we barely blinked and this match was over. W7M, again, reinforcing their position in the league, in SAL, and on Clubhouse nowadays.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch the Clubhouse match between W7M and Los. You know, looking forward to a lot of good stuff from... Oh, it already happened? That's a damn shame. I mean, you know, we were going into it saying it was going to be risky for W7M to even go to this map in the first half, but it was them from the whole start. I mean, we know the caliber of team that W7M is. They were constantly getting that opening pick. Los, again, looked like the Los from NAL. They just constantly were hemorrhaging kills. They would never have a hard stop or a situation where they ever focused on 2v1ing a position just to be able to get a man advantage back. It was just one body after the other. Los did not have a response. They didn't change up their style of play. They didn't change the momentum. They didn't change their speed. It looked like Los was just stuck and knew it was going to be over from the start. So unfortunate for them, but great game from W7M. They really hammered it down.
Yeah, and I also really like what Demo said, you know, going to this Clubhouse, you really have to play a perfect game of Siege, because that's really what it's about. I mean, Clubhouse really comes down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, and I can tell you right now, I mean, you're seeing right here the amount of mistakes that Los is making, that just W7M is just pouncing upon. And I mean, it just goes to show with Los, I mean, you want to pick Clubhouse, you should feel confident coming into this map. Everybody knows how to play this, but yet you're coming into this matchup looking lost on your attacks, not understanding the right route, the right approach, even in terms of the ban phase, what you really want to get rid of. You're kind of going with the defaults of getting rid of two breachers when I think the shields can be convincing. I think even some of the play, I mean, we talk about rat plays from Loban being able to lurk around, just removing key factors from the success that's made off W7M in terms of their play style. It's just, I think they came in here not really prepared and we're just hoping on the fact that they could rely on a simple map.
Friends, so we got through this real quick, and hopefully we'll take a bit longer in our interview for the matchup as Paulo joins us from W7M.
Oh my God, Paulo!
Hello, hello.
It's an absolute honor to have Paulo on here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations, and I have to say, I'm seeing you smiling more and more often these days, Paulo. It's beautiful to see. How are you feeling? How's the team's emotion so far?
It's been amazing so far. Like the team, the atmosphere, everything is just like feeling really good. We are just like playing well, and that's it.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, we could definitely see it in your guys' play. As for your first 4 games, you guys have played arguably 4 teams that are quote-unquote weaker, teams that you should be winning. When you go into matchups against weaker teams, is there a different mentality that W7M uses to approach it? Is it you should win in those situations, or are you treating everybody as an opponent on the day of?
I think despite everything, they are like great opponents. They are like playing the top of the siege. So like we are, of course, like I think focusing most of our own playstyle, like what we are doing.
No
what
way.
they are doing.
No way,
I don't
chat.
know, like, of course, we are studying them. Seeing
That
what
game
they
is
are
over?
trying to do, but yeah, we are mostly.
What
like,
was the
trying
score of
to
that one?
Play our game.
I gotta pull that up on YouTube. One
on
sec.
their game, you know?
Oh, what's happening here?
Yeah, a little bit of a follow-up question, probably kind of what Fox was just talking about, just in terms of the prep of playing against, maybe a not so great team versus a great team, and that's going to actually be your matchup tomorrow. You guys go against Furia. I mean, is the prep going to be a lot more in depth than what it's led?
7-1. Jesus.
Close today?
Jesus.
There's more like.
My God.
Studying, they have played much more. They have
And that's what we like to see.
the other teams. So yeah,
That's what we like to see right there.
And we are used to play against Furia. Like we know that they like to change things a lot. They are not like doing the same thing every time. So of course it's
7-1. Wow. What?
And the preparation, of course, is also different.
So we need to see them. We need to see next week versus Furia.
It's been great.
That's actually going to be a great game then.
At this point in your run throughout.
Played worse than a pub stack? No.
It seems like nothing can really stop you at this point, but like the guys are saying,
Round 1 ace with Frost. Are we trolling?
Are about to happen. And speaking of which, because of that match that you're having tomorrow,
Let me get this YouTube video up now.
match of the day, game 5.
All right, we're dialed now. We're ready for hopefully some better matches. We are good.
Sorry, tomorrow. For me, every day is
Okay,
CJ. Next Saturday.
Every day is CJ.
You're definitely not playing tomorrow.
I was like, wait a second. Did they play 3 today?
There's your answer. They need a bit more prep time when it comes to playing against the Furia. That's
Don't confuse our goat.
Anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, like I just want to thank everyone that's cheering for us. Like this new step of my career has been amazing, and I hope to keep playing at the at the highest level. And yeah, like it's gonna be a great match against Furia and the other last 5 matches, I think. Like
What a nice guy he is. What a nice guy, huh?
Playing really well, and yeah, just keep yourselves.
Wonderful. Thank you again, Paulo. Congratulations on the win. Make sure for all the W7M fans out there to catch W7M versus Furia next Saturday on the channel here. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, it is absolutely next week, but we got the answer.
I was gonna say, I think you said it best. It's really good to see Paulo in this light, him smiling again. I've talked to him through many events out during Liquid, and I mean, he's always had really good attitude. But I mean, it's a night and day difference in terms of how it was on Liquid versus is here on W7.
Rewatch the first round. Okay, give me 1 second here.
Really liking his role, and then just overall the atmosphere that he's in. I mean, he's surrounding himself with very great players.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the stats, obviously, a new player from W7M getting the MVP role, Lobin. I mean, that's 4 different players for 4 different game days. The only player that's missing, I believe, is Dots. Hopefully he'll get there. He had a great performance today, but that just goes to show the perfection of W7M. And something that Paulo said at the end there was, yes,
Public,
Furia,
boom.
they'd love
Okay.
to switch things up. And to me, that says a lot. It says that the teams that W7M has played, specifically Los today, when things go wrong, they don't change anything. They don't have backup plans to fall into. They don't have different variations of how they want to play. So that's something to take away from it. If Los
Did I just have the YouTube up? I didn't. Okay, let me pull it up. Let's take a look at this game real quick. What did I miss, huh? A 7-1.
little idiosyncrasies, little
All right, mute. All right, what did I miss? I'm seeing a Frost. All right, quick play on the main stairs. Looking for a free kill under the door. He's just gonna be like, hey, what's up? They ain't giving him nothing. Where are they? Garage side, 2 in garage. Wow, they gave it up that fast. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna commit to the top clear. Oh. We're not checking our corners. Hello? Did we just not check where our teammate said they died from? Oh my. Another one walking up red stairs? Not looking that way either? Yo. Yo. This guy is MVP of the round. He's like, come get your ace, my king. That's insane. Yo, you know they were just calling out that guy for him. Okay, that's ridiculous. Those guys can even clear goddamn fucking frost. Jesus. Hey, what happened? Why are we frozen?
This convincing, it's a very good thing.
All right, we're back. Let me what's our next game here?
There is one team that can
FaZe versus Black Dragons.
to do so, at least contested to be on the same level. That is FaZe Clan.
That's not what I meant to do. First Black Dragon. That's not what I meant. No. Just no, man. No, we're not watching your own stream. That's not what we're doing. And now we're in an advertisement. No. No. All right, so FaZe versus Black Dragons we got coming up next. This one actually could be a pretty good game. Let's see if I can refresh the old screen here. He's actually updating, or what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, they're actually updating. Okay, so again, not to hype up this game or anything, but Black Dragons in 4th place, right? We saw him get wins off of Loud, destroyed Loud on that on Chalet. I don't even know why I still don't know why Loud went Chalet. I still don't know why Loud went Labs here either. But regardless, we're gonna not pick up the Loud guys today. Maybe they're about to show up today. Black Dragon's also getting a dub over who was it? Over ENX. Losing to NIP, losing to. Oh my god. Where's the other one? It's only 3 games? It's only 3 games. Okay, losing to NIP. Either way. Need to see them against an actual good opponent. Roster's not too bad. Alright, we're talking this is Moosey's team. I believe they still got Bob over there. This is supposed to be game of the day, but I don't know. FaZe is 21 and 8 round count, kind of unstoppable. Would say this is probably like a 7-3, 7-4 for FaZe, but yeah, Black Dragon says has to keep this close.
This is kind of where I expect Black Dragons to be, middle of the pack, close to being to the top, because what we saw from last stage, what we're seeing now is the constant improvement.
Everyone knows not to bet on Black Dragons, but what if? But what if? Somebody please, I can't. Oh, mine. This is tragic for you right now. This is tragic.
This is something that Black Dragon has been doing consistently from previous stage even into this current one.
Everybody knows Black Dragons is a team that is able to scrape some wins away from some of the top teams. They always find themselves in the middle of the pack, and when push comes to shove, they fall a little short. But we're seeing a new and improved Black Dragons, one that's a lot more consistent. I mean, across the board, they've been competing. They've been playing very well against all different sides of the teams. And obviously, I love the fact that they're keeping it close with some of the teams at the top here. So, yes, going into the stage, we didn't have much expectations from Black Dragons, but so far, going into day 4, I would say they'll be a pretty difficult matchup for any team. But FaZe, I mean, it'll be a lot harder for FaZe to just get a clean sweep win than it looks on paper.
And you know, let's take a look at FaZe, because of course we keep regurgitating it at some point, because there's no better way to say it is other than these are the world champions. They look like it still in game. They haven't fallen off. Absolutely not. And hell, their performance yesterday was definitely showing that they're here to fight online, offline, no matter what it is.
Oh, 100%. I mean, FaZe is the iron wall. They are the most consistent team in the world currently when it comes to Siege. Obviously, the way that they're comprised, the way that they play the game is
The most unstoppable team Siege has. FaZe Clan.
Essentially intelligent players that play Siege off of each other. They are constantly slowly moving. There's no over excess.
Might have to do it and message Ali to pay out when it's done. I mean, technically, I can click the old payout button. It just takes me a minute or two.
You see teams that always have that X Factor player find success, and Cyber is an amazing X Factor player, always being on that lurk. Was something that we've been seeing him since this year, since they were able to lift that hammer at the Invitational, is obviously Cyber in the way that he plays. And now he's not just a lurker, but we can also see him be
Cyber is the X Factor. I feel like FaZe is just a bunch of mailboxes with Souls, KDS, Viking, just straight up. They don't move. They hold their ground. And then Cyber's the one that mixes up his spot.
Constantly, they're always dominating the SAL. And it goes without saying, we have to mention Souls, the #1 rated player in the league so far. He's been having a phenomenal
#1 rated player. Damn. How much of that was just from yesterday? Those defenses were insane.
I mean, you know, you want to talk about how just particular this team is. I mean, they are so perfect to even bite down to the smallest minute detail. I mean, they don't make mistakes due to their own, you know, resilience of just being able to fumble those situations, really onto the other team to be able to make that mistake happen for them. But the biggest thing for me that has always stuck out, more so than anything compared to any other team within the region, is they just do such a good job at controlling the tempo. They understand of how they want to play against the team. And really, when you play against FaZe, you have to be quick on your feet to be able to meet them on that dance floor, because if you can't meet each step toe to toe, you are going to be struggling through and through, whether you're starting on that attack or whether you're starting that defense. They just do such a good job at controlling the pacing of how the game is played.
It's crazy because it seems like all throughout the older iterations of FaZe Clan into the new one, you still have that core philosophy in play where controlling the tempo is something they've done even since back.
That's half a VIP right there. Sheesh. Might have to up that. I'm just kidding. We haven't seen another VIP yet.
On that same straight and narrow. However, Black Dragons on the other side, there were expectations, yes, but they're kind of overtaking them. They're actually fighting for top spots.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the player right there, Hornetow, I mean, he is coming into his own right. I mean, we saw him last stage, there was disappointment, but now he found himself on Black Dragons, creating that success. But that's a player right there that I really want to highlight is Makina. I mean, this is a young gunner that is making a name and making it known. The plays that he's able to make on that entry, create those openings, create those gaps on attacks, are such a pivotal piece. You know, when did
Dami?
It's almost similar.
When did Dami join Black Dragons?
Black Dragons. He gets the job done, but that's where I also want to talk about him.
37 and 24.
Sheesh. Entries in terms of going.
Sheesh. Wait, NJR's on Kovacs, guys. Sheesh. Let me take that. Why is my Steam on?
Really wants to start to find their stride, especially on that entry on attack. It really does come down to Makina being able to get that initial entry kill and not finding those entry deaths. Because if they can continue to find these entry kills one after another, play that man advantage, keep playing the trade game, their attacking halves will look dominant. And then you look on their.
Wait, we got 2 plants in 3 games. We're planting twice.
Player on defense. I mean, it's so good that on the front side of your line,
2 plants,
and then on that back line, you have a player like Flash Ray that's able to hold it down, and then you just leave it into the middle ground of Hornet. You leave it to Muzi, you leave it to Rare, that can get it done. For me, when it comes to Black Dragons, you have a strong back line and a strong defense. You just need to be able, on that front line of Machina, being able to slow it down and being able to take a little breather and keep working those trades.
Absolutely. I mean, I completely agree. I really love watching Flashtree and Rare play. Like having the, you can see.
I feel like it's so awkward when it's online, like casting like this. It's always says big pauses, like who's gonna talk.
The Habana Thermite on the hard breaches with Flashtree and Rare, and then they also have this smoke mute combo, and they're constantly playing this old style of Siege on the back end, whereas their front end is revolutionized. I mean, always having Machina and Muzi, both lethal entries to be able to just go in, stir up the pot, and you know that you're going to have a consistent backline there to be able to focus on that plant, to focus on that execute. And it's almost a hybrid of FaZe, because FaZe is very passive, I would say, on their back end. It's almost like they have 4 supportive players constantly working towards a goal, whereas Black Dragons, it's split a little bit differently. It's almost a new gen style of that system, where they have, you know, a hyper aggressive entry, but also a very, very slow, methodical, passive backline. So it's very interesting. It's almost like a middle ground of FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe is very much the, I guess, the Rainbow Six team equivalent of measure 10 times and cut once. And when you cut, my God, do they cut. However, our map for this series, FaZe have shown that they are excellent on all 9 maps over the past, well, years actually. But what happens in...
Here we go. Border Chalet. Now they're back to their normal bands here. And we're playing Clubhouse. Huh.
I was surprised to see FaZe actually get rid of it, given how poor that game was, or how close that game was versus Black.
Interesting.
But going to a Clubhouse, I mean, Demo said it best here, and I don't want to harp on what me and Fox say all the time. Demo said it best. If you're going to go to a Clubhouse, you want to play the absolute best on your end. It's a best of 1 team.
Clubhouse. What have FaZe's bands been? Why does it seem... It is all over the place, this stage.
But again, it is a 50-50 for both teams.
Border, which is pretty much their permaban.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Here they're still banning Chalet Border.
Obviously, FaZe, you're not going to find a weak map against them. Yes, we say better teams shouldn't take teams to Clubhouse, but when you think of FaZe in the way that they're consistent, and Clubhouse is all about your attacks, honestly, it's still going to be a great map for FaZe with how fast they're able to...
Boring, not another club. Guys, club...
Black Dragons, honestly, it's the less of all the evils to be able to go to this...
Club is, Club's a great map, guys. What are we talking about? You guys didn't like watching Raptor Extend Clash 3 times in a row? Guys, we're 3-0 in Clubhouse, on the Dub House. It's really talking about better my IGL skills, ask coaches and ex-coaches, and they gave vague answers. You explain quite clearly. Hey. No problem. That's what we like doing here.
Managing that time, managing that tempo.
I would be so super happy.
It's the NA border of SAL. I don't know. I really don't mind. I don't know. I don't mind Club that much anymore. Club's horrible to watch. All right, chat. What do we think? Like, give me top 3 here. What do we think is the most fun maps to watch? Chat. Let me hear it. We're gonna be all over the place, but.
Taking us through the rest of the action in just a few minutes. Demo, FaZe, number 1, Black Dragons, big challengers. How do you see this going?
Nighthaven. Yeah, all right, we're already starting with another fucking Clubhouse. Nighthaven is the same 2 attacks you'll see on every site. Lair, I agree. I love Lair, but it's the same thing. It's the same 2 attacks on every site.
Yes, they have losses, but they always put in some form of performance. There's plenty of teams out there.
Skyscraper, hot take.
Didn't really turn up. FaZe, I think,
who wants to watch 6 defenses?
Clubhouse as a map, it always kind of gets banned against them. Out of the 5 games that they played at Reload, 4 teams banned it.
But I get it, chat. It looks like we're going to like newer maps. I'm seeing a lot of Nighthaven Lair. I get it. I get it.
I think Black Dragons go in here.
Consulate.
They must have some form of game plan, because if not,
yeah, I could be down with some Consulate. I could be down for that.
Now, Fluke, you got to gas yesterday and kind of see...
Fortress? Nice, dude. I saw you. Don't think you just slipped that in there.
Kickoff for the day in your mind.
Border, Sky, and Lair.
It was obviously a very long game.
Sky? Come on.
Wasn't the truest sort of taste of how things are going to come together. This, you have a worry where it's either going to be a quick affair like we've
Cafe's growing on me. I think Cafe with the new bands is sleeper.
Or maybe Black Dragons can do what wasn't done in the previous map and find ways to punish that. Obviously, you've got Makina, who has these.
Although I think it's the least my least favorite in ranked because it's just everyone go on the roof simulator and then wait for them to drop into. Oh, they dropped red. Dead.
Black Dragons don't take points from this.
Oh, they finally dropped red again.
Suddenly that's
God, it's so boring.
very distant to the top two.
I'm just sitting there, C1 with Doc, like, you're on the skylight. Please drop the skylight. No one's giving you a free pick from the skylight. Oh, you went dropped red, you died. Okay.
Could confirm themselves in the top 6 just from being able to take some damage today.
Actually, that's a very good point. Looking
Emerald
at
Plains,
the
trust. No.
the standings,
If Emerald Plains becomes a Pro League map,
this game, should it go to the
I will
Black
never
Dragons
stream
side,
again.
or them taking
I'm
place
retired.
overtime, might have
Retired. I'm already retired, but retired.
those standings. But yeah, our game is
Map would I like to get out of Pro League and add one map that isn't in right now.
Final points, Gabe Fox. What do you want?
My hot take on it's not even a hot take. We've talked about this on stream a good amount, but bye Skyscraper and bring back Theme Park with the new ban system. It will not be as defender sided. You will not see Throne with Cade Tube and you can't get the walls open.
Right now they're lacking in the trade.
Give me back Theme Park.
Just get those entry kills. Keep preventing those entry deaths. I think we will see a far better Black Dragons, but they do need to be perfect because yesterday definitely was not.
I'm definitely with you on that, Gabe. I would say
When I get Emerald in ranked, yeah. If you get Emerald in ranked, it's like, who the hell did not ban that? Guys, I had what's up in ranked, by the way, banning Lair. I had a team ban Lair over Emerald Plains. Like, bruh. Dude, I like playing Old Canal. Here's the thing with Old Canal. Let's see if I can find a blueprint real quick. Canal, Rainbow, 6 Siege blueprint. Let's see if I can find an old one, though.
It seems like with FaZe, no matter what you do, they're able to pull back and reform and then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we kind of have one here. Here's Old Canal, right? So, here was the problem with Old Canal. Is every single round you had broken Blackbeard, right? You couldn't break his shield. This guy had a 400 HP headshot proof shield. And if you were a Blackbeard player on your team, you played one position and one position only. And that was right here. That was it. You sat here because this is the only way to flank on Canal back in the day. There was no tunnel system or anything like that. Like, you just had bridge. That was the call out. Bridge. And you just held it. So you guys couldn't get flanked as they're on the roof, opening up like the top walls and everything up there. You didn't want anyone to be able to like run up and come around and flank you. So you just sat here, and every once in a while you saw a challenge. Some guy would come over here and peek this guy. Try to flank. So no, I was not a fan of Old Canal.
Let's see, obviously, if it goes the same way, we could find ourselves with back-to-back absolute sweeps of this because it's just the map and the teams that are in it, right?
I'm just worried, you know, I think Clubhouse, for FaZe, it's always been one of their best maps, you know, historically. I think there was a time where they had like a really long win streak. It was like 14 maps or something like back in like 2020, 2021, 2022 era back then. I think they just went on like a crazy win streak on the map. So, yeah.
Are we going to use the competitive map pool for Sub Wars? We are. Ooh, speaking of that, guys. Can someone type, what is the exclamation? Exclamation point Sub Wars, I think it is. Guys, teams have been chosen. However, we are at, I think, only 4 people from Team Mint have responded, and 4 people from Team Dream have responded. And we are looking for 1 person for each, so we can get started on this. So if you guys, this is the last chance.
It's going to be hard to.
Oh, okay, there's no link there, but it's in the Mint Discord. It's in announcements. There is a forum for Sub Wars, and if you're interested, I would love it because we still need 2 people to sign up. Obviously, we had a lot of champions sign up, and I really would prefer to not pick any champions. I'm looking for someone in the silver, gold, plat, emerald range. somewhere in the middle. So if you're in there and you would like to play in Sub Wars and be on stream, casted by me and Dream, maybe featured in a YouTube video, please. There's the Google form. Thank you, Ghost. Please, guys, I could use a couple more signups because we are so close. Again, we need one person for each team, and we're good to go. As far as when is it going to be, once I pick all 10 players, we are going to come up with some dates and try to figure it out. See if we can find a date that works for everybody. And unfortunately, if we find something that works for 9 people, then I'm going to probably have to get another person in and wait, because we got to get this going. We got to get this going. I want to try to schedule something possibly next week, if not early the week after.
And also Vita King on the mute, supporting him inside of CC, and even a third as well who was lurking in towards Lounge also makes an appearance above. So Black Dragons will have to go for this this take upstairs, dealing with this roam game, and I just hope they don't run into the same issues that lost.
Timing wise, though, probably something because Dream has like scrims and stuff like that. Probably something because he's got he's got scrims and he normally streams I think pretty early Monday through Friday. So probably something more on Dream's schedule. But we'll see. I would come, but I mean you. If you're okay playing on the ping, then I'm okay with it. Like we can play like East servers.
Like a power position, but FaZe just operated around it. Were able to pull out the pieces they need to. They didn't fully panic. And I mean, what a way for round 1 to go, Demo.
Yeah, not a good start for Black Dragons. Suffering with just dealing with a roam. Exactly the same as
if this doesn't happen between the 6th and the 12th, I can sign up. I think it should hopefully be before that. I'm gunning for before that.
Not good. I get the same feeling as what I did last one. Again, still early days, of course it is, but you'd like to see a little bit of a better start there for Black Dragons, because the last thing you want to do is give...
Alright, let's dial in, because I missed the first round, and shit, this could have been the game I picked for a YouTube video. Watch Black Dragons comes back.
And I think that's sort of...
And the goats to this map.
I'm not going to say the start of things, because you could see the Black Dragons were...
July 4th weekend might conflict with some people. That's also very true. That's also very, very true. That's why, ideally, it would be great if we can get something by the end of this week. And if not, again, early next week, like June 30th, that kind of thing.
Sort of keeping their heads on a swivel. They were locked down. I mean, think about where the site was and where every single...
Anyway, I think it should be some good content.
FaZe were refusing to give up that ground.
Me and Dream casting some gold level gameplay. Rooting on our subs.
They need to be on their game. They need to be. Maybe they could lean into more shields. Maybe that would help them in terms of clearing frost. Doesn't look though as though they're really interested.
Is this cash? Okay, we're going into cash.
Still going with a pretty deep, util lineup. You can bring the Flores in, obviously the hard breacher and the ace. You've also got the Buck.
Cash. They have good garage stop operators. Jaeger, obviously with the new Jaeger change, able to stop capital bolts. Good for nades, and they also have an Azami playing in there, which is probably the best in slot operator for garage. They got a castle holding lower garage in lounge area, so they can't take under for free. But what I think is kind of a troll is they're giving Master for absolute free. So they're going to give all the way to Con for free. And I'm kind of worried, like, what's this sense going to do? Because if you get that control for free, you could bring powerful execute ops. You can bring Grim. You can bring Capital. You can bring... Here, we got Sense.
That they did before. There is obviously still some FaZe players not a million miles away. And they're watching and waiting and hoping that they can get them more unaware than it was before. There's some of the extension and safety is rushed, but
yeah, I would mod Gav, Gunner, Diffuser, 100%.
Yeah, it's a
I'm cheating.
Sort of huge opening kill, Makina, sorry, but
no Mav seen troll.
By them taking Souls on the watch, we know what Souls is capable of.
Why does no Mav seem troll?
step in, find a second. They're putting
The only
pressure
wall
on Paulo
denial
as
that's
well,
up is
sort of
mute.
drawing the eyes towards them
Why would you
inside.
want to run
So
Mav?
saying, look at me, I'm putting the pressure down here. You're gonna have to try and bring
I
some
think
players
Mav.
towards me, which will allow the rest of the teams. You can
I'm a
see
Mav hater. I think Mav is trash. Too high skill ceiling for the. It's not worth it.
And, you know, the Bucks done what they've needed
Too
to
easy to go for
do.
C4s or
Now
some
they cause
gimmicky
problems, trying to
shit.
pull the FaZe players out of position.
Oh yeah, McKenna again.
I think Mav needs something else, rework or something.
Ripping up from below, really effective if he can
Probably the
get
most
some
unfun thing to play in rank too.
really hinder any players in towards
Too
that
high of a
main
skill
ball site.
ceiling.
FaZe still not out of it yet, still fighting back as Handy
Need
has
need
equaled up
teammates
to
covering you
3
perfectly.
sack over towards rafters, and just
All right, we're just peeking, Andy.
himself for no real
Yeah, because we got all walls
reason as
open
well, considering the clock with 15
that we need.
seconds left.
Everything's open.
Why did he swing?
Go for a push through. What are we doing, boys? There we go. We're gonna plant with 5 seconds left. Oh my god. Where's this other guy?
Just tucked with the cover there. If he can win out this pistol engagement, which he's not gonna do, he's gonna bait the motion. He
What?
can't quite get the connection
What?
against the player. But as the other crosses, it's still KDS with
A pistol battle.
with this side.
Oh my
He
god.
cannot get it.
That 3v1 was so
Pistols
weird
and
looking.
demo.
Holy cow.
Oh my, what a round. Pistols like you mentioned, pistols galore. My oh my, I mean, a 1v3. he
The
kills
fast
the
trick
first
is
guy
OP. You can
directly
one torch
on
and
the
saw from the wall in
radio
10
door. He
seconds.
sees the guy planting, he misses a few
I mean, go ahead and
shots.
link, but
The guy gets
I'm telling you,
planted.
at a pro level,
They're gonna run out of time.
you will
The
get
guy
fucked
got
with
the
Mav.
and he has to stick the plan right on the other side of the wall. And he had an impact. He could have impacted the wall, got himself into a better position, because if he had maybe angled himself, where he moved, you know,
You're talking about the half line,
exterior breach,
and then the half line
he
down.
would have had an angle onto the planter. So, again,
Pretty sure it's also inconsistent, because I've seen many teams fuck that up.
he really could have, I mean, he could have just killed the guy. As he kind of ran
Many
across the-
teams fuck that up. I see it mainly on like labs. I think Hot and Cold was pretty good at it on
Get
labs.
over the line.
Just about.
But the thing is,
Yeah, I mean,
I guess not in this case because Mira's banned.
and obviously the sort of lead in there, the buck getting the sort of pace to allow them to have so much space, and then Flastry, that name that
Really
just
buggy.
keeps showing up for Black Dragons.
I'm just not a fan of the gimmicky stuff.
Feeling that sort of pressure.
Like even you will see a lot of teams do it. It seems to be on labs too, like Habana, right? Where you just Habana 4 pellet the bottom and the top, and it's supposed to make the wall soft. I just feel like it's really sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
What else do we kind of look towards? Is that fearlessness, that almost enjoyment of wanting to step up against the best? There's
But yeah. Either way, not a fan of Mav because they're running a mute. Why go through that with the mute?
Really comfortably
All these walls you can open.
as the breaching happens on CC.
Most of you're gonna be running a lot of execute ops with EMPs anyways. It's gonna be way quicker.
Jim and Bedroom, this extension
Ace,
across will come in
Grim with
for
EMPs.
FaZe, and that's one thing about FaZe is they haven't shied away on any of their defenses to go for these extensions. They want to.
Because with that, you'd have to bring a Mav,
of Black
and then you gotta bring like a
Dragon,
buck or
give them
something
that
to open the soft wall.
They really want to fight for it, which again for a team like
Or
FaZe,
use an Ash
it's
charge,
what you
I guess in
expect.
this
You know,
sign
this is,
in this lineup.
Pretty standard for them is to be engaging on this side of the map, setting up with their shields, mute jammers as well, which come in really handy to deny the drone game, as we know. Few ADSs as well,
Alright, just a normal
really make
cash
sure this
over.
Deployable shield over towards top red stairs is going to remain.
Surprised to see no
This will be
Capital.
attempted, but look at the ADSs though. Able to burn up 2.
Like I get being here, but like, what do bees really do? You know he's playing on red. You need a way to clear him off of red.
But he's really worried about this guy downstairs on lounge. He's pushing him. That's a really good collapse there in Black Dragon. Still KDS very.
Like that's still a 50-50 gunfight. They ended up winning it.
They made sure that they had somebody in the position to.
But I'm not a big fan of Grim there.
Actually, they had somebody in the position to push up for the
Doesn't
kill as
actually
well.
do
They
anything.
flooded
Like you
themselves
know
with
he's on the
bullets.
plat. Okay, he's pinged. Cool. You still gotta walk up, take a gunfight. Or you gotta walk red and take a gunfight.
Black Dragons are making sure that it doesn't put the fear inside the full track. They knew exactly
But that's 2 for Black Dragons.
he was going to show up from, and Black Dragons
They are moving.
take the lead here against FaZe with a very, very strong round demo.
Very good. Yeah.
What's up, Spider?
If that extension extremely well, you can see that the util was done correctly. They applied the right pressure points. You know, look at KDS as a warden. He was so worried about that player.
Where would I rank
coming up
this
the stairs.
Black Dragon
He was
team?
really,
Loud
really
tier
worried about
below.
that.
Loud
So
tier?
you
That's
have-
funny.
you need to be pressuring these FaZe players at two
If
different
we're
ways.
going in
Just
line
go
of
around just to sit and look at one angle, because they'll beat you in the
kind of
guts
how
at
I've been doing my
any
other
angle.
tier
We know
lists,
that. So
like
you
the
need
S
to
tier
be
and the
able
A
to
tier are
make
basically your
life
top 4
different
teams.
pressure points and make
And then your B tier is like your dark horses that could steal a map or whatever. I feel like that's where Black Dragons is. They're like right in that B tier, the Cloud9 per se.
Maybe should they have pulled back earlier than when they did? Maybe could have saved them alive, and maybe
Where we might see him in the
playoffs.
playoffs, the regional playoffs
I think it's,
for the top 6.
you know, it's a thing
And
that
maybe
they've
we'll see
learned,
something from them.
and
So far, I mean, those were
they
2
have
pretty good
opponents,
attacks.
and I guess based on the
FaZe is
fact
just
that
kind of
they
giving
first
picks at this
round
point, to be
gave up
honest.
terrain, and they just won out all their gunfights. It's not always a bankable statistic. Yeah, it might put a little bit more into your energy, and so far I would say it's 1 for 1 on deep holds going to either team. Oh, not even that deep. Just
You don't need to
holds
bring
that
Soft
can
Breach.
be
You can
pulled
slot
back
in
from
Grim,
going
BB to
onto
break
our
the
team,
wall.
but
BB I agree with, but
FaZe are
Grim,
a
are we
team
really
that
going to sit there and
really
bailiff the
teams as
wall?
being better than
Like,
them,
that's just
because
too much
fair
time.
enough, most of them aren't even on the day. It's still sort of.
Who does the
screams
thumbnails?
like
Yeah, it's
Black
High
Dragons
Bear.
stepping their game up and FaZe
I have
almost
High Bear, and I
really
have
anticipating that still with the
so High Bear's pretty
extra bands coming in.
busy. Obviously, he's got his own shit to going on. So I have another guy as well that makes very comparable, also good thumbnails.
So we look towards this.
Ended up making the Spoit one, but Cypher,
Touch upon the pans. I think that's a good one from FaZe.
who actually makes a lot of the community thumbnails as well. So I have both those goats kind of help working on the channel.
Removing the bandit. Again, double electrification bans are pretty common whenever we're dealing with maps that have a good number of external hard walls. Obviously, Clubhouse has that in abundance too. So yeah, good bans from both sets of teams. It's this extension again. It's dealing with these roamers that this was the main issue that they had. Once again, for FaZe, they're setting up it pretty much exactly the same. You've got that hold in towards rafters. You've got a player inside a cache. The player kind of lurking around that first floor.
You think it's intentional from FaZe? They weren't really contesting breach.
I just hope the Black Dragons don't fall for the same.
Well, it's just kind of one of those things where like,
They've done nothing differently here.
like what are you gonna bring a bandit? You're not extending into rafters, so they can just take garage in like 0.2 seconds, and the bandit's kind of useless. So you could just bring some other operators that'll kind of help you try to hold your ground red a little bit more.
Going to entirely meet the engagement. If they were learning respects, they've learnt it, and there's
Wow.
the first that's a return favor. Flashery does get handy almost immediately.
Oh
back
my
with
God.
inside
Black
the site
Dragons.
itself. It's Hornet, who's just stolen the site, and
They're all
alarm
over the
bells
place.
Gotta be ringing here for the side of FaZe, because, well, they've got your site, lads. You've got to try and get your way back in. They're fighting blind, but KDS still wins it out because they had the line in the matchup already. Flashery's gone. Hornet gets one.
Wow.
They're not going for the plant, go for the kill.
Wow, Souls, they need you. Where are you?
Opportunity
Defense is not looking good today.
a little bit.
Getting absolutely picked apart from Black Dragons.
Yeah, they just thought, you know what? Let's not deal with all those roamers. If those roamers are upstairs, it means they're not downstairs. So let's just play the man advantage and just overwhelm the players in the site. And whenever you have an operator like Blackbeard on your side, yeah, of course you can go for that play. You know, look at the 2 remaining players left up for FaZe. It was the 2 guys upstairs in that top floor. So yeah, Black Dragons going for a different change. They didn't want to go for the hunt. They wanted to just say, you know what? Let's keep them there. We'll just try and flood in and overwhelm those other guys. So yeah, again, Black Dragons, really clean siege. It's good siege. It's smart siege from them. You know, they're not playing.
4 rounds in, are Black Dragons the best Brazilian team now? Yep, that's how it works. That's how it works.
This is our terms. You have to agree to them.
I don't think we've seen a single clash, huh?
Terms and conditions, demo, truly.
Like we're seeing obviously wall denial kind of get taken out.
We'll see if the contract is eligible or not.
Now not like
I have read some terms and conditions.
yeah, like Clash, Fenrir, some more trap operators.
Well, I guess, you know, sometimes when I sign a contract for work, I've got to read it.
But like Castle's kind of fraudulent on this
There's a
site.
good one to double check.
Anything
Just in
else?
case. No, that's probably about it. Oh, and on microwave meals. So I know how many minutes to put it in for.
And how not to give yourself food poisoning. I think
And
that's a
how not to
smart
give-
one as well. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think you can with microwave meals because it's not really food, is it?
Oh.
3-1. Black Dragons, and they are.
Would I agree that Damos is stronger in the late round or early round?
Obviously, they're seizing and seeing.
In general, I do think so. Yeah. I think people are just catching on to that, but if you have watched Falcons or formerly BDS and Shaiko play Damos, there's a reason there's more Damos bans on that team than any other team. They have very good set plays that they don't really need to use the Damos for, and then when they get the man count and advantage in late rounds, let's say 3v3, you now have info to figure out where, like, in those 3v3s you guys hear me talk about all the time about, it's not about just like go through with your execute, it's finding where there's a weak spot and tracking numbers, so they can track, figure out who's out of sight, and either go for the pick or then just use their numbers for the execute once they figure out where that guy is. Damos is super powerful late round, and then if you get the bomb down, GG. Literally can't win if you're just pinged.
Yeah, it's good.
They are so annoying with Damos.
Dragons making sure they maintain that lead.
Like on one when we play this guy's permaban Damos. I'd rather him play any other op than an op that has permanent vision on us. I'd rather the dope calls.
ADS upstairs in towards rafters. Pretty untouchable. You know, he's still got those ADSs, which obviously will counter the Sophia stuns, which you would expect would be used on that player over towards rafters. But again, ADSs just eat them up. So yeah, I think KDS is going to be a bit of an issue for them. I wonder though how they're going to use Machina, because it looks as though he's going to eyeing himself up for a bit of a backstab over towards Logi. Whenever this seems as though it's going to be a pretty traditional, let's push in towards the breach take for Black Dragons, that's the way that FaZe are going to be setting up, so they might not be aware.
Well, this is giving you away.
Oh! Catches them out by surprise. Oh no! Andy had no idea that Muzi was there, and the remaining player that we said was
Wow.
nice and safe.
Wow, this is not what I expected.
He's going to have to move from that position as the other side of the map collapsed on him. Black Dragons, brilliant again. Just that little bit of bait and switch where they almost pulled him out of position to try and go for the Dokkaebi, and then Sophia out of nowhere. Wow.
I mean, I love every aspect of that because, you know, they knew they were in the 3 versus 2, and they knew they didn't have the utility to take a straight fight, or, you know, if they just try and charge.
Yeah, no timeout's kind of crazy.
So in your head,
looking like a 5-1 attack half in a second.
Here. One of them is to push up red, and then just maybe take the last hit.
Brazil's club is so good, so much stuff to learn from them. I mean, it literally just seems like Black Dragons is doing like some fast set pieces and taking a lot of good gaps. And honestly, it doesn't seem like FaZe is winning any gunfights, which doesn't help at all.
So they had the player at the bottom of the stairs.
Like even the one round they just did a normal cash over, they just got ran over. Like that was the most default take there was, which was on this site. They just Grimbeed red and they got 4 kills.
The player hadn't been able to rotate round to offer any support. They isolated it as a 2 versus 1 with one just on the flank watch, and it was just everything that you needed to do there. And they had it all as a very active conversation, and it's just great siege to watch from the problem-solving side here for Black Dragons. 4-1 up. And FaZe, you know, they're always FaZe Clan. They can always turn it back on. They can always thread 6 rounds in a row. We know what they're capable of. But
oh yeah, it's still not. It's not over by a long shot. You know, FaZe are just that team that can, out of nowhere, just have a comeback. You know, they can do that pretty easily if they want to. But Black Dragons, yeah, really impressive. I think they're using the operators really well.
Down.
Who won? FaZe or Furia? It's a new YouTube up about that. Okay, or we can ruin it. Yep, FaZe won. Okay.
Imagine if the...
Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat.
And this is an impossible and a ludicrous thing to ask. Imagine if the overlay for cameras would change depending on whether people were, like, rappelling upside down or not.
I mean...
It would be so funny.
Let's make it happen.
It would be so pointless. So funny to just me and maybe like a few others.
It's all good. You know, it's all good.
You're very easily amused. That's the thing with you.
Yeah. I have to be. You know how many thousands of hours of Siege I've watched?
Oh yeah.
A few.
It's a good little small micro play that they're doing here. So basically just doing that master over again. However, they're doing it with 4 players and they send a lurker strip waiting for them to layer back downstairs. So it made it seem like they were doing the same fucking take, but sent a guy in bar early. That's a good little microplay.
Black Dragons.
Always good to mix something up with your attacks.
Oh dear, FaZe clan just getting outgunned at the moment, and Machina is a big issue. He's just ratting around, isn't he? He's just playing his solo game, and sometimes the solo players we see. It's a difficult position because as a solo player, again, if you mess up, nobody's going to be there to kind of hold, pull you back.
For Brazil, I mean, definitely W7M, FaZe, and Furia. The fourth team, though, is kind of up in the, it's up in the air for sure. Need to see if Loud can pull it all together. If they don't, then could be seeing Black Dragons. And IP's also been playing pretty good. We got to see their game today.
That's going to be difficult.
I mean, this is it, right? 19 seconds, and I compliment how they've approached problems before here. It feels very much just throw ourselves in, and FaZe are ready for it.
Yep, that's a 5-1. That's a 5-1 half.
There's a drop outside, though.
They probably should have won the first round too, huh?
Back up potentially, because it was just a frost map. 5 seconds, Makina's on the plant. Tucked in the middle.
Oh, could he have just shot him? No, he's tucked. Got the reinforcement. Soul showing up again. Here we go. It's the Souls round. Is he reaping today? Is he reaping? He does not have ammo. Wait. Does he not have ammo?
That won't do it. That will not be enough.
Knife him.
He went for the knife.
What did I... What?
Don't tell me it was out of ammo.
He had to be out of ammo. There's no other reason.
Was that the issue?
Why does he have a gun on Dokkaebi? The power of Dokkaebi is the SMG-12. Oh my god. Holy cow.
Really unique siege, haven't we, this
Well, I wanted to say Souls was reaping there, but that was a freebie. What the fuck? That was actually so free.
Siege extras dropped. Here it is, guys. All new fun.
I gotta know how many bullets he had left. It's either
You're gonna have
zero.
to give me about 5 minutes.
Wow.
You're gonna have to give me.
My word.
At least try to get outside. If you gotta...
1 versus 1. And,
Oh, jeez.
Ugh. Close as it could be, though, to a 5-2.5 against FaZe, and they've still got to take that bit of a credit here. But now's the test, because they'll be holding off against the onslaught of FaZe on towards their holds.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
When you're not quite driving.
We don't need to see Canal.
The compliments that we've paid towards Black Dragons here is they have grabbed it and seized it and gone with it very well. Things could start to get a little bit more troublesome. Now there is obviously a timeout currently taking place. We'll see if this gets resolved soon. But still, yeah. It's just giving you the 5 minutes you need, demo.
Just. Because you kind of looked at it from that perspective.
Would the Gone 6 not have gotten the kill even hit the
it's a
wall?
1v1.
No.
Yes, there was constant information on.
No, anyone have actual... Give me the actual stats in chat of the Gone 6 damage, but no way.
This guy, Machina, where he's been playing really well today, you would like, he can still win this, can he? Especially against the Desert Eagle. And then we go to his perspective, and he has the Gone 6 in the sand.
Gone 6.
That's the bit that...
Don't have the ammo. I feel like if he didn't have the ammo, he should have at least jumped out and tried to, like, bait something. Time waste.
Changing off it, which was like, oh no, they know they have a Gone 6. What are they doing? And it's got to be
the knife. Yeah.
They're out of ammo and they've got it, because what else?
Not enough damage? Yeah.
They take
So there's no way that thing's hitting that hard.
They don't know that you don't have any bullets, but you've then given up your one advantage in the situation of you are forcing them to be theoretically within a couple of feet of you, where the knife can do stuff. I guess that, it was red pings. So there's almost this moment, which, again, super easy to us. Do this, we've got the tech force, of whatever camera it was, if he had an idea of where it was, gone sixing that out of the way. And then
Is
at
FaZe
least
better on
just
attack than they are
pressing
defense?
motion. But apart from that,
I don't know if anyone in this current day meta is better on attack than they are on
the camera would
defense.
have just seen them sat there with a gun 6 and had the
Like,
exact same conversation. We had.
Defense. Most maps are kind of like you want defense,
I mean,
or you're at least getting 3-3 on defense.
we're not gonna forget in a hurry.
No.
FaZe are a very good attacking team, though. Yes. I mean, to answer your question, they are a good attacking team. Like 4-2, they could make this happen. If there was one team that can bring this back, it is FaZe Clan. They could definitely make it happen.
Be really happy with it. You know, all credit to Black Dragons. I think they understood.
Wait, we were about to see a ban. Why did we just go? No.
It was great.
Why are we doing
Really
this?
allow FaZe, you know, with the safety of, you know, having those shields, using those ADSs, you know.
Maybe game's not
Well,
fixed.
they were really good at, I thought, was actually sidestepping a lot of the util. You know, you think about that, not the last round that ran before, where it was that 3v2, they knew there was an Azami and Rafters, and it's like,
Oh,
we
no.
don't really
No,
wanna
we
go
actually
for
missed the
that.
ban. Okay.
This way,
Cade.
it works for them, so,
Thermite.
yeah, credit Black Dragons.
Bandit, Cade Bandit. Okay, so again, T1 teams must not be struggling. I feel like I say this every match, but T1 teams must not be struggling with Clash.
As well as Black Dragons have been playing, still
I'm coming to the conclusion that Clash is trash. Guys, everyone, stop running it in ranked. For the love of God, it's not good. We don't see T1 teams running it, so just stop running it against me. Thank you. Is this 1080 still? This is 1080? Okay.
Than Black Dragons at this current time.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the easiest way of like phrasing.
Now,
it about
what is always a
is
little
if you
weird
ask
to
pretty
me
much every single team in Rainbow Six right now, across anything, you were like, if you could take a full 1 half
is
from attack against
if
FaZe,
you ban Ace
they'd be like,
Thermite,
yeah, please, I'd love that. That would be
Like, who do we have
does
to
like
sacrifice?
yeah, like
Who do
that.
we have to give,
You know.
give for it?
And then
thinking of
it's like,
strength of
it's
bans
best of
here.
one, it's league play, it's
Lower
better
is
than
like
league
the
play,
usual
it's
site you go
league
to
play,
first.
and FaZe have been comfortably.
But if you ban Ace Thermite, it doesn't impact lower at all. Like, you do not bring an Ace Thermite to lower unless you want Ace for Church Wall. Sure.
One of them starts taking only
All you need is a Habana
FaZe Clan
and some cans. And we're seeing that with FaZe. Habana and Monty cans.
from this point onwards.
And then Cade ban, sure. That also makes lower weaker.
Almost setting up your stall to show
So,
the rest of the team just what you're made of.
I don't know if teams are not thinking about
Teams will look at other
what
teams
bans are happening for their ban phase, but I don't know. I feel like this makes the top sites. Mira's up. The top sites I think are more annoying. They have a Habanas and cans only, so Mira's up too. You can impact trick. No one's gonna. Also, Mav's up, so again, you could scare the Mav away with Mira on the outside walls. Did he just shotgun through his Goyo trap? And he lived. Oh my god.
A little bit more ground for those roaming players to play on, because otherwise, it's just drones from this point onwards. They haven't got, obviously, the Dockerbee. They haven't got the line to try and get any of the tracks here, and they don't have anything to control the space, so they're going to have to try and force it. However, it's also that tricky sort of conundrum here for Black Dragons of, well, we now have a 5 versus 4, and this is a great site for having a man advantage just being down there. Do we want to try and keep contesting this? Do we want to pull back? It raises a tough moment.
Yeah, I think you easily could pull back and just try and get down the main stairs, but
Oh, you're not seeing things. We are seeing an upset in the making here.
for that there'll be players watching for us, so
FaZe also.
stay above and hope that maybe
First picked. KDS off the board. Deimos off the board. They do still have the vert. They do still have Twitch for the Goyos. They still have Habana to open up all the hatches.
will make a maneuver.
But they have to clear this map first, and they kind of struggling.
And Makinet is
Looks like he's already pushed up dirt.
walking down main stairs, but again for FaZe, they're just really
This might just have to be a dirt blue and Kitchatch take. That's a really good pick from Cyber. That's a mistake for the Legion to peek that. FaZe has not caused really any threat besides opening Kitchatch and the Monty and dirt. No reason to go for a kill at this point.
If he can draw another 20 seconds out of this team, well, that'd be huge for him. Another drone rolls on by, and he can hit the hatch if he wants to. They're still going to try and get some of the control here. Looks like, yeah, this is pretty confidently going to be a hatch drop. Go for the plan on the default. They've got to get this vertical done, though. And having to do it without the buck, I'm not entirely sure what the buck is working on.
How to Train Your Dragon made a logo.
Set up with the hold, the flash has come out. The shield is about to try and hit the ground. It's a scrappy fight.
We don't have anyone. The Montaigne's back was turned. Hello? No, we have no one playing like K9?
Dangerous, but there's much worse danger of FaZe just opting and operating on towards you, playing with the shield, down and up and down, but it's Cyber that drops it. But
You guys know what I like to say about Goyo playing the TCSG, right? That is why. That's bomb. Bro.
Wow. C4.
This is just... Holy cow. Throw after throw.
And down goes FaZe like a lead balloon. Not having
That's got to take the wind out of their sails a little bit. They were looking a lot better that round.
Really lacking the vertical pressure. You see how long
Got that pick 4v4, and really all they needed was that dirt kitchen blue like I was talking about. Monty dropped down. They just have to clear the Goyo. They cleared the Goyo. Bomb can go down.
You know, it just took them way
But a
too
downtown
long.
C4. No one was holding main stairs, it looked like.
Being able to even go for that attack, I think, really shows their caliber of a team, because I think trying to attack that while still knowing there's roamers about and you're only
Still no
just
timeout, by the way, right?
That's really it. It's really difficult to do, and the fact that
I don't think we've seen one.
just shows how good of a team that is. But one simple mistake, and Black Dragons punished FaZe for it. You need to
Yeah, first, okay. So we are going to the top floor, which I think is arguably the better sites right now to run, because we have that outside Mira, and we also have Clash Impacts.
Ask any team around the world if they could be 5-2 up against FaZe on Clubhouse. It's just a great position here.
So we are going to see Cyber on FaZe, but let's see how much. Hopefully the camera kind of stays on it. How much of a problem is it going to be for Cyber here? Because he's going to go tub, but there is a mirror on that. Castle on Windows. They brought Cali for that. For all the castles.
You know, it's all of Black Dragons having this energy, having this confidence. And they are one round away from securing.
Unless there's no mute jammer. Oh, there's mute jammers. Okay, so then that's what Cali's for.
From taking a full 3 and getting the win and just putting themselves near the contention of the top 2.
Cyber, good job baiting out that C4. But that's what Mav is so scary for. Just that chance that you could die to that. A1, thank you for the gifted sub. To doesn't show me to who now because we're in multi-chat mode. Ooh, can I switch it?
Black Dragon's gonna try and spend
Damn.
and hold on
I can't switch it.
fight itself.
Thank you for the gift of sub though, A1. Appreciate that.
Carly as well, more than happy.
I hope your day is going well.
They're just hoping the players slip on by here.
Yeah, you can see a different approach though from Black Dragons compared to FaZe. Both of them have went for that extension over towards Cash and CC, but Black Dragons dropping off almost immediately. Where FaZe, they wanted to fight and it didn't end up paying dividends for them as they were eliminated, and then that really
Are we gonna run out strip?
So
where's this going?
Is
that for Windows? So we saw this in the EU region. Clash Logi, I think it was Gen G, looked really strong right here, being able to just put it down and slow the Logitech, the hats drop late round, forcing a team to go Windows. They do have Grim for the Windows, one of the best operators here, but hopefully they got rid of some key mute jammers. Looks like they did, because we got 2 pings going out. Where's Vitaking good? Like, Vitaking literally can't go anywhere with bomb yet. And here comes the Clash, which is a Monty counter. Watch it moves away the shield. It's insane.
Gym equipment, and it forces FaZe back 10 steps. But more importantly, look at where the Monty's going now. It's pulled the Clash away. The Clash has to turn 10.
Hornet does get a pick on Cyber. We'll see the guy. He was downstairs too.
They've lost Cyber. It's a trade they'll be happy to take now, but Flashtree does.
And they got an Azami playing Fortnite right now in gym. Just building a fucking fortress in there.
Still doing what the Monty does, but as I said, Vitaking plays
Clash down.
There needs to be something else to offer the.
Oh, that's a huge whiff. Unfortunate too, but that's okay. 3v3.
Tied up. In fact, no, it was the Clash that was confirmed. But
it's Monty down. Keep playing Fortnite. Moosey. Moosey. Wow, that just seemed like a lot of problems for FaZe to try to solve. Tub was a no-go. Had to go Cash over. Couldn't go Logi because the Clash. You got the Azami still in there. Clash or Castle was still under, and now we're going to see a timeout. 6-2 match point timeout. Sounds a little late. How was Z5 called yesterday? We ended up losing. But my mission was completed. I transferred over my power. I won all the games and transferred my power to Trev. Trev came in and was performed phenomenal. I mean, guys looked amazing the first match back border. He was MVP. Comms were flowing out. It looked like he hasn't even missed a day, and he didn't scrim in 10 days. And then we went into bank. Honestly, I felt... I don't... And you guys know, I don't like to use the excuse that we lost to ourselves. But to me, that was a game that easily could have finished 7-3 or so. 4-2 on defense. We actually threw a 5v3 man advantage on one of them too. We could have been that could have been a 5-1 defense. And then the first two attacks, it was a 5v2 turned into a 4v2 because Dami lagged out and we somehow lost. And then the very next round was a 3v2 on lower that we kind of trolled a little bit by trying to run through the site, I feel like. But, you know, it is what it is. Guys now have a full week of practice.
Well, the timeout obviously got
And no one's on vacations, so no excuses anymore. Right? Guys got one shot to qualify for E2. Or E5? E2.
that come after the league stage, and because there isn't a major that follows, all the SI points are given and divvied up. There is more of a chance of FaZe to obviously be able to get into those best of threes towards the end against W7M. Top two just skip the first seed. They get the bye. They separate themselves from the grand final by 2 series. But still, you want to be the one going in with the momentum, because chances are Black Dragons are going to be a team that you will be fighting again in that final 4. Maybe even, if they can keep up this energy, final 2.
All right, again, wall denial's gone, but we have a lot of ops on defense. Like, I actually really like this defensive lineup. A lot of ops that cause problems. So Castle, you got to bring something for the Castles. Here's the Habana. However, Habana's the only hard breacher you got up, really. So you bring Habana to help with Castles. You got a Clash. You need a way to deal with the Clash. So they're forced to bring this Zoe, which is kind of a weird, not even like the best counter. But anyway, you got a Zoe. You got Mira to deal with. They got really no way to deal with Mira. Maybe they can bond it open because they got nothing on it. And then they have a Zami. And then protecting all of that, you got Jaeger. Just a ton. Like, I really like this this defensive operator lineup, and I feel like this is the problem when you ban double hard breach like FaZe did with Cade and Bandit. There's a lot of other stuff to deal with on defense. The defense just has to know to bring that stuff.
They're flying right now, aren't they? They're sky high.
All right, FaZe able to work that first pick though. In swamp area. Zami playing there. Kind of just dry peek, to be honest. Didn't even have to use any util for him, really.
Now they can just open up all of this beautiful pressure on towards the top of the rafters. The Monty just being Monty.
ADS is protecting the Castle, but Castle should go down here in a second. Here comes Clash. That's a good rotate for the Clash. Clash, don't leave. Don't leave, Clash. No, Castle, no. Goodbye, Castle. There we go. Because that Clash, look how much it moves the Monty shield. It is a huge Monty counter. Like, if someone was there to shoot this Monty in, that guy's dead.
Oh, the Clash is perfect counters to the Monty.
Ooh, handy with another pick. Hoard it for 2? And Monty has to peek now? It's Monty in a 1v2? You just got to put away your shield. Oh my god. This poor guy.
It's 15 seconds.
Yeah.
15 seconds. Now
so this is what you have to do as a Monty. You have to put your shield away to counter, but does this look fun? This is what it looks like in every single ranked game for me. How does Clash not get banned more, man? Holy cow, that looked annoying. You don't even get a GG out of KDS, you just get a G. Absolute stomping. Just put a video up saying the Kings of Brazil. FaZe took down Furia yesterday, looking impressive. And then just got taken down 7-2 by Black Dragons. That is an insane upset.
It is dominant from from Black Dragons. From start to finish.
Love to
really,
see
they're
it.
on top of things.
This game is ass.
Great, very unlucky.
Yeah, you sound like the guy playing Montaigne right there.
Motion with the Gone 6 in there,
Holy
but
cow.
Overall, for Black Dragons,
I really liked it too,
what they were
Kai.
doing today, the trade game, I thought was probably
And you know what? I think I agree with you. Cade Bandit, not a good ban. Cade, sure. I don't think you double hard breach ban though,
just didn't have that today. FaZe
because
just-
that looked like way too much to deal with. Clash, Mira, Azami.
Quick clubhouses. I did not
That is
expect it to
insane.
go that way, so let's see what the desk have to talk about.
Honestly, at a loss for words the whole time. I'm basically doing my best laxing impression. What the hell? What the hell?
I am so no. Listen, Milos and FaZe. I am so impressed with how well Black Dragons played. I accidentally made the fumble mistake. I said they were the worst team in trades. They are the best team in trades. That was my fault for making that error. And it goes to show, I mean, I think Demo hit it best. The trade game that they were playing, I think, really threw FaZe off. But to Fox's point of talking about not letting the foot off the gas, I think that really played true here. FaZe could not find their footing. They could not breathe for 1 second. Even if that aggression stopped from Black Dragons, it came from another side of the map. And even that last round, I just really have to highlight Rare in that situation. Being able to rotate into Garage, thwart off that Monty, and keep pushing it back with the Clash, bringing that round back. I mean, my God, Black Dragons. That was
Wait, did mine call that point-wise?
I've seen in quite some time.
Nah, that was exhilarating to watch, especially since we didn't have the expectations for Black Dragons to be that dominating, and obviously they did everything right. Everything we talked about on the desk, focusing on the trades, getting those opening kills, and as soon as FaZe would try to make a move, like you said, Gabe, instantly another trade somewhere else on the other side of the map. Even in that last round, like you said, they're trying to go for garage control. They get a pick, and then all of a sudden, Rare on the other side of the map, flanking, gets 2 kills to even out the man count. Constantly putting the aggression on the shoulders of FaZe. FaZe is a
Yeah, mine, red or black.
What was the one
Red or-
character who would be able to take FaZe
That's
down?
crazy.
And it came down to just constantly putting it in their face, just not giving them a second to understand what the win condition is, giving FaZe the momentum to be able to think, how am I going to claw our way back into this round? How can we isolate a pick? Constantly moving, constantly adapting. That was an amazing Black Dragons performance. And honestly, their attacks on Clubhouse, we talked about the attacks being so important and that we wanted to see both teams attack side half. By the time we actually swap sides, even at the 4-2 half, Black Dragons did the damage. Having a 4-2 half on attack absolutely crushed the spirits of FaZe. FaZe's response was to bring that Monty, and the Clash was an absolute beautiful pick every single time to thwart them off, slow the Monty down right there. Beautiful 3K by Muzi, by the way, completely dancing in the gym bomb site.
I mean,
but bringing that Clash to counter out the Monty was phenomenal.
Yeah, and
Phenomenal.
I also think they lost in the ban phase. Sure, getting rid of both the Electro Claws, getting rid of the Bandits to stop the walls. That wasn't what was messing up their attacks. It was the Kiba barriers coming from Azami. I mean, those were really just putting a hindrance and such a slow attack because they didn't want to deal with the Electro walls. I mean, like I said, I am just so impressed at how this clubhouse came from Black Dragons and just how well this team played together.
Not only was Hornet,
Yeah,
you know, off the top here, it looked like OG Muzi. Like, this is high tier. This is what we've been craving to see for ages.
And to look at the round count and see a 7-2 victory for Black Dragons, but then you look at the opening kills and it doesn't really look that drastic, and that just paints the picture that constantly they were focused on trading, making sure that they were playing off of each other.
All right, what is next, chat? What do we got next?
Aggressively, and that was what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them playing together.
Loud
have confidence,
NIP.
and slowly they've been building it up. And
Possible. I don't even know if that's like
Black
upset,
Dragons
but that's gonna be a good game
had that edge
too.
on. We came into it thinking, nah, there's no chance FaZe chalk it up. Oh, Clubhouse, yeah, it's a difficult map to be able to take a team that you think you're better than to. But wow, that wasn't just Black Dragons winning a game. They absolutely dominated. It was a statement game, and it was perfect all the way through.
I'm just at a loss for words. Honestly, I'm so impressed by Black Dragons in this, and Hornet here at the top. Of course, has to have Grim as one of his top offs here, just to fit the name. That I mean, against FaZe pulling this sort of performance on Clubhouse of all maps, one that no team should be able to stand a chance against them, Gabe. This is something else.
He's already got that jujitsu stance right there, going for that face kick. I mean, that's exactly what he did when he ran through dirt that one round on basement and gets those 2 kills. I mean, Hornet really is stepping into his role on this Black Dragons roster and doing it phenomenally. I mean, I'm running out of breath here in terms of just how much we're talking about these guys and how revolutionized that clubhouse really looked in comparison to what we just recently saw from a previous clubhouse. I mean, it is truly impressive to see this roster really making their mark here. And again, when you make roster changes, it's a bit of a risk. You don't know if it's going to work. You don't know how long it's going to take. You don't know if it's going to be bad. But I mean, they took the risk. They got the players that they wanted. Hornet comes on.
Sorry, chat. I was trying to get working on a thumbnail already real quick for that. You should do some sub 10 mans. We know you love playing R6. Yeah. We'll see about that. We'll get them going up again at some point, but for the most part, going to be focused on a pro league for a little while.
It didn't look like Black Dragons was.
We got pro league like every day of the week except for Wednesdays, so there's a lot happening right now.
Well placed every single time that they would go for an execute. The Grim Bees had FaZe stuck. FaZe could not move. They were so scared constantly of the positions that were exposed. Black Dragons did a great job at denying the information.
Surely we don't get a third club in a row. Would you bet on that mine?
They went for an execute.
That's what I need to know. Like, would you bet that there's about to be a third club?
Quick matches, but my God, have they had a massive impact on the standings? And this is something that goes back to us.
Did he answer this question? Wait, did I miss a question? Hang on.
This game is going to have an impact.
Scrolling. Did I miss something?
FaZe taking their first L with
if I missed a question, go ahead and ask it again.
Earning all 3 points with a 5-round differential against FaZe. I mean, look at that. They're tied on points, but because they beat them in the head-to-head and in general just have better stats overall, Black Dragons are second place. W7M now first.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
When do we get an APAC stream? Maybe a finals. I don't know. Maybe a finals. Guys, my level of ball knowledge goes down. And then we get to APAC. You know? Like...
one of the harder opponents underneath your belt, taking the 3 points. Again, that is a very good.
What do I think the problem is with Shopify? It feels like they don't dominate some of these teams like they should be on paper. Wait, there's a problem with Shopify?
That's the one worry for me when it comes to Black Dragons is when push comes to shove and it comes to those serious matches. That's where we do see the pressure in the past affect Black Dragons. So they need to maintain this level of ferocity going through the final weeks. Make sure you get as high as possible.
I don't see a problem.
I want to see consistency at this point from them.
So speaking of consistency, NIP now currently
I don't see a problem at all. Guys, I think we have some very high... I think the problem is that we have some high expectations, to be honest. These guys just transferred out a player in Grixer. Shifted roles around completely. Rexon's playing a completely different role. Spoit's on a brand new team with a brand new system and a brand new IGL. And we're still seeing them put it like... Guys, at the end of the day, Siege is a hard game. It's a hard fucking game. A win is a fucking win. You guys think round count matters to a pro team? It doesn't. If they win and they get the points, that's all that matters. 7-2, 8-6, that's a win. 7-5, that's a win. Shouldn't we be more impressed that they're winning? They're still able to put away these teams. It doesn't matter. Like 7-5, who cares? They threw a couple of rounds on Cafe. Is what it is. I see no problem with Shopify. They're going to get better as the season goes on. And they're going to make EWC. The problem is, when it comes to international play, then we can start critiquing them. But as of right now, I don't see a single problem with them. Teams that they play, I don't think matters. If they would have lost to these teams, we can have a different conversation. But they're still able to put them away.
I won't spoil anything, I'll leave that to later on.
And I think we've only seen, I'm not going to pull it back up, but
fourth game of the day, Loud versus
we've only seen like 2 maps, 3 maps out of them.
Get ready in the lobby. Will you join us here on the desk? Hi, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Laxing and FaZe, and let's just dive right into it. First of all, when the wounded soldier.
Prime G2 would drop games to Sisu and ENX and then dominate the tournaments. I mean, yeah, we're talking domestic. Like, you don't actually want to
No, not at all. I mean, it's definitely been
go all out on some of these domestic tournaments. Also, there is a thing such called like playing down to the teams, right? You're going against, and G2 has mentioned this in the past, they're playing APAC teams at tournaments, and they will like purposely not play like their strats or anything good, right? They play down to them. They don't want to show anything because they think they can beat them as it is. And some people have it in their heads that they should just absolutely shit on 7-0 some of these teams. They play down them a little bit. They don't expect them to get a couple rounds. But the good thing is they turn it on and they still win. Like, they still get the dub. Now let's I think we have a Shopify versus a DZ match. See, that's the one we got to watch. That's coming up in like, I don't know, a couple weeks, I guess. I think that's like the second to last game. Like, let's wait. Let's save the judgment. All that matters to these teams is making top 6 and showing as little as possible, by the way, to make top 6. Because then all that matters is making top 4. Then you pull out stuff in the playoffs. Make top 4, boom. Then you qualify to EWC and you have that month or whatever, the couple weeks to redefine your system and your strats and all that. Ran the most cookie cutter layer I've ever seen. See, I believe it.
Especially on a defensive half, where that should be the one.
I believe it.
Do genuinely understand where you can move, where you can't move, where a player has covered, where an angle can be met by. So, I mean, for Loud, I think, you know, getting that name, getting that org within the scene does put a little bit of pressure, and obviously the success that they had and have created so far, to have it so early on, I think this is kind of the problem. This is kind of the reconciliation of finding early success and it now starting to bite you, and you're chasing after finding that success and what made you so good before, that it's actually more so doing negatives and paying dividends in terms of your overall performance.
Well, on the other side, it's NIP, and it's a team that in the past we would have talked
All right, I can't see predictions with this multi-chat thing. I gotta figure that part out. So I can't see what we're betting on. What are we thinking, chat?
An impossibility, and now after a slight tweak, the team has seemed.
What are we thinking here?
Rejuvenated here, Gabe.
Yeah,
NIP Loud have not looked good. NIP have actually kind of looked pretty good. Are we thinking this is just an NIP dub, or is Loud back?
Even just in their performance yesterday, sure, you could write off
like a super attacker side because DZ have been really good at punishing any oversteps with the defense, and SR attacks have been pretty clinical. Hey, that'd be a fun. See, attacker side of matches I think are fun to watch though. That could be good.
I mean, we've always known him to be this aggressive entry player. I mean, yesterday he went 3-0 and on entry. Same with Wizard. I mean, this team is firing on all cylinders, but on the same end of firing on all cylinders, what does worry me about this team, especially going into this matchup, is their attack stats. They are one of the weaker side of the attack.
Are you able to talk about what happened with Canadian DZ when he got dropped?
Where in comparison to their defense, they're winning defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm trying to give cliff notes because I feel like I've talked about this a ton.
13 rounds out of 18. For me, the biggest question for this team is if they can start finding more success on their attacks, using fantasy just to spearhead that opening, and then using the rest of the players to just dissect.
What are the cliff notes? Let's see.
That
there was it was a huge disagreement. You can kind of see it in the Liquid game. I'm not going to go too much into that, but there was a disagreement in the Liquid game that kind of caused people to want a shift in philosophy of how to play the game, wanted to go with Nafe, wanted to bring in more fragging power onto the team, didn't want to, so that kind of led to Troy being removed off the roster. More people trusted in Nafe's calling and wanted to go toward a more fast, aggressive play style. Felt like they fit with that more. That's pretty much all that went into it.
Fantasy is going to be devastating against a team like Loud. Loud really needs to tighten up and at least focus on the basics of fundamentally trading, not worrying about the stats too much. Because
What's up, Yargos?
is an aggressive team. We know that they're sitting nice, they're feeling hot, they have the energy. They're going to be going for those early aggressive gunfights. And if we see the same Loud that we saw yesterday, we saw week 1, Loud will get picked apart.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot stop the boom in a moment like this. You have to keep it going, and this kind of goes into what happened.
You got to get the
game
5 big booms.
You can actually surmount quite a few obstacles, and that's what we expect today out of Loud. If they want to recover, this is the perfect moment to try to do so. But on the other side, Black Dragons, they equally have to continue that role. Cannot stop at this point in time. Play that momentum as far as you can. Our map, though, for this series, which one will it be? Again, 9-map pool down to only 1. Gabe, can you take us through it, please?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Loud here, the pressure's more on your shoulders here. You need to start accumulating points, especially the
All right, where are we going, Loud?
Whereas for NIP, you really just want to find balance. And I think
we're going to Nighthaven Labs again. Oh my God, Loud.
That attacking half, for me, the bigger issue here with Loud is we aren't really seeing them to find their strength.
Oh my God, what is their map pool?
Even worse. So you're going to a map where defense statistically, you have to play.
What is their map pool?
They don't know what they're doing. Well, not necessarily they don't know what they're doing, but they don't know where each other are on the map. They don't know how they want to facilitate and working around a map. Whereas on the opposite side of NIP, their defense is really strong, where their attacks aren't so great. And like I said, the biggest thing for me is
boy, okay.
Utilize fantasy as much as possible here, but to get that entry.
I know we didn't see Labs in this game because Furia does not play that map, but
is very hard because it's so tight. So for
I hate when we let's see Loud. Didn't play Labs
coming out of NIP and
at reload.
To get that spearhead within there and then using fantasy to double back off of that.
And then obviously lost here, and then they were Raza Academy.
Absolutely dumpstered by Los on it. It was a 7.
And I think we 7-0 them when they were Raza.
They were dreadful. They were really bad. They had no understanding of how they wanted to approach the map.
Let's see what that score was.
Their biggest issue, and everybody on the team, it doesn't really seem like they are that comfortable on it. Because the only reason why it was so close was because Perez had to drop almost 20 kills. He had 18.
All right, 7-3. 7-3. We dumpstered them.
And on a map like Labs, it's not a one-person show. You have to take
and I was so happy when we went there because I did not think they were good at that map. Oh boy, I don't know.
It's only been 24 hours. I just don't have that much faith, especially against a hot NIP, that if you get them the 1v1s on these edges of the maps, over by Aqua Stairs, over by the IT wall, they're more likely going to win that, and then what is Loud going to do?
Yeah, I guess substantially more complicated there. And I would liken Nighthaven Labs a lot to Clubhouse, where it does test your fundamentals. You need to know how to rotate around the map. You need to work your heartbeat properly.
Basically another club. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, you know ball. You know ball. Labs, basically Clubhouse at this point. We have 3 clubhouses. We got Labs. We got Club. We got Lair. 3 maps that play pretty much the same. I don't hate it.
It is a more updated,
but
more up to date that allows more intricate operators and setups to be played compared to
3 kind of the same style of map.
NIP beat Black Dragons, yes, in OT, but they beat Black Dragons on club.
Los was floating yesterday. We saw how bad they played it. The thing is with Loud, I just think they're one of the easiest teams to counter strat. So it's like, if I don't know if NIP is a counter strat team, but if they are,
has been so far very Quake games. Quick
we'll see.
To what happened yesterday. Are we seeing a bit of a shift in that, maybe, Demo? You're blunt.
Again, I think for Loud, I think Fox kind of nailed it on the head. Going back here to a map where, yes, it may have been 7-4, but Perez, he was the one who was winning them really the only rounds that they did. And you
look at Fox's he's texting over there on the far right.
The exact same way as what he did yesterday, and we'll be fine.
He just finished. Just finished. Just put his phone down.
Freakishly consistent, which there's only a handful of those players in the world who can do that. Being able to drop another 18 bomb today is what he did yesterday. just don't see it plausible. It's not a way that you can go around and prep for this game.
All I'm gonna say to that is skill issue. Our game is ready to go. Loud versus NIB, please. Fluke, demo, take it away.
Will do, Milosh, as we go back into labs and we at least break our chain of clubhouses, but will we change the pace? Now, I talked about it once or twice, Demo, throughout this day, of how the big picture, the grand scheme is shaping up. If NIP win this 3-0, they will jump up to second place. Currently, they'll leapfrog both Black Dragons and FaZe Clan.
Wow.
But it means the divide at that point between 5th place and between 4th place.
Okay, Labs. Banning the Loud's going to take out the Cade and the Mira. It's going to make walls significantly easier to get on this map. So now we might see, we have been seeing a lot of Mav on this map, for example. Also, they could choose, if they wanted to just bring a Zoe. And they could just go to storage window and Zoe stun and open the wall for free because all hard breaches are up. We just saw a Monty and a Deimos off the board. So this is a little interesting. So we are going to be able to actually see some walls getting opened here. We could bring a Thermite, but we're choosing not to.
So far they haven't been able to, and
I think that's a little different that we're not bringing a Thermite, but Mav Ace might be enough, especially if this is a garden side take.
Such a good time on a different roster. You do wonder, really,
and now defensively, we still see those power-ups. We are seeing Clash get played, and we are seeing a Zombie get played, as you should, right? Until they're banned, those guys are power-ups. And then Melusi is also a very good operator, I think, on Labs. See a lot of teams stack. I think it's like specifically FaZe. You'll see FaZe just stack IT with 3 of them.
Like this, and the other looking in towards the connector and jungle. But here, Maverick able to start steadying away. Just puts a bit of phantom pressure hole in, and is going to let the Buck set up, get the wall open, and give them this route and attention across the top.
DZ seems to have adjusted way quicker to the roster changes than a lot of other NA teams. How much of a fact do you think their chemistry is playing and will play in matchups against top teams? Well, right now, I mean, if we're talking international, this NA, they already are looking like the best team. And chemistry-wise, they have a team house. They're able to kind of all bond. I think that's a big plus for DZ as well. I think those guys are like golfing together as well. So they're just hanging out all the time. But I think they just have a really good grasp on the meta. As opposed to chemistry, I think it's just meta-wise, they got a lot of people in the right spots, good position, or like good people in the right roles. Spirit's playing the meta really well. Nafe is actually a good IGL, just needs the right pieces. I think people are kind of seeing that now. But we need to see him internationally. We saw, like, Reload was good. Reload was actually a good performance from them. Just, you can call it the Mickey Mouse format kind of cost them a bit, but we'll see him at a actual major. I think this new look DZ looks really good. Okay, so we're not seeing that garden take. We're actually seeing a rafter take, which, okay, makes sense. Mav takes the place of Thermite, opening up the wall. Ace to open the rafter wall. Now you have underneath. Usually this is always ended with a water side finish, which we are seeing 2 players go to the water door. And then you should see that Buck walk up lower water here and pinch out. And that player that's in the water hallway is stuck because rafter wall is open. And there should be a guy in the rafter door holding his run back. So if this guy runs back, looks like he actually got out of there. Seems a little bit of a mistake. That's okay. Now they just have to clear this guy. Pino with the flank. This is a usual counter. Whoever the pillar player is will just drop hatch and walk up the water stairs here. Loud should have known that. Didn't. Stalled out. Solid defense.
From any of the probes that Loud
I feel like Loud was just not in a couple of the right spots there. Like, they should have been able to kill that smoke. Because they weren't able to kill the smoke as he fell back, then they had to waste so much time clearing him out of the death spot. And that bought so much time for the Melusi to flank.
can come in and root them out, get some kills, but NIP just gave them nothing. Nothing at all. And it almost got
Also, that was the first chat message from YouTube, so big dub to the multi-stream on YouTube.
What do we do now? You know, they were hoping to find a pick, and then that would open up the bomb.
I might have to do something, since I am multi-streaming, I might have to do something where, I think like FET streams, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but put like chat up on the screen somewhere, maybe like the top right.
They were really relying on players getting these picks, but if they don't come, you need to have a plan B. And I think this was another thing I mentioned yesterday is Loud are a team where if plan A doesn't work, plan B doesn't exist. That's the issue that they have.
Yep. 5 seconds left before yep, entirely true. And it sort of brings up the comments that I was making at the start of this. Is Loud's struggles based on how well the...
Am I crazy to think that this new Clash meta might swing to favorite teams that embrace it? Reminds me of the Line Finka meta. New Clash has similar spot. Those that don't play it and learn to use it are doomed. I don't know if they're doomed, but I do think... I do think that the power of Clash is just the fact that if you get really good with it and really annoying with it, and then they have to ban it, it's going to allow you to have some other things up. So like look at NIP right now. They don't have Cade or Mira, so they should be, in my eyes, abusing Clash. Right? And then maybe one of these games, someone's going to ban the Cade Clash, and now you have Mira up, and we just saw that in another game, how annoying Mira is on the outside walls, and how combined with the zombie, how good those operators are. So using it to kind of free up some other bans is what I think should be done. And maybe we will see that board towards the major.
Oh dear, Loud.
Furia plays today? Yeah, Furia plays next.
Again, this is where I worry. If they don't get that opening pick and the plan A doesn't go off to a hitch, what can they really do? And another thing as well that this team's always struggled with is trading back kills. Yeah, you never see them. Really, one person dies and an immediate trade comes in 2 seconds later. That doesn't happen.
Just finished asking the question. Wait, you commissioned on the YouTube chat? Could you? Okay. All right, that was... Oh, man, I love chat. That's the best part of streaming. Oh, God. Yeah, what's that to buy R4C Glacier? Is that how much it costs? Jesus.
There's two.
Oh, man.
Stepped off and stepped on. In that order.
I just sold mine, Kai. I just sold mine for what? 100,000 credits? How much is 100,000 credits, guys? How much money could I have gotten from that one skin?
About it yesterday, where we said they're a team that often likes to set up and push and set up and push. And here, the way their defenses are being tested is it's still so by the book. They're not doing anything. Okay.
I don't know if they are.
Tested in some regards, but not out of the threat. You'd look at the data on the graph and you'd be like, all of this is in line with what we thought would happen. It's not a surprise. In the first round, they pulled back, they manipulated the space.
Like 1K?
They were still always safe. And that is one
Damn.
of those things that takes a lot
I should have just...
of knowing, right, where they're
It's all good. It's all good. New esports skin's about to come out. You guys are going to see me buy all of them on stream. I'm going to be flexing that money. Just buy that, buy this.
Shame on you. Fool me twice.
How we doing, Ali? How's the fam doing?
But 2 false starts.
Ali, we're also live on the YouTube today, and it's looking good. It's looking
It could be another quick game for us today,
like no buffering or anything over there. This might be the future. VOD's now able to be on YouTube.
And again, the main issues that we generally see that the defense struggled with in this bomb site is just the fact that you can jump in the window and have a blind spot that you can plan in. That's always the thing that the defenders have to go up against. So hopefully for
When did the new pro skins come out? Yeah, they won't announce it, unfortunately.
And again, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Paris had a pretty big
Considered strats that you can flex into based on operator bans. Yeah, I mean, basically like you said, like Furia did. But there's some other combinations that I think you can do. I think IQ is another ban that you could ban third that teams don't expect, because there's nothing replaces an IQ. Sure, a Dokkaebi, right? You can kill and hack cams, but you can get rid of an IQ and a ban like abuse like you know, crazy intel and different stuff like that. But I think that stuff is going to be saved for playoffs and in the major. And I think teams are going to come up with some really cool ideas that I'm very excited to see. But it's like niche stuff that is going to be practiced for, like, again, like key situations, a playoff game, the major.
They'll be able to grow into it. They've got themselves obviously the potential control of the
during these group games, we're just going to see kind of default stuff.
And the rotates and the loose players have been a bit of a threat before, but as that all gets reinforced, they'll be able to step their way in. And two Selmas utilized to sort of force the player into an uncomfortable situation. Obviously, Wizard still has a bit to play with here.
You do the double vert ban and then ban IQ. Yeah, exactly. And then you just play the C4s from under kind of strats, those niche kind of strats.
We sort of remember where the site is, where the plant is. They have to not lose their lives here as they do step back.
Loud loves the roar here. So that allows him to walk into storage and just actually challenge everything top floor, not having to worry about the Raptor player there. Although you would have to worry about the Raptor player if he was playing a zombie impacts, but he's not. All right. So now this completely clears storage. This is really good roar usage here. This guy's by window, which they don't know. Oh, he's pissed. He's like, cons. Live, where are we at? No way, he gets 2. Oh. All right, now he's going to go down here. Surely. Surely. All right, he's able to clear out storage completely for free. Can't be challenged. Again, good roar usage. Now bomb can just go down and they can't even retake storage because it's shut. Hang on, he'll retake storage. Now, what is that guy doing?
And now they're concerned about a player underneath them. The support is going to come around. They've realized they've got to focus this. They've got the vertical. They've got this long watch. They're going to try and drive on the single fight, and they lose it. Perez gets one. And up
all right, this round should be wraps.
Solo health gets it. Don't have a Kiba. Going to play with the first ping. The buck pulls back. STK.
He's gonna bait at least one more time. Yep. Oh, Fantasy almost hits the shot, but that's a good attack.
Buck gets the end of it, but a 1-versus-1 showdown.
Next up, TikTok stream and YouTube short stream. I don't think so. I don't think the PC can handle it. Wondering about the tempo of an attack. As a hopeful IGL, how do I know when what I'm seeing is a gap and how important to keeping up the pace of the game? It's just not being afraid to mix up your tempo, I think. When you see a gap, it's just, is it something worth derailing our attack? Like, is our normal attack plan going to work? That's how I like to think of it. Is our normal attack plan going to work, or do we need to start seeing gaps? And if you see a gap, I'm cool with players taking it. I want everyone to have confidence. And then you change your plan based on that.
Big questions being asked, but still able to get it over the line. They win that round, but I don't think
if I had to make an operator for Siege. Guys, I'm making another shield. Don't ask me that. I'm about to make another shield.
I mean, if you lose that site, it's an instant timeout, right? There's no two ways about it. In that manner as well.
And a kick stream? Is kick still a thing? No way. Guys, I'm about to be streaming on MySpace in a second. Tune in. OnlyFans stream.
2-1 here. Now, Loud, as you said at the time, Plan A failed. They tried to move on to a Plan B that they were
reverse castle strat. I miss those castle strats. You guys remember old consulate in lobby? There was that closet that just like the only thing in that closet was a hatch. What a weird design, by the way. Why was there just a door with a hatch? I remember Hyper's favorite strat ever was we would go castle. And we would castle the door from the outside so, like, it didn't look like anyone would be in there. And then he would hide on that hatch. And lobby was a hard site to defend, but people would just, like, walk in the front door and plant close left after they cleared, like, vert or whatever. And then he would just have it prepped and bust out of that thing and shoot the guy and then drop down the hatch. Genius strat, by the way. Hyper was a god.
Last time it was just a time management thing, Fluke. It was just that they weren't quick enough, and NIP gave them no picks at all, which just didn't...
Kick pays better than Twitch. Oh, it does if you're like under a contract. But the good thing with Twitch is like you're not under a contract and you can multi-stream. And multi-streaming is kind of where it's at. If your PC can handle it.
Quite difficult if you don't have the information which they didn't have on the defenders. Bravo, doing good work at just being able to move over and get plenty of utility. 2 Banshees will be hacked, and again for NIP, just sitting tight in the bomb site.
They're just waiting for the buck to go under, which he does go under every single time. Looks like the exact same strats when we played these guys in Boston, and we ended up banning out the buck operator to make his life a lot harder.
Opportunities to creep up and try and find an easy pick onto an unsuspecting NIP player.
But we are seeing him on the guarded side here. So they're switching their take. This is why I say this map is like Clubhouse.
They're hoping that...
Because you either do that first take that they did, you open IT, you open Rafter Wall with an ace, you hit water with like 3 players and you try to pinch them out, or you go this way, which is what I call like a guard inside or a split side take. Buck just got absolutely destroyed under. This is exactly how to play the defense in my opinion. Do not let that buck under you. Make a bunch of holes and challenge the buck. Because I think looking down on a buck is defender-sided. Truly believe that is defender-sided. Unless you let him surprise you. Good retake into the rafters. Fantasy. Wow, I'm getting flashbacks here from Fantasy. That is a really good defense.
Clash is still up as well. And it was just an execution on the door of Electric.
So Loud attempting to try and hit NIP from all different angles. You know, you had IT, you had Garage being pressured, obviously over towards Electric.
Thinking, why doesn't Usoft do community maps that devs can make it better? Oh, that'd be a good idea. I'm a fan of all those things. If you guys played Halo 3, which I'm sure all of you did, because best game ever made. But that game, way back in the day, first off, way ahead of its time. It came with replay mode or theater mode, which how long did it take Siege to get theater mode, right? It launched with theater mode and Forge. And Forge was game-changing for competitive. People able to make maps, competitive maps and stuff like that. Like just being able to give the community the tools is insane. Like, it doesn't mean we have to use them, but like, give them the tools, see what can be made. You can also make really fun, like, custom games, right? Maybe that's a different side of the community, some casual custom games or something. Right now, our custom games are like, what? Hide and seek?
And obviously for Loud again, falling into that same issue where they're relying on one player to get a kill to open up the bomb site, but if they don't get that, nothing's going to be built off that.
What's up, Brian?
3-1 NIP now, and they've started to put this.
Yeah, YouTube's tripping me out because it uses real names
as well. Last time they were here, so
instead of usernames.
Go moment, getting that early kill, looser on the map itself, pulling out on the roam game, and then just stepping back in. It's something that they can build in. Now, though, with Loud needing to try and just find an encircle. On a first loose fight, they're cutting off the rotate here. The attention paid on towards the kitchen.
This is my real name? Okay, John, I knew that was you. I know your username in Twitch is the same. But for other people, you know?
They have the player above. They've kept themselves NIP here in a very decent network of connection between each of the players, and it's giving Loud
lower take. Is this just a, again, here's Clubhouse. This is just that kitchen half take that we see. You got a shield, the ram upstairs in meeting. There's one ram drone that will clear all the main spots in kitchen that you can be. They open up the lobby wall. They use that shield to push them out. Now they have this half side of the map. Now they get to kind of pick if they want to go for a half clear or a full clear. I like the W7 and full clear version, and I'm a big hater of this half clear version because I think it's a gamble. And you'll see what I mean in a second. But STK with hard breach should just go and open the. He'll be playing outside the main double site breach.
be a little bit.
But now the mini game here is NIP just has to hold on to storage control. If they hold on to storage control, there's top down that will stop the default plant. So now it's just going like they have to clear this spot out.
That's it, right? As I said, they had the hole. They were trying to probe a loose angle. And
So usually teams will start walking down vending and then maybe send like a one or two people to go kill the storage player. I actually like this from Loud. They committed almost the entire team to go clear storage. Now they're going to work their way back to vending.
They've got the smoke canisters, Legion. They've got everything to slow down. Something really slow.
However, the problem with that is, yeah, time-wise, Loud's looking at 30 seconds left already.
I don't know how Loud are gonna make it through this. I really don't.
Is there a Goyle fire in the default plan? Because if there is, it's wraps.
They've got to do it sooner rather than later. You can see that they're still trying to step it on this vertical fight as well.
Yeah, STK made it through. Lost the shield. There is a Goyle fire. I don't know when it's going to go away. Okay, right now he's got 10 seconds left. 3v2.
Retaken their vertical, and then there's Perez getting
Oh, man. If this guy could have got a smoke off. Wow! He almost made it. Oh, my God. That was way too scary of an execute from Loud.
Oh, very, very close. I mean, a bright idea, just you have to go for it, don't you? If the guy kills you on the vertical, he kills you, but on the off chance he misses, you could be in for a big jackpot. Yeah, the issue was the smoke wasn't in a position to use this last smoke grenade. He still had one left.
Yeah, if he was able to get that smoke off somehow, that was it. That was over.
Grenade landed on that default plant position, the Loud would have been out of time. So I just think a missed position there from the smoke. But still for Loud had everything covered. I think that the pressure from the hatch, holding the player as he tried to swing in towards Exo, that was good. Again, maybe the guy on the other vertical could maybe be questioned the fact that that guy's ran straight across, but still, the fuser goes down. That's the main thing that matters for Loud.
Okay, Loud. They are able to.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
That isn't what people will remember. They'll look at the top of the scoreboard and go, "It's 2-3." Really couldn't have been a couple of rounds ago. So there's still work to be done, but they've guaranteed themselves 2 attacks. I think for them, that's the bar, right, Demo?
Well, in terms of how they did yesterday, they also were able to take 2 attacks. So it's, I suppose, consistency, but I think for Loud they probably would want more.
Storage.
It started off with Lost taking a 4-2 half on their attacks, and then Loud they took 2.
Loud had that cool roar take on this last time. Now it looks like they want to go for more of a full clear. They have the Ram. Nomad probably for the flanks. Able to just thermite open the wall though. Please, they don't have anything for this Mew Jammer.
Start with the pressure above, as it was done before. They seem almost immediately trying to match it, but
don't have to, because you can go above it. Like Clubhouse, they got all those Banshees in IT.
Immediately get the follow-up. Obviously, they don't want to go back down to tank and assembly. Instead, onto storage and control, onto a site that did come down to a 1 versus 1. And
early play on the rafter window. Got to take this goo out.
Doesn't want to get swung on before it happens, but nobody's trying to get in there immediately. They're not a million miles away, but that was a good steal of that top floor vertical there.
Yeah.
Wizard's in an interesting spot here, but I think he knows.
Will now come up against a Wizard who was just in behind the monitors, but now location will be known with that drone at his feet. There's a Blackbeard, needs to be careful. Don't want to engage that.
He's got 2 nades to get him out of back there.
Really is, and again that scar hits pretty darn strong.
Here we go. Nade, hold. Wait, that nade didn't bounce off the back wall? Oh my god. Missed the nades there. That should have been a free kill. There's that angle for the rafter take that I was talking about. Into deep water. Now they have top floor and Ram. It's not looking good here for Nip. Should be at 3-3 half. We are seeing the Goyle flank. Gets 1. I think Khan's got to go upstairs as well.
Now Cons all alone. They drop their way down. They can just try and go plant on towards the default side. The Blackbeard survives. Lucky 2, but unlucky for NIP, and that's an even half demo.
Yeah, improvements better than yesterday. That's one thing you can.
Who is your
definitely say about
favorite
Loud.
player? Like innovative, you were pre-speaking on Hyper. Favorite? Are you talking like favorite player to team with? Probably hot and cold. Actually no, fuck that guy. Least favorite player? I don't think I could say that on stream though. I'm pretty blunt and honest. On my stream, I don't mind answering any questions, but I don't know if I just want to just start throwing people under the bus. But there's a couple.
So now we see the side switch. In terms of the bans that Loud went for, they went for a triple shield ban up against Lost yesterday. And we only just see the one shield, so it's going to be a Monty and a Deimos makes...
Oh, wait, yeah, hang on, let me record that, Ali. You're right. Who's my least favorite player to work with? Probably Bolo. That guy had such a fucking ego, and he just kept his YouTube Studio app open and would just check his bank account constantly. No work ethic. Fuck that guy. All right, send that clip to him. Thanks. Use the bathroom real fast.
Through like cheese. It's just a comfort removal here. Now Loud get themselves that even level. They did look better and better and better as well. Obviously, they doubled down success on that tertiary site, but they also took it so much cleaner, so much calmer. I sort of said it before the action came together, was instead of them being individually poking and prodding at different angles, there was all four of them above, making sure they got the job done, making sure they were playing against NIP's game of refusing to sort of stand down, and it netted them success, and then they started going towards the site. So that energy, that momentum, squarely and firmly in Loud's favor right now.
Oh, Shields. Oh, having a bit of issues there. Fantasy almost gets taken out. But can't say same for Wizardo. He will be taken out, and that's the Grim gone. A good operator to get off the board early for Loud, of course. NIP still yet to get the walls open. Haven't made an attempt at it as of yet. And don't forget, they maybe are worried about potential bandit trick, because that an operator was not banned. So I think they're just waiting until they get the drone work done. And yeah, no bandit there. They can go for it. No issues whatsoever for them. And oh, almost a nice little kill from Daffo. And oh, Perez with the aggression will swing onto that opening and pick off that player on the upside down rappel. NIP, a tragic opening for this round.
I mean, they just kind of said...
Bolo's smile is just so fake and condescending.
They've been able to get the kills outside. I said before they had the momentum, and here they're just sort of reaffirming it.
I bet he says good night in ranked. I bet he does. I bet he tucks everybody in.
Uncomfortable. The more we can sort of believe that. I said it before, NIP often a great setup and take...
All right, what we see ban-wise? Here we go. We saw the Cade Clash.
Not giving them the option to set up. There's three...
So I almost feel like we're kind of trolling here, not running...
I lied. It's a 2 versus 5.
Wait, are we seeing the same attack bans too? Monty, Deimos. I feel like we're not seeing Mira here is interesting. To give him a little bit of problems.
I mean, at this point, it's just picking up the hope they don't get flawless. Well, there's one.
But ends up working out for Loud, I guess. Brought a zombie, brought some traps. Again, Malusi. This might be one of Malusi's best maps.
Now end up leading. It's something we really haven't
See a lot of Malusi on this map.
Over the past 2 play days as them being in a commanding position, but certainly this is an occasion where they are, and NIP now on the back foot of things as
I bet he spends time with his baby. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he know that he wants to spend as much time with his family and baby as possible? That he didn't try to sacrifice his time and he retired on DZ. How dare he? Talk about the mama mentality, taking players to the highest level. Aside from no work ethic, is there a character trait that's a red flag for a pro prospect? There's a lot that kind of there's honestly a lot that goes into it for top T1 levels. teams.
To see for the roster,
I mean, obviously work ethic is one of them,
it can't just be
right? Being able to get on the schedule. I mean, back when DZ, we used to work out every day as a team
hugely ahead. But both
before SSG. There was a time where we had a trainer.
right, SDK 9-3.
So like you had to be able to wake up early. That was the thing. But it even goes as far as like the people you surround yourself with. Do you have the right support system for you in place, right? To take on how taxing and grueling being a pro player is.
Swings, you're fully looking at a setup that is saying, yeah, we're winning the gunfights. Let's let them swing into
But yeah, I mean, mental is probably the biggest thing that can kind of separate someone that's just like good at being pro versus like someone that actually wants to be a cleaner.
Across from the kitchen side. They got there in the end, but how much will they sort of give them here as NIP hates is eyeing up the top floor from the other side? Will they go for a pinch on a player?
You guys ever hear that saying, coffee's for closers?
Live, and that does maybe cut off some of the rotation hope.
Like that's what it takes. Coffee's only for closers.
Loud. We're gonna have to be forced back almost to sight. But if they do want to try their hand at a flank, and that's exactly what SDK is going to go for.
How did the call with the dog training go? Well, I got out of it after like 40 minutes, but that thing was still going on for another 30 minutes. I'll find out more later. I was like, I can't. The person was so talkative. I had to walk away.
Kicking around in towards cargo. Afterwards, since then left the lounge, and just looking a little bit messy from NIP. It doesn't look as though they have really any idea about where these defenders are at the moment.
I think that's it, right? Although they've been able to get rid of the first two, they've still got to try and get the kit to land. There's still one not too far away. And if they don't overextend on towards where Dafo's position is...
All right, so we are seeing Dafo still in storage, which is all he needs to stop the default plants. He is just worrying about the ram from above, but we don't see anyone actually playing it. 3v3. Wizard's going to go to the breach here. Ooh, so it's gonna come down to this 1v1. If he can kill Dafo, they can win this round. But he doesn't. This should definitely be a loud round now. Cons is gonna do nothing walking down here, and Wizard's gonna do nothing outside the breach. They gotta go for some kind of push through at this point.
Trying to truck his way on in, using that shield, has to play gun up, of course, because he's.
It's just gonna come down to just pure gunfights. Yep. All came down to that 1v1. And Val, thank you so much for the brand new sub and welcome to the candy jar. That's a big W sub in the chat.
I think probably information is what let them down there. They just had no idea where those roamers were.
I think it's entirely that, right? The NIP were a bit lost as to where routes were. They were checking things a bit late as well. As I said, you know that position is going to get checked out, and they had the pings on the player. They seem to have unawareness, and then it just turned into a 1 versus.
NIP was looking much more impressive on attack, or on defense rather. Hopefully they can kind of turn this around on attack. We can see a game on our hands here.
Is it that they don't have the information? Is it that they
still no Mira for the storage site? Just running a bandit. Will we see NIP counter at all with the Mav? Okay, we do see Wizard go to the Mav. You could say you can either bring the Mav or you could just bring the Zoe and just go storage window. So they did get the info. They found there's a bandit. They're going to bring the Mav. And they got the Ash to open the wall afterwards.
Potentially, I don't think they would catch NIP, but suddenly everybody is within.
But this Valk to me is pretty key. They have nothing to counter the Valk. No IQ, no Dokkaebi. Are we going to see more of a Peel setup? Is Loud going to give up top floor after a little bit? Will we see some C4s hit?
Is that maybe lacking? I was going to say together, does that make a panic, Monty?
No. What happens is you bring all 4 shields and then you make the Megazord.
That's been the games today? That has been the games today, Ali. We saw your boys lose to FaZe, and then we saw FaZe get absolutely destroyed.
Don't forget, I am a shield main, so I'm a little bit biased in that regard.
Shield.
Honestly, that back in the day, remember Young from Evil Geniuses? Serious tech that guy used to have in that.
The classic 5 shield shuffle.
Oh, it's great.
Now, a C4 might be trying to sliver its way out, but they were ready to shoot it.
These guys don't look well practiced at Mav. This is how I normally see Mav going, compared to when we saw Loud run it, and that was open instantly.
Wizard is,
oh my god, this guy is shaking. This guy is shaking on the wall.
Yeah, Wizard is the one who's
And like, it took a minute and 20.
just playing a game of like, there's a lot of
I won't even say that. Minute 30. Once we see the Ash charge go out.
fine. And Wizard's like, will I? Looks like they might want to go for something a bit quick.
And the Mav is down because he was playing probably from the rafter door.
I don't know. Don't know what happened there.
Oh, unless he.
So Ash charge out now. So I want to say eye to heat wall. It took a minute and 45 seconds, roughly, to actually open. Now they're figuring out, hey, we got to speed it up. Oh, guess what? Top floor is butt naked.
Sweeping that top floor, no problems at all. So they've secured that side of the map. So they know that they have access where they can.
Where are these Valkyms at?
Storage now, if they want to. Again, that window is great for shields just jumping in and attempting that plan. And it's the Blitz who has the diffuser, but look at where the shields are going. They're going to contest the players over towards Cargo, it looks like.
Well, Hates does find the first on Basetto, and that Legion gone. But with 30 seconds left,
Legion caught probably from top down there.
Pulling further and further back. Now they're soft above and below the site, so it's not entirely confident to have it. And there's the below, proving that there's problems. And there goes the Blackbeard.
It really doesn't look like they know what they want to do here at the end. They're just kind of all running in. Took garage control, shield going down. There's that C4 from below. Yeah, they didn't really problem solve the C4 from below there. Bomb going down again. Here comes another C4 out.
That C4, is that going to be too late? You've got to do something with it. It's a post plant.
It is late,
Player does go down. It's traded out.
but it does kill him. Wizard is 1 HP. Just sync a retake together here.
Situation has the timer on his side. Doesn't want to back out at this moment in time, expecting a swing either side. So, seeing that door is castled, he gets himself a little bit further away, a bit more space.
He's playing this pretty good here.
Now, one of them will watch and one of them will diffuse. How wide of an angle can you get? That is too wide. Good. And Loud. Push themselves.
They were just baiting planner there. He could go and kill the bomb planner, but the other guy would have killed him no matter what.
I thought from Loud, the way that they almost they took a breath, didn't they? For about 10 seconds, they're like, right, what do we want to do? Look where he's planted. We know where he is. That door's castled. That was the key thing, was that door being blocked off. Was it limited the Maverick to only swing from the window. Yeah, at that stage, it would be a lot more trickier, of course, for Loud, because it's which way is he going to go? It's almost a 50-50 at that stage. Does he go to the door? Does he go for the window? With that being castled, it gives you that gunfight. One guy
seeing the Azami ban. Will we now see the Mira?
Really impressed with the way Loud played that 1v2.
Nip timeout. Nip. NIP looked much more impressive on defense, but attacks so far almost seems like they don't know what they're doing.
If you know that teams are looking to play from below as well, there's only a few limited places that you can actually plan in. I'm actually surprised that the C4 even reached the Blitz. But maybe
I wouldn't even say it's that impressive from Loud's defenses.
Don't forget that Blitz was maybe on 20 HP.
Because I think it is still a little questionable that we're not running Mira.
Just a little bit of a scrape, and that would have been enough to take him out, which I think is what happened there.
Well, the tag timeout will...
Look at these timeouts coming out at match point, where your team now has to play perfect siege for 3 rounds straight.
But they're off that board, and at this point, NIP, they have to...
Ooh, look at that Valkyrie. Look at that Valkyrie. He's not running the team background.
Once again, they have 3 opportunities potentially on this side, if they want them. Eventually, they'll have every single site as an option. Here, the Blitz is on the board for now. Will they try and manipulate something on the back of it? It's otherwise a fairly standard approach.
NIP just cannot buy an attack at the moment. couldn't even win the third bomb site, which I suppose that's kind of the difference, though, isn't it? Loud were a team that were exceptional at attacking that third bomb site. They won it twice, whereas NIP can't even, win it once. I think that's really what it comes down to, isn't it? At the moment, is on those attacks. Loud were able to do enough.
Do I answer Twitter or Discord DMs? I have some questions. Best way to ask questions to me is in the Discord, in the question channel. I don't really answer DMs as much. I just get a bunch of DMs, and then I don't like playing favorites for who people I answer because a lot of it is the same questions over and over again. But yeah, unless it's like an actual personal question or like a offer or something of some point, then obviously my business email.
For NIP, and where we've seen other big teams' paces fall, it's not that they've been entirely out in the wash in the reads. They're getting themselves planted. They're getting themselves close. They could have been obviously staving off map point here on the back of that clutch. There was other rounds that came down to narrow margins. Instead,
where do I apply for the sub wars? Ghosty got you with the link. Again, we need 2 people to sign up. 1 for B, 1 for Dream, please. Last minute submissions. You might get to play.
Perez feeling confident. Looking to swing on to that electrical window. Will destroy the air jab. Don't forget, there's also a frost mat on that window as well. So
is he able to get under that air jab?
Immediately look down and take that out. Mostly for the shields. Don't know if you're aware of this, Fluke. Previously, as a blitz, you could jump in a window.
You need 2 more people? Well, I reached out. I said it this morning, but I reached out to everybody, and 2 people have not answered me. So I'm looking for 2 more. And honestly, on the application sheet, I need 2 more people that technically haven't signed up yet, because I'm looking for 2 people in a certain rank range that doesn't exist on the forum yet.
2 versus 2. They can try and get a pinch on this fight. They pull themselves back. They're inside the site and pressuring alongside. It's just Pino now.
Pino to 1v2 to save their lives.
They are pulling further back. Pino.
Wow, he didn't even get 1 there? Well, GG's Loud. They're back. They're back. Let's look at the standings. What does that put him at? That puts him at 5. Much needed points. Especially when they have, like, Furia coming up. The Loud boys. The Loud goats, yes.
I mean, that last round just felt like a lash out. You had the
bum,
timeout,
bum, bum.
They just ran at them, and they thought, oh, we'll just kill them all. No. Loud.
He didn't tell me he needed 2 more people. I just figured that out this morning, Ali. I had like 30 minutes while setting up the multi-stream, and I'm like, okay, people aren't responding also. I need to get this moving. That's why. It was a gut call this morning, and you weren't supposed to be here.
It's about how you finish.
Well, more unexpected results as things tick on, so let's see what the desk has to say about it.
Thank you.
We're all getting pretty giddy at this point with just how
Let's see.
much these games have been having an impact on SAL. Only, well, the 4 games of today just having such a big impact on it all. And I have to say, it seemed like Loud have finally found their stride. They're going up against a maybe monotone NIP in this game, and they're just bringing it back, Gabe.
Did we get some new signups?
I think they found the building blocks
we
that
did.
they needed to work upon. Fox already had touched up on it. They weren't really working together previous game. Now you actually find them rotating to one another, being willing to be able to trade one another, which I think was the biggest difference maker for them, more so than anything. And then for the sides of NIP, this is typical NIP fashion. This is what I worry about teams that only have an aggressive playstyle. When you're met by a team that is then countering you or waiting for you to make that mistake, you don't have any resolve in your play.
In the future, do you look to come back to play as a professional coach? I heard 100 Thieves trying to acquire a team. That'd be awesome to see you there. No. My T1 days are over. 100 Thieves technically could have signed us on Unwanted. We did talk to them. Well, we were going to talk to them, but they ended up kind of just ghosting us. Left us on our own once I think they figured out they weren't going to be into the Ubisoft program or whatever.
Obviously,
But they are floating around.
the diffuser plant and
Obviously looking for a top team. It would be cool to see him.
played better today, but the entry stats were
The only reason I didn't post the command alley is it was a question on YouTube.
That was the strength from
And I don't think we have the commands over there.
see throughout the whole game. But Loud was always focused, even though they were man down, they would constantly go for that objective. They were losing somebody, but they were focused losing somebody for an objective, to get the diffuser down. And once the diffuser's down, I mean, at that point, it's just about the post plan. That's the easy part. So again, yeah, opening kills wasn't great. Definitely a better step as the Loud that we saw at reload.
I don't think YouTube has commands. Yeah, YouTube's... Here's the thing. Here's like the pros and cons that I've kind of figured out from YouTube and Twitch. It's like Twitch, superior chatting. Like I can't even, like, it's just 100% the chatting feature was way better on Twitch. The interactiveness way better on Twitch. Like, we got emotes and everything. Like, it's sick over here. But on YouTube, no ads. No ads. Or at least a lot less ads. I don't know if there is ads over there.
From Loud, congratulations on the win today. Honestly, big question.
But a lot less.
To anyone? Oh, I'm listening right now. Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Wonderful, Perez. Perez, thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations on the win. Before we talk about today, I want to ask you, what happened over the past couple
The VOD system is nice. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest pro for me is now I don't have to figure out how to upload.
Not so good.
Upload everything back. It's
pressure on us, not because of
they just automatically upload now.
anything other than us. We just want to win so much that sometimes that was not too good. And yesterday we had a talk to like play more. How can I say in English? Just play like lighter. Yeah, like just go. Like.
Don't overthink things.
Put your aim. Yeah, just play. Just kill the other enemies, and it worked.
Well, I was talking about this, and you kind of already spoke on it. I found that the success
Stream to YouTube to record VODs for scrims. Yeah, exactly.
make all those transitions.
It's just so the VOD system's up. So like if anyone wants to watch, like I don't know if I'm going to do it for every stream yet, but I'm at least going to do it.
I've been trying to chase that success.
Whoa, what is that?
The question here is that you guys took a step back. You wanted to focus. Okay, let's just play our game. Let's play together. And I think that was really the biggest difference.
Whoa, was that because I was on multi-chat? I just had a mod alert come up. That was insane.
Exactly.
I've never seen that on my thing before. Ali, that was just like a red glowing box on my screen. All right, heard. I saw. I will pay out.
You had an amazing performance. You had 18 kills. But going into today, you had an equally as great performance. But is that something as an individual player that you think about? Oh, I had 18 kills yesterday, but we still lost. Do I still
What kind of question is that?
Performance. What do you think about in that moment?
That question is something I think old OXG and Elevate would be thinking about, because Lax was a guy that would always retweet his. He would always retweet his stats even if they lost the match. He's like, yeah, I got mine.
And then this week I was like, we lost yesterday, but I was just like lighter. Like I don't have some pressure on me because I was like.
I didn't hear the question. The question was, does he think he has to drop 18 like to win the match? Like he dropped 18 and lost yesterday. Does he coming into this match basically have no confidence in his team and that he has to drop 18 again to have a chance or more?
With just talking about the pressure.
That's a crazy question.
Getting the name of Loud underneath you guys, do you feel that does apply pressure to you guys so far of just trying to be perfect?
I mean. Of course, there's a little bit more pressure.
Was he an L player? I mean, he was a stats player for sure. Flax was definitely a stats player.
I think it was just because of us. Like we want to win like the perfect way. Like we have to win, not that we want to win. It's kind of different. So I think that is the main difference.
Absolutely.
Fair enough. Perez, thank you very much for joining us on here.
Thank you, guys.
Last bit, I mean, you guys get to play FaZe Clan next week. What do you think about that game? What do you have to say to FaZe?
Against FaZe, it's always a good match. When we were on E1, on Raza Company too, so it's going to be a good match. I don't know who's going to win, but it's going to be a fun and really good match. That's for sure.
Then I'm very much hoping for it. Perez, thank you again for joining us. That is
Nah, we wanted them to say they're gonna shit on FaZe. Come on, where's that confidence? I'm about to shit on them.
Just as today, but next
Do you like the direction the cosmetics are going for Siege? Me personally, I love the new anime skins, but I know some people are complaining. I personally am a fan. I'm a fan. Guys, look at all the coolest CSGO skins. Look at all the coolest Valorant skins. I mean, come on. Why do we not want that? Give us some cool shit. I don't care. The game's not realistic. The game's not realistic. We don't need some realistic fucking camouflage. Like, give us some cool shit at this point. Let people drop their money if they want. I'd go, yeah, I love the Ubisoft marketplace. I love that we're able to fucking sell skins to each other.
It was just bread and butter. NIP looked very sloppy. One thing that Perez said that highlighted to me was the fact that last week he was sick and that this week he wasn't. He just had to focus on himself. But I would say this week he was equally as sick, but not in the health way. He was just pretty sick, nasty. Individually.
Sick, nasty. Are we still saying sick, nasty in 2025, chat?
It makes
Jesus Christ.
games that much easier.
Yeah, and for myself,
Got that 92 Dream Team mentality.
I want to single out someone, but I have to. It has to be Baseto. I mean, in 2 games,
Sipping on Baseto.
and even on the shield ops. I mean, shield ops are oppressive. Doesn't mean you always get the kills, but it's just the amount of deaths that he's finding himself. If he can just limit those, even find some of those kills, it's only going to make Loud so much stronger because he's already taken the brunt of it by bringing the shields, being that force to be reckoned with. But if he can just either stay alive, create more openings, or just even find more engagements on his end, I do truly believe if you can get all 5 of those players on the same playing field, same equilibrium, it's going to make Loud such a formidable opponent.
our MVP for this matchup, and I think you can also say it from yesterday, Perez, who just had no idea what NIP were doing on the other side, and frankly, I understand.
Nice. Perez 14-7 though. That is crazy. He went 18 last game, 14 this game.
Got one hand he's 14-7, then on the other hand he has 100% cost. I'm pretty sure that's why they picked this picture in specific. I mean, it's kind of like, what more can I do?
Yeah, there wasn't really much left on the table.
What more can I do?
It's really nice to see the resilience individually from a player like Perez to pretty much, hey, he did have a rough week 1. Yesterday, he dropped 18 kills, still lost, but at no point is he worried about that. He's focused about what's in front of him. He's confident in his team and his own abilities. And so a lot of veteran players sometimes still struggle with that game-to-game win or lose. So to be able to see Perez just focus
Last year would have dropped
on
20. That's true.
and want to kill some bots,
That's true.
that's a great quality to have.
He's been doing it yesterday, maybe getting fed a lot of kills today, really earning them.
Well, next up we got Furia. Are they the bounce back kings? Furia Liquid. Liquid 0-3 at this point. 0-3. Hang on, I feel like I gotta do this real quick. 0-3. 10th place. However, they have been playing all the GOATs, right? I think they played W7M, they played FaZe. Who else did they play? What was the other game? NIP, right?
Maybe do so
Pa.
against Furia. That's only 3 points ahead of them. It's
NIP,
crazy
yeah.
for us to be saying this here at day 4 out of 9 in the regular
0-3, and now they play Furia. Chance to go 0-4. Oof. And it almost is like not looking better for them because, sure, maybe they can get this dub. Sure. But Black Dragons looked extremely good today, right? They could lose here. Black Dragons just took down FaZe. That could be another loss. Black Dragons honestly looking better than Liquid. Los, I would have maybe said that they were looking pretty good, but they got absolutely destroyed today. So maybe there's a chance here. Maybe that's 2. Let's just give Liquid 2 wins. They got 6 points. They're playing 9Z. Let's give them... Oh my god, I just got a giant circle on the screen. Let's give them 3 wins somehow. They got 9 points. And then they play Loud. Like, that could be what they need to get into the top 6 if we scroll back up. Like, is 9 or 12 points going to be enough for Liquid? Are they going to be able to squeak in?
And here we go again. SAL continues.
End of the stage is going to be really exciting to watch.
Beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, where many of the players and parts of the production team are actually stationed.
Let's say this. I was really hoping for any teams to win the 6 Invitational at Boston. I did attend. I saw you guys were spectacular. Great stuff. Proud of you. Sorry to hear that. Happy passion matters. Hey, appreciate that, Ryan. This is what I love doing, and honestly, even at EWC, when Troy was off the team, I will say, I don't know if I've ever said this, but like even when Troy was getting off the team, I almost walked away at that point, and did end up sticking around for another stage. So like I've been thinking about this for a while. I'm happy now. Siege X is here, brand new game, and I get to watch Siege. So get to watch Siege, and honestly, the community that we've kind of built on Twitch in the not to get all sentimental dad here, guys, but the thing we built in like 2-3 months. I already love this little community. You guys are great. You guys are so welcoming. And we got some like knowledgeable goats in the chat. Like when I'm spitting Siege knowledge, you guys are coming right back at it. Like we're talking a lot of. I feel like we're talking about a lot of really good stuff here, so it's really cool.
Struggling. I mean, they had a breakout blowout first day. They absolutely dumpstered Los, but then immediately 2 teams that they theoretically should be winning against, they have some tough losses against, and it's not.
We all hate you. We're here. Okay. All right. Yeah. Here's the fucking chat that I know. Yeah. Here we go. I lied. We'll take it. I'll take it all back.
But at the end of the day, you know, we need to see some better from them. Obviously,
just signed up for the sub wars. Let's get it. Okay, cool. I will double check all of this.
Because they've won so much, because they just won Reload. We saw them win a whole year, and then we saw a year of regression, a year of not even making one of the majors. So now they just won Reload. Hopefully that mentality is not something.
What was I looking for?
Oh, we did our job for now.
I have so many goddamn tabs up. Here we go. Sub wars.
The SAL is looking so.
How many more? Okay, we got a couple more new people signed up. Cool.
Getting a higher standing to at least top 6, because right now they're sitting in 8th place, and every point matters. And yes, Liquid is struggling, but if they don't get
some diamonds, some emeralds,
everything look that much more.
Where are my gold players at? I don't got any golds that watch me, guys.
Yeah, and
come on.
I don't really know.
Come on. I don't mind emerald and diamond. I mean, we can make do.
Look at them
we can make do. But I will say, Sub Wars, the lowest rated player to sign up for it. Can you guys guess the rank? What do you guys think the lowest rated player that signed up?
That they know their idiosyncrasies, they know how to play against them. It will always
imagine quitting.
As why Furia struggles so much.
Quitting after getting top 4 in the world Oracle's a good move. Thanks. And then quitting before you winning invite. Fuck you, Shady.
Going against Liquid. Liquid's looking like a dead horse in the
Gold 2. Is that you, John? Copper 2. I just meant like rank wise, maybe not like with the number, but the lowest. So no one actually said it, but the lowest ranked is bronze that signed up. And it's a dream sub. Not me. That's on Dream. And then the next lowest was silver. And that's also a dream sub, not me. My lowest sub that signed up was a gold. AKA my community up here. Up here, Dreams community, more bronze, silver. They're there for the sex appeal. Oh, okay. That's my bad. That's on me. That's funny.
Putting Liquid on their back. I mean, let's say losing Paulo definitely lost the spark in the team, but we have to see some type of resurgence. And when you look at
can console players play? I've been console champ 11 times. I mean, yes, but I'm not really taking champs. The whole idea and the premise is like getting the players in the mid, like silver, gold, plat, ideally. So that way it's like fun to watch for chat. We're not watching like people kind of sweat it out in a comp setting. That's kind of niche. More so like casual people can even watch it and be like, okay, that's just funny. Like I would do that too.
It just looks like very stable Liquid. almost as if they've turned into a SAL.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
And it's just supposed to be fun at the end of the day. Like, again, I don't want like it to be like super competitive. Like, it's just supposed to be fun. Like, me and Dream are just casting,
Right now, confidence and
rooting on our boys.
Bit of a bit
Or
here,
girls.
Kind of looking over at some history. You know how many games Liquid has won of the past 7, 8 months even?
Most of your audience is in silver. Yeah, most of my according to the subwar thing, most of my audience is diamond.
Actually, which is, I know you're undershooting. Fair enough. I mean, it's way above. But yes, they beat Joel in a Team Joel in a 2-0. That was a group stage at SI.
Is this the last game? This is the very last game of the day. Furia versus Liquid.
In Max OT during the Reload group stage. So, yeah, there's not been a lot of winning, I would say, which actually tracks with their record, unless you start going back earlier. A year ago, they were winning more often. They were doing more. And I feel like the Paulo change, I feel, is a good one, but I don't think they've found their stride just yet.
I don't think it was
About to be on 140 ping, playing into Dream silvers and bronzes.
that's speaking into the
I mean, what do you get on East? Have you ever played
decision that he
East Coast servers?
for himself to find success, which he is. But as for a team,
Is it 140 ping?
have always been the X factors, and then you added.
I will say that the fifth player that didn't respond to
I
me,
think that Paulo did
that I did choose, was I just showed it on stream, but was EU.
question how Paulo even found half the gap.
So
Because I swear in situations when
I was gonna have a ping player on my team anyways,
same scenarios that Paulo found himself, I would
but it was to kind of even it out because I kind of wanted to put the bronze and the silver on Dream's team, so I had to even it out a little bit.
being able to play off one another. But that X factor is completely gone from this roster, which is why I see the success.
I think I gave Dream too, like because I gave him a,
Where then Nesk could jump in.
you know, one. I don't think I gave him both the bronze and the silver, did I?
Astronomically low for a player like Nesk. And
No, I only gave him the silver. I didn't give him the bronze player. But because he's got a bronze, he's got a.
Would always just be at the forefront. You could almost guarantee
He's got some
Nesk was gonna be in your
some
face.
diamonds.
Maya was going to be in your face. Paulo was going to be in your face. It's just not there anymore with this roster, which is why we're seeing just a sloppy performance.
Subscriber smurfs, probably, bro.
I can see it.
I mean, so I completely agree. It was a necessity to change Paulo or somebody on the team because they desperately needed the change. It was lackluster. The issue is, I agree. Paulo was the X factor of being able to get into the building, and the ideology was change Paulo. Let's put Maya and Nesk on more flexible roles. They picked
Paulo was the X factor to getting into the building.
As much as I want DS to be able to find success on the team,
Is that what we just said?
two more passive players.
Paulo is a
more
mailbox.
aggressive, entry flex.
That guy's not moving anywhere.
Well, especially Maya.
That guy's sitting outside.
Like secondary role.
Huh?
Who's going to be getting these kills for these players?
He probably has the least amount of time spent inside a building on W7M.
Everybody is just
Chalet, he's big window every time. Labs, he's sitting outside IT.
To get into it here, because it's Clubhouse. We're gonna another one today versus a layer being banned out by Furia. I know variety is the spice of life, and it seems like actually our game is ready. We were yapping on for so long with these two teams that we're just ready to dive right into it. Fluke demo. You get another Clubhouse today.
Another clubhouse, guys. Another club. Yay. Are we going to see Clash up? Any idea when the game is? The subwar game, it's going to be at either the end of this week or early next week is what I'm shooting for. I need to get these last two players in the Discord, and then we all talk schedule, pick the date, get it scheduled. Also have to make sure, again, with Dream and Gamma, which I haven't seen Gamma around chat in a while. So we might need a new observer. I don't know.
To you, that was a chuckle of mirth and joy.
Yeah.
To me, that was a you know.
So many club haters. It feels like. I know. I like club. I like it. Better than
What do
Five
you like about it?
Cafes.
Okay.
It's just an OG, isn't it?
I think the
Can't hate
thing
the
is,
OGs.
He'd be laughing at his team.
our perspective on these maps, and obviously, Siege X, we get some cool new stuff, some cool new features, and some cool new things to play around. But every single caster, I believe.
Oh, I need to close predictions. Heard. I hope this is a big riddler. Oh, it is. Trust me. I saw it. After the map, I need to close or like, wait, I do it right now. Close.
It just happens.
I feel as though myself and yourself, because we have been here for a while, feels that we've done a day of every
Been here
map.
for a
I'm not
very
gonna lie,
long time.
We've been there.
Now, okay. Let me remember how to do this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be fair, we've done clubhouses at tier 1 clubhouse days. We've done clubhouse days.
How do I get to that screen that I need?
Beyond. Like it's
Dude.
just
I don't
in
know if
every
you
aspect.
did. Did you ever do old clubhouses? Because I certainly have. Before the remake.
When there was
Back
the
in
gap in
2018.
the middle of the top floor.
Yeah, this
I
area
never-
didn't exist.
At that point, I was still just an ESL community caster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Weren't we all?
Oh, memories.
I mean, me
of
and
playing
Milosh
game.
all were. The other two
Yeah.
were sitting there, messing around in pro teams.
I think.
But Sir Nusri were.
Well, actually, I have a fun story about those two, but we'll cast this round and then I'll get into it. So, Furia versus Team Liquid and Ask was actually one of the people I wanted to focus on a little bit. Struggling so far throughout this, the third lowest rated player across the league so far. And yeah, he plays some of the other roles of sort of, planning on getting in and deal and what have you. But still, for a team that is this
I'm lost. I'm lost in my own chat.
entry, him starting to level those statistics is going to be a very big boon for the team.
That's not my chat. That's
Easy,
that.
fighting back,
Okay, that
getting
would explain a little bit.
bit of a
That would
response.
explain just a little bit there. There we go.
dropping
I
off
figured
a
it out.
bit. Leaves us now in the
That would-
4
that would
versus
explain a little
4.
I figured it out.
They have some of the damage done. They've cut off the approach halfway through. With a minute 30, they're not slowing down.
And submissions.
No.
Done.
and they
I did it.
shouldn't.
I did it, chat.
For a team
Mod
like
me.
Furia,
I should be a mod.
aggression
God,
is,
so
is their
good.
playstyle.
All right.
It is the name of the game. And
Fan mice. What do we Furia.
always a team where
Ooh, okay.
they want something.
Hey, Kai, we're seeing that Cade mirror band that we were talking about that you kind of need to do on this map. We're not seeing Furia
Obviously for Liquid, they
troll
have
and do a
to
Cade
kinda
bandit
rotate
ban, huh?
a bit of time, trying to play into the fact that they have brought the Goyo in as well to kind of hit Furia where it hurts in those final 30 seconds or so and deny them access to the bomb sites. It looks as though Furia might be meandering over towards a triple wall take because they have now put a set of Habana pellets.
Yeah, no wall denial. This is just a free, at least for pressure. Like, you don't even, that's the thing. You don't even have to go this way, but this is a ton of pressure
Pretty,
for absolute free.
positions where they just can't really move now in that bomb site. So Furia, we know where they're going.
Are people playing Buck DMR? I don't know. I think that's a troll.
Can they clear these
Okay, DMRs are good,
these
but
positions beside
Buck's guns.
and also beside the bomb chassis?
Buck's gun's pretty good, too.
Waiting for the swing to come round and sort of baiting the player on the hope. Now Nesk is obviously taking big chunks of damage. The flash is
Oh my god, that guy got a free two-piece.
swing. They have the bulletproof, but there it is. Well rehearsed. They couldn't double down though, and
I wish we could have saw the rest of the kills. Somehow it was probably the
It was the very last
best
kill
comm there. Somehow they won the round.
Getting it, but everything happened.
Is there an advantage of a team being seated all together versus not, like, all together? Oh, you mean like
That trade come up, and then the second
like maybe 3 on a wall and then 2 on a different wall? I think the biggest thing about sitting all together
these two teams know each other
is
They do.
being able to, at least,
Well, like I said,
I guess it doesn't matter for the people sitting on the end because they can only see one person's perspective. But like being able to look at each other's monitor is something that I think Brazil as a region does better than any other region. So like you'll see him at land, like maybe the guy next to you is droning and you're the entry. You can literally, instead of him trying to calm, like he's here, he's on this ping, like you could just watch an entry. You know what I mean? Like it's so much cleaner, so much faster.
Well, it is an actor. There's a man inside C3PO, don't forget. There was a guy
Same thing for like someone being on a cam at the end of a round.
Burst your bubble.
Someone has a Val cam on like where the last guy is or something like that, instead of like trying to ping
What's next?
or
You're telling me Santa's not
tell
gonna
someone
take
how to
Santa
play at the end of a
Claus
round. They
or
could just watch the vision and know how to play off it.
The story I was going to tell before, one of my
Clash. We're seeing that as zombie clash. Is this a ref? Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember. But
Raj, we're not seeing Jaeger. Instead, we're seeing Wamai.
roster that included Black Fox and I think it was Retro, Goddess.
Retro was there, and oh, forget his name. I can see his face.
Yeah.
I need to find it. I can see his face. Let me see.
I feel bad that I've forgotten one person.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they're probably sitting there screaming, saying, "It's this person." And then again,
Or they've forgotten.
is it Schlongy? Was that it?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Or was it Mark the Shark?
Who are we talking about right now?
Mark the Shark came after. It was Schlongy. Anyway, that was my first ever proper tier 1 team.
We're talking about Schlongy on cast right now? That's crazy.
And they were really lovely to me. And this was however many years ago. And it was a very cool moment. Anyway.
Is it allowed to sit in a Discord screen share and do that with the second monitor?
Towards a breach that's still being
No, I don't believe so.
JV92 is getting the work done, and Liquid obviously, you know, it's a frustrating way to lose the first round, but it's not going to slow them down. It's their hope.
I feel like someone's petting me.
They know that Furia are a team that keep building. Because remember, yes, it's important.
That is a crazy emote. Why have I not seen that before?
There's been a bit of drift this league so far.
Oh, Capital bolts.
Yeah, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Maya. Rafters executed. Rafters control. There's Monty's taking it right now.
Still have the Monty up. That's the main thing, is having an operator, isn't it? Who can just push into site, could maybe look at getting a plant down, and that's exactly what I think they're eyeing up, because you can see the diffuser has traded hands, and they dropped off to give that diffuser to Philippox, and now he can start meandering his way up into rafters and try and look for that plant. There is only one smoke grenade left. That's all they have.
Keys droning under, leaving an undercam in case they're trying to play. This is one of my least favorite executes as an attacker. One smoke, but it's late. And I think he shot it. I think he was pre-firing and actually shot out the smoke. That's insane. That's just Furia buff right there. Oh my god, if that guy died, Montaigne was fucked. Holy cow. That's just the Furia buff. Just some people get blessed.
Yeah, look, again for Furia. A little bit close there, to be fair. It came down to a 2v2, and I mean, if the gridlock dies in that scenario, then it is a bit of an issue.
NJ looking at us overrunner on his other monitors, choosing to die on purpose to profit off it.
It was perfect for them, wasn't it? And it's not only the fact that it was a successful take on the rafters, it was how quickly they done it. You know, that's where the smoke just didn't have an impact because of the time and how long Furia left.
Oh, Liquid. Are we going to see a fight?
How long they had left to really go for that play. So, yeah, credit to them. They're moving fast. They're moving around the map. Liquid. I mean, what can he say at this stage? I mean, is it the same old again where just nobody's really stepping up in the kill department? Because that feels like their issue this stage.
I mean, it can't happen again, right? It was quite late yesterday. I think it was around round 5, maybe, that Nesk was able to get there first. And then it was a little bit after that Ask was able to get there first. This time, they're at least still started getting in, apart from obviously Nesk at this point, the only player in the lobby who hasn't.
Another clash, another Azami. I think, again, you gotta try to use these operators, but not having the Mira definitely hurts. And I also don't think we're getting that much crazy usage out of this clash. I think some people play it a little too scared, a little too bunkery. We saw the other team using it, just walking into rafters and helping their boys, helping them get the Montaigne off.
The difference is, in the sort of scale of things, is, you know, Herds has been performing very, very well in the counter of resets, but Herds is above. If you're going through the full...
Wow, we really don't like white chairs, huh?
Then you've sort of got a bit of a response, but generically and statistically, Furia have been just that step ahead. And yes, there's problems with Liquid's sort of other half, right, when they get into their attack.
Yeah. I think for a team like Furia, I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but they've always struck me as a team that aren't really too bothered where they finish in the regional league, as long as they make...
There we go.
Because they know at the events, that's just where they're so dominant. That's where they come into their own, isn't it? So, yeah, Furia, I think, just... They just go in their own pace, don't they? They just, yeah, as long as we make it into that, whatever top 4, top 6 discussion, whatever it is.
Kind of sucking with the Bav.
We make it there. We don't care how.
I mean, at least they're getting the wall open.
For SI, they could be the 20th team. They don't care as long as they're there.
They're not dying. That's all that matters. Like
Reminded myself of a horrifying statistic that I wrote down. Is
we talked about this earlier. Like I hate Mav
their attack win rate right
just
now
because of the potential to die. But them banning out Mira,
across the last
nothing really to worry about here.
won 3 of the 17 attack.
Also, Liquid's just not really trying to contest him.
The second half, more than anything.
This is only the defense, yeah.
You're against Furia.
I'm in
who-
danger.
Yeah, 61% of their defense is Furia, 11 of 18. They're more locked in, and you know they've got a decent sort of 10% lead against Liquid on the second half. So as Herds gets another lead in here,
Open tub, then they rotated, took cash side. Liquid probably gave it all up for free.
Gets Nesk, and in the mix of it, gets Felipox. Diaz does get nade, and Herds keeps the pressure on. A 3 versus 2. But with JV92 on the Carly, it's not the most wieldy operator.
It's 0 meta now.
Oh, he wins it. How does he win that Maya? There's a yellow ping on him. They know exactly
I
what
love
he
Zero.
wants, but
Mainly
still,
because
with 2 players of
my
Furia,
favorite game of all
thinks
time
that
was the
JV
Splinter Cell series,
finds the kill, and
which
now
I don't think
Maya
it made anymore.
has the clutch with 15 seconds left. It could be doable, but no, KZ.
So Sam Fisher. I don't know why they run it so much. Yesterday we saw him use it against FaZe and Papa Bira. I almost began to wonder, like, is there something with Zero, like a buff that we didn't get announced or something? Like, are they quiet now? Like, it's really good for some clears and just getting info and like knowing what targets to go for, but
I mean, it fills you
yeah,
with
usually we just don't see it.
That's Furia. As I said, that first round was very close, very explosive.
Bandit. Okay, so now the Bandit comes out.
I'm wondering if
Now
they
we
might
don't
do
even
that.
have to run Mav.
Yes. Let the bands come through. Talk about them. Talk about how you're going to apply yourself. Because, you know, it's not that they're a million miles away in the kill games, right? Sure that there's a sort of player difference right now.
Yeah.
And a player difference...
Turtle versus Furia.
is big when you sort of...
Yeah, we'd get one. We'd get one.
That single bit of momentum around. If you can find that one trick, suddenly you're in a different shaped game. And convincing one player to get more into the mix versus convincing, say, 4 players or 3 players as it's been recently, it's not a million miles away. But it is a 3-0, and Furia are
So
still confident.
I mean, we all saw this coming. Furia should absolutely dumpster Liquid, but like, what is going on with Liquid?
Strong lead, 3-0, and again, the stat that you mentioned is for Liquid, attacks aren't looking as pretty as well, so really the defense is where you expect Liquid.
Turtle would beat Liquid, facts.
And then hope that maybe things would have been different.
Spider greater than Nisk.
The way things are going, it could be, 5-1, 4-2, even for Liquid on the half, but I dread to think it could be a dreaded 6-0, but knowing a team like Furia, it wouldn't surprise us, would it, if Furia go and have a perfect half? That's just the caliber of the team that we're dealing with, but for Liquid, they need something, they need a round. So, we head back downstairs into the basement now.
What's up,
Liquid are
Ace?
doing a similar thing where they're wanting to try and extend in towards that mid floor, using operators such as Castle and Azami to
Alright, so Liquid took out the Capital,
players up and stave off Furia, and those
which is going to help when they go back to a site like
aggressive
Cash,
side, they can get
since
into the
Furia
building rapidly.
dumpstered their rafter setup with the Capital.
There's Azami barriers that just slows them down just ever so slightly in hopes that they can fall back to the safety of their bomb site and utilize the Goyo
And Furia taking out the Bandit, which is going to hurt for those top floor sites. Walls are going to get open for free. They don't have to run the Mav anymore.
deal with this run game.
Still have Ace up.
So, what will be that sort of team talk and timeout, and how will it be put in towards practice? Here they have, obviously, the stretch over on towards the gym bedroom side. They've got
Ness being 0-3 hurts. I thought you were a Furia fan.
tension, hoping some
You can't say that hurts.
Furia have sometimes been a team that just cuts that to the side and gets rid of the unnecessary. Seems like they're happy to try and hunt down Ness.
This is Furia's just normal default clear here. 2 tub,
Is still always a big risk. As KZ
1 on the Logi hatch, 1 goes windows, and then JV's usually on the cuts
side and the windows, and there's Herds.
on Plat side. Can walk in where you see him right there with Habana.
Find a route out. There's a bit
So we
of
should see him
support
challenge
there.
Maya here. Yep, there it
Steps
is.
in, gets a kill, but gets traded
That's a
down.
really good wall bag, JV.
What a pattern.
Looking good.
Yeah. on top of things again, actually using the Grim for their kind of mid-floor take, and utilizing the util that they have to deal with these roamers, and they're doing a really good job at it. They forced everyone back now into the heart of the bomb site. Now for Furia, we still have to
Hoping to see Eternal Tax continue to bounce back after TPL. And right now we have a couple other leagues, like we're doing good in Blitz League and SGC, but Element's the big one we got to qualify for.
Two flashbangs if needed. Habana obviously can move in and start opening up the walls if they want to, and the hatches. Yeah, just everything is going Furia's way. Liquid's just can't do much at the moment. Nesk 0-4. You know, kind of sums up, isn't it?
Paulo was the glue.
Well, and what does that say for the rest of the team?
He was something.
I think that's the sort of worry about it, right? Is you look at talisman players, and sometimes when they're the ones that are not stepping up, it can have a big effect. And here there is probably no bigger sort of talisman player than Nesk, and again, just more and more of a shutout.
Did a roam. Trades did not go well for them there.
They've got 30 seconds, and
30 seconds left.
To slow down the approach, and bullets are threaded either side. They're seeing if they can try and again.
Did they open church walls time?
Step up, step in, but KZ is the one that
Don't think so, but they got to find a pick. Yeah, it's just too much. This is just way too much for Liquid. They just look lost. I feel like they're just not helping each other at all. It's just one by one by one by one.
This team at the moment, it's
something is off. Something stinks in the Team Liquid camp.
Dominate a full year of professional play. You know, this is the side that can just turn it on and turn it off. And look, maybe last year, wasn't great from Furia. You know, they couldn't match the same level of intensity that they had in 2023, but who can blame them? You know, having to go again for 2024 after doing the Grand Slam, you know...
Does your chat show up together in OBS, or is your YouTube chat and a Twitch chat? It's, so in Stream Elements, it's called multi-chat, so it just shows up both. I get like a weird symbol now that tells me if you're from Twitch or if you're from YouTube. And I just gotta do my best to like try to read the questions so no chat feels left out. I don't want any chat being left out. I could also put chat on screen technically, like top right or something, but yeah, getting used to it. Either way, the coolest part is that all the VODs will just be on YouTube now. Don't have to worry about that. I just got to get little thumbnails made, like you were saying, Ali.
Here we go again, another year of this.
I gotta get like 5 or so made, just to keep reusing.
Now, when that sort of skill is coming up, KZ yet to die, setting the pace as fervently as he can with JV.
That would overwhelm. Yeah, that would. If you were telepathically projected into my mind, yeah. I'm just sitting here. I'm not actually streaming. I'm just going crazy. I'm just talking to myself.
Two of their players, they currently have all the kills that have been mustered against them. Said 3-0 wasn't a million miles away. The 4-0 just sort of guarantees the pressure. Liquid, regardless of how this sort of went, would be in danger on their second half, right? Because of how attack has been rough. At this point, they would have to double their total attack.
Technically, I am talking to myself. Technically, you are right.
To get themselves potentially.
Technically, you are right.
And if this keeps getting worse,
I watched a YouTube video that was so true, and it was like, when you're a new streamer and your chat's not moving, you just gotta talk to yourself, right? But it's the same thing when you're a big streamer and you can't read your chat. Chat's way too fast to read when you're like got on Jinxie. No way he's interacting with chat. So at that point, you just gotta talk to yourself again. And I was like, wow, that's facts. It gets lonely at the top.
You know straight away the Furia, they're going to be after again those rafters, but they don't have the Capitao as Liquid. Very cleverly did ban it away.
Yeah, so Capitao's banned, but now we're going to see this glass variation here. We just have to get rid of these zombies.
Not much you could really do against that, even though we did have the 1 discs. Flash, just patrolling that main breach, been able to give information, but... And Furia,
there's the zombie. Ooh. Just trying to make him move with the... Oh my god, this looks so fun to play. This looks so fun for Nesk. Holy cow. Glaz goes down. He was going for it. He did not want Ness to live. Ask gets another trade, but Herds might have caught a gap here. Oh, they know.
I say snuck up. They fully were aware of it, apparently.
Clash shield too.
Gets the easy swap
Keys
round.
with another one. Oh my god.
Getting a kill on the hop over the
Oh,
top.
it's just
There's
Maya
the
now. How did this
ENX.
swing?
And now it's a 2 versus 1. Even with the sort of watch and wash on these players, even with the full awareness, they were trying to push their way up red.
Wow. How did... I say it all the time. I don't know how, but Furia is the best at broken rounds, 3v3s, 3v4s, whatever it is. They just figure out how to win the round.
To go for it, and those two players pulling that out of there, you know, 2v3, because again, the initial garage take, little bit iffy, you know, trying to use the Glass as their main way, and it's a lot more difficult because the Glass obviously has to hit the shots, whereas Capital...
Glad to say I've casted a Turtle Tactics match before. It's when you guys destroyed CLB. Ooh, when we were at our peak. That CLB game, we were at our peak.
I felt as though it was almost slipping away from them, but then it's just that guns.
They rotate bodies so quickly. That's my thought with them as well. I especially think that on defense, where, you know, the old NA, like, we like to turtle, we like to reset after we get man advantage. It's like, it doesn't work versus Furia. They problem solve and they rotate so fast. And sometimes I think it's better to just flood. I don't know how many 5v3s I've lost to these guys because we've reset and then they just pick you apart.
I'll go there. And it's just been round after round. Obviously, throughout the league so far, we've had a couple of 7-1s in the opening play day. Furia were one of those. They handed a 7-1 loss to Lost on border.
Lavos, thank you so much for the sub and welcome to the candy jar, my goat. W sub.
Of any of the games that we've had so far.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever said the word Lavos. Why does that remind me of a Game of Thrones? Is that a Game of Thrones thing? Lavos. You guys know what I'm talking about? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Oh my god, Demir.
Has done well to get a kill back. Is he aware there's another guy in the breach? Oh, just a
Demir, W gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. W gifted and Liquid might actually win around here. They're up in 4v3, finally getting some fucking picks. Furia just having fun with them at this point. Just going for some cheesy picks. Sir Davos, hey, that's my guy. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Inside of Cash, and his main role, of course, is going to be to try and deny as much time as he can and make that challenge onto these attackers. And that's one thing that we haven't really seen from Liquid is just, you know, taking the fight to Furia. Furia have dominated the play. They've set the tempo, and well, they're still
for good vibes and for Liquid. Well, it might have worked because we see Liquid up. Nask woke up with the 3K right there at the end of the round. 4K, okay. Well, I saw 3K, sir. That is what Liquid have been missing. Honestly, we saw in the FaZe match what worked against Furia's attacks. Honestly, it was just Souls. But when Souls just like held his ground and took the gunfights, it was winning. And Liquid just kind of playing a little scared almost. Just getting picked one by one. Just need to see them a little bit more aggressive. Put something out there for Fury to kind of try to problem solve against.
Right? And now, from that one round...
Yo, Tamir, 30 more subs, Liquid maybe wins next 6? Sheesh. That's funny.
And the second best cost raiser player currently on the team.
I appreciate that, Tamir. Thank you. And it worked. Liquid on the board. However, I think it's a little too late. We see the same bans. However, Furia gets rid of the double hard breach. I think that's a little bit different. At Reload, they were just getting rid of shields. And a clash on basement. This is new to me. I am not used to seeing a clash on basement here. But we did see Furia kind of try to force the clash, I think, yesterday versus FaZe. I think they almost tried to bring it every single round. Some rounds it was good. Some rounds it was like, could have brought something else.
5-1. So not the perfect half, but...
Nor does Liquid round wins.
at
All
this
right, that
stage,
was
but,
that was a W comment.
isn't it? Considering we know that Liquid.
Yeah, we don't get many of those around here. We guys, if you're Liquid fans in chat, you enjoy that round win.
What do you say? 17% success rate on the attack. You know, it's not a pretty looking stat by any measure. So for Furia, this should be pretty smooth sailing. Liquid's all the pressure still on their shoulders. I mean, don't forget this is still the only team yet to get a single point inside of the SAL. So Liquid, they're really fighting at this stage. Just
guys,
for a bit of pride, I suppose. You don't really know.
They got a bandit,
still yet to get anything. You know,
and we got nothing to deal with the bandit.
Even the 9Z coming in from Argentina. You know, they still got points.
We don't got EMPs. We don't got a Mav. We don't got nothing. What's our plan?
Technically, did double their attack rate. They were on 5 of 13 at the start of this, 38%, which isn't horrible, but it's not great.
Oh, that's our plan. Bandit down. We got a Deimos, Mint. Obviously, we're just gonna kill him because that's Siege at the end of the day.
Obviously, they just need to get themselves one to set themselves closer and closer towards this, and they're just going for it. Liquid take the damage, 2 of them half health, and there's an instant response there, but resets gets nades. So those 3 remaining players, you can see one is going further and further.
Okay, all right, Liquid.
Rotating over the top
Now we're playing with no fear. Ness can get a 4K and he can plant the bomb. Oh my God, what can't this guy do?
Felipox gets 2 before Diaz shuts them out, and it's just.
Can we recover? Can we pick up Clash?
Now they're gonna just keep themselves a bit of motion.
Almost hit him with it. Go for the. Are we picking up Clash or not? JV92 worth it? I guess he's not worth it. Unfortunate.
Liquid. They're off to the races.
They are indeed. They've seen a weak point in the Furia setup because Furia had used a lot of reinforcements upstairs. It meant that
Big Wolves fan here. Very upset by you not bringing up us getting corrects when talking about us in the EML vid. So that's going to be on me, Ace. I don't know as much ball. And I mentioned that. That's why I didn't drop the EM. I didn't want to do that video. I knew there was like little things I was going to miss. I know extremely NA bias. I know everything there is to know about NA. And I feel like, again, I've been pretty spot on my NA video. EML.
So, yeah, just a nice little niche there that, you know, that Blackbeard still can do if he has an opportunity to do so. But yeah, again, for Furia, it's maybe something that we kind of seen yesterday where sometimes
I don't even know who Crex is.
Spread themselves really, really thin on their setups where they just want to control so much of the map. And I think if you go for
old Liquid, where if they just let Ness frag out on an old joystick roll, they'd look better. Maybe. Maybe, but the guy's 30 years old. Do we really want him fragging out? Guys, who's 30 and still playing Siege? You know what I'm saying?
From this point onwards, what can Liquid keep doing?
No, Ness got the dad buff for sure. This guy can play forever.
But one of the consistencies of this season so far against both W7M and FaZe is that
all right, we see a Mav here. Is the Thatcher for Clash?
They're on their attack demo. The statistic is much worse. They've never really been
able. If a 30-year-old is your best fragger in 2025, you need to disband. Hey, buddy, come on. Crex is a young fragging support who's brand new to T1. Oh, okay. A fragging support, huh? I'll keep my eye on him for sure. I think. Is it Wolves Secret, the game of the day for me tomorrow, I think?
Not been able to do across any of their showdowns. The pressure on towards the balcony. They have some of the lines pushed in, and JV92 is being a little bit aggressive with it on the CC side. Surely they're not just going to throw themselves in. Oh, wait, maybe they will. The Glaz gets themselves set up. They're across.
Oh, we're just kind of rushing, huh? 2 quick attacks. We don't give a flying fuck what happened on defense. We're walking in. We're dropping our nutsacks on the table. We're walking in. We got 1 trade out. Bomb can go down. Is anyone under? We do see if you're Keys is under. He could just. Oh my God, Maya! That was a great shot.
Finds out Herds in the mix of it, and it's a post-plant situation.
Okay. This guy really wants to put his Clash shield down. Yeah, get down there. Oh. Wow, he stared him down.
I mean, I'm a little
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think Liquid are just catching them by surprise. I mean, Liquid are ferocious at the moment with the pace that they're kind of laying down. They're straight into the mixer. They're winning their engagement, which I think is the kind of key thing for Liquid, is that these players have finally woken up. You know, Furia were just dominating for so long. They were just going in, winning every engagement. Nobody from
There's Krex, the fragging support himself.
A complete change in mentality, it feels like. And for Liquid now, things are really starting to click. Yeah,
It's on the YouTube chat. They're talking about
backed into a corner, aren't they? If it's like a boxing match, they've been hit with a
some Wolves fan.
They look a little bit sluggish now, don't they, Furia?
It's strange, right? It's a strange 2 opening of rounds. They've been able to get themselves 2 attacks.
Straight out of the ranked book, yeah, 100%.
I said before, a 5-3 gap isn't a million miles now to try and cross out, and technically, if they can sort of keep up this momentum of taking those opening 2 sites, then they could.
All right, they got to know the quick plays are coming at this point. Attacker sided club.
They don't want that. They're trying to keep
shouldn't be.
The whole time, but
We're getting rid of hard breach here. We're
talked about of Liquid not really being in this game, of them not being able to find anything on their first half. If Furia lose this one,
expect to see Liquid slow it down now. Furia's definitely gonna know. They're going quick. I think this looks more like a default clear.
Would fall maybe even further down. Again, I'm not sure if it's head-to-head first or round difference, but you know, they're on 3 points. They're tied with loss.
Looking like more like that default master. Default cash over clear. Take garage. They got Grimbees to get anybody from red. Deimos probably underneath. Walk up red.
Here we go. Liquid. Had a life in them. 2 really good rounds in terms of catching Furia off guard. Surely Furia at this stage should be a little bit more switched on the fact that, yeah, look at the aggression that Liquid are bringing. They're playing operators like the Blackbeard, for example, to get them that early control inside of the map. We'll set up over towards that cash room, of course, with Azami, and the Clash also being a supporting cast member too.
How reliable is this Habana tricking on the wall? Because, I mean, I've seen this around since, like, Habana existed, but I feel like half the time that shit don't work.
But as I say that, it will get destroyed. Shield. Ready to go from that Blackbeard and just waiting for the rest of his team to be in position. And Blackbeard having a couple of issues over the Azami barriers, but resets at the right place at the right time to pick off Herds as he jumped up onto the table looking for an angle onto the head of the Blackbeard. He will be eliminated. So once again for Furia, on these defenses not looking great. Liquid will draw first blood.
It's just a different Liquid from every single Liquid we have seen in this entire league so far. Here they are trying to push themselves back in Furia. They've got a response towards the windows. There's a minute left here and the keeper's gone.
So I was right. I mean, definitely slowing it down. More default clear on this. Going to end with windows. Grim's going to be really strong. We saw it in the earlier matches, pinging everyone in their power positions here. This bomb spot's kind of interesting with the Clash, but doesn't matter. Nest traded it out. Actual GOAT.
This whole time. Blackbeard knocking on the front of KZ. KZ is just forced out.
Grim is so oppressive on that. If you give them the other side, so oppressive.
Here, 4 rounds in a row as a response to
Fury get too cocky, just not looking good on defense. I don't think they're getting any use out of this Clash right now. This Clash is not looking just like in the Chalet game they pulled it out in. They don't look very good with Clash.
You mentioned that, you know, Liquid on the attacks weren't very good this stage, and this is why I'm never really a big fan of stats sometimes, because I always think it depends how the team turns up in the day. You know, stats are one thing, but this happens.
Who do I think is a really underrated IGL?
It's not all there just on pen and paper. That's not how you see.
I don't know. One, it's really hard to know unless you like actually are in the comms working with them. But 2, my hot take is I don't think we have very many good ones.
Certainly for Liquid, it's a different team.
There's a really strange element to this conversation where it's like before the season would have started, you would have been like.
When I'm speaking that, I'm speaking like NA wise. I don't know anything about EU and Brazil IGLs, right? I can't hear Fellabox's comms, although I do think he is a go. But NA wise, like I really don't think we have very many good ones. I mean, think like
it's this really weird context that we've got.
I know the ones that I've worked with, right? I know Troy, in my opinion, still the best, right? I know Hot and Cold. I know exactly what he's good at and what I think he's finally getting the recognition he deserves. I think he's really, really good. Nafe, I think you're finally seeing DZ get kind of the talent and what Nafe needs for his system, but Nafe is a fantastic IGL as well. After that, though, I don't know what the other NA teams... I've never really worked with any of them. I feel like SSG is more of a system rather than IGLing, but I have no idea.
Just to gain early control of the map. So very, very surprising to see them go for the demo span, where I just think the Blackbeard has been more of an influence for the side of Liquid. So hey, each to their own. What do I know? These guys have won it all, and I've won very, very little. If anything at all, you could say Fluke.
What? I thought you had a go for charm.
I have won 2 of them. One on console, one on PC. I can do it both.
There you go.
Sticks or the MNK, I don't mind.
You're a go for champ.
Here you go.
No one can take that away from you.
All right, no more clash, no more little bunker. Furia's done messing around. This is I believe the same exact strat we saw at Reload. They got that Scopos. Scopos really annoying operator on their roams. I love the way they use it on Lair even.
Regardless of the expectations, it's the fact that they've both been able to get so close and then have things pulled away potentially at this point. Liquid, if they had have lost this, you know, 6-1, is almost a very...
Fury sure to call for a timeout. I think there was a timeout after the ban phase. Was there not? Did I miss that? I thought I saw that. Oof. Oof. Oh, Fellabox cut off, but he misses the shot. Who was out there? Was that Diaz? Diaz missed? Wow. That was a really good trap on the Scopos, though.
We're not getting the end of the Scopos there.
Yeah. Good thing is, though, for Fleapox,
Nesk ends up finishing him off.
Being full HP again, but Nesk has seen to that. Nesk was actually inside of blue. And also there was a guy inside of stock on the hatch that was then able to get the trade. Again, another weird round that we're seeing from these two sides. Very an ungeneric game. That
Oh, okay. Good trades. Another trade.
Resets will both kill each other in that.
Is shotgun kill and ask? They were just trying to flood site at this point. They must have got numbers. Too many roamers try to hit the site. That's a really good kill. That's huge. Worst case. Because you have Church, but you don't have Case.
Juggle for the fight itself now. Moved, and you can see Maya think getting themselves a little bit more health before the fight comes out. 45 seconds.
Wow.
And it's a huge
Diaz hits that, but he couldn't hit the guy 1 HP running down main.
Now the single player left, Nade. They're being blinded. They know where the player is. They have a rough idea, but they don't have the full deets, and they're trying to take this as a single file fight. The pings come out, more flashes. Further and further push. Remember where the kid is, and that they don't have it, and there's a bulletproof. Just
Nade wins these.
They know exactly where the players are.
Nade doesn't win these. Are Liquid back? What happened? What the hell is this clubhouse?
5 rounds apiece. First 5 rounds go Furia's way. Liquid respond with 5 of their own.
My God. We got 5 gifted, and now we got 5 straight rounds out of Liquid.
On the defense.
Sheesh. No coincidence here, guys. Demir of New York actually saved Liquid's life. These rounds actually do grow on trees.
Strange game. We've had sweeps and reverse sweeps before.
My God, Liquid fans. Are we back? Are we back? Wait a second. Peek with the 5 gifted. Is this a Liquid fan? He said, give me 5 more. Oh my God. Yo. If Liquid win this 7-5, this is... Oh my God. Thank you, Peak. Jeez. Demir saved the match.
As I said it, would have to have doubled their total attack successes.
How was E5 quals? We ended up losing. Trev came back. My job was done. I filled in as a sub. We won every game. Transferred the power over to Trev. Trev came back as an absolute GOAT. Was the MVP of both matches, to be honest. Didn't play for 10 days, but top frag. Both, like, Trev was actually insane. But the guys ultimately fell. So we have next weekend. Try to make element. Next weekend and plenty of practice.
You just don't really see this. It's insane. But this is a big round. Who will guarantee themselves at least a point from the fixture? Are Furia finally going to get a defense on the board, or will Liquid just keep it going? Just keep it rolling.
Another fast play here from Liquid with the blitz. Oh, they're looking to try to kill this swamp player here. They don't even need it. Could say that. Liquid are doing a good job with trap plays, though. We saw it on... Oh, yeah. We saw it on the last round. The gym player, the scope post, that was a good trap. Swamp player is also a freebie with that capital usually.
Is that in stock? No, it's in bar. Off to the shoulder, tried to offer some support.
Oh my god.
Turning into a brawl under the site, but
Ali, what happened to Furia? Look away. Guys, look away.
Pick back up onto Philippox. Have Liquid read this? They've been able to make quick things happen before. It doesn't seem like they want to just...
I was going to make that Black Dragons FaZe game into a video, but this might be a little bit better. Liquid's back.
Didn't have that wall open, but
they got Philippox back up, though, so that's actually kind of huge.
Still curious what happened to Philippox there.
Really wish you could have, like, you know, the VAR, like I always like to mention. It would be great to have, but at the moment here for...
Oh, no. I hate this Habana trick so much. No, stay on it. I don't know if it's going to work. And...
still available. They have the capital.
Did it work?
They've got flashbangs as well.
Or was it me? I think it was muted on the bottom, huh?
Full HP Blitz. Yeah,
it's muted.
Thing to go against. And speaking of Blitz, he's already maneuvered his way in towards bedroom. And right now, I think the win con for Liquid is just get the remaining...
Oh, Evan, I forgot you play King Stompin'. Please win so I can turn that into my first Stompin' video.
Get the walls open. Just apply that pressure. Make it so they just feel congested inside of that bomb site. Of course, the clash will be a bit of an issue.
The king.
Oh, Reset's actually going to smoke off the head. All
right, what's the new plan here? I don't like this. I don't like this plan. Oh, Neska's so blind. 3v1 though, it's just Philippox, the guy that was in bar, already down before. It's over. Huge for Liquid. Nice job, Peak. Way to keep the rounds coming. Way to keep the rounds going. The clickbait potential is crazy. Oh yeah, I'm sure every pro player in EU right now, anyone that's playing is like licking their lips for the content.
Furia, where have they gone?
I mean, it's a good thing for everybody.
It's just incredible. It's always a treat to see a reverse sweep because it doesn't really happen all too often. Like, they don't. Like, yes, they have happened in the past, but again, you'd be lucky, I feel, if you see like maybe 2 or 3 a year. That's it. You know, and certainly this is, I think, is this our first of the year? The first reverse sweep? I don't think we've had.
First one that I know of.
Yeah, I think it is the first, like, oh wait, look, listen, it's not over yet, by the way. They still have to win this round before we can start saying, yeah, it is, but no, it's not over yet. But we're on the cusp of it, yeah, and I think certainly it could be the first one of the year. Certainly the first one in CTX that I'm aware of. But yeah, Furia in the mud. Things are just falling apart. I mean, the shields have been a big issue for them, I feel. This is where I'm starting to question this demo span.
Stop to play VP and just be baffled. Dude, playing VP is like an eye-opening experience, though. I don't know if EU teams like. I'm sure they scrim VP a good amount now that VP's on decent ping, but playing those guys is like a different game. Like, you know what's coming. You just know you're about to just kind of take it.
It would have been the first in SAL, NA, EU and MENA. Haven't had a 7-0 yet.
It's like here comes their master overclear again. and then you just get fried by Joystick. Or what was the one take on Jim? Joystick, he's lurk. He always sets up nomads, goes into oil pit, flanks up the main stairs. You know he's coming. It don't matter.
Opening up here on towards Jacuzzi, the Ash Breach charge will get that soft done, and they can get themselves.
Nothing down on paper. They just play the same stuff they've been doing for years. Nice. Just with Joystick on Blitz now.
You can see that the IQ is watching the, rotate window on the stairs themselves. They're getting all their intel out. They're not going to throw themselves in as of yet. But doing all of this before they do CC just sort of shows that they want to catch people falling back.
Balls being targeted, of course, by Diaz again, doing the little trick with the Habana. If you're not aware, you can place 4 at the bottom, 4 at the top, in the middle of one of the reinforcements, and as you'll see...
No, we won't. The spectator will go off.
But yeah, it removes the reinforcement entirely, and then you can get soft destruction.
Ubisoft doesn't want us to see that mechanic.
Your sledge and just open up with pretty
Spectators, they're like, no, spectator, move. Move. Joystick play with the joystick? Yeah, he plays with controller. That's what he's known for.
That's the main thing. It's once again gonna be this Blackbird I have to look out for Liquid. It has been the driving force of this team. Looking at where he is, he's going to be out over towards the window.
Okay, they don't have the Grim this time, which was very impressive last time.
Great little pinch there from Liquid. However, Furia though have responded with 2.
But we got 3v3 regardless. This clash is going to be a little bit of a problem. And DS does have bomb over there. Oh my god, we actually saw the explosive pipe get a kill. That is a big mistake for Mask.
Don't see many of those, and now resets.
Furia, the most important round they had to get was the last one. And now we get overtime. Absolute cinema. Look at the coaches whispering back there. They're like, oh, my team is shit. My team is shit. I can't believe it. Why did we die to a pipe? Or I can't believe I killed a guy with a pipe.
And it's weird to be like, that's good.
No way we brought Clash again. Hey, the Clash was pretty good there.
Yeah, good for Liquid. Getting on the attack in the OT.
Alright, no way Liquid, like...
That round, a lot better.
No way they brought it back to overtime just to lose, right? Come on. And they get to attack twice. This is... Okay, this is good.
On Tuesday night, you said, oh... think any of these are good? I did mention about Clubhouse and how there are some pretty strong ones, and that being one of them. The Blackbeard's just... the thing
Liquid lose 8-6 now. No. We already have the power of the 5 gifted guys. We already know. They're going to win 2 attacks. It's going to be 8-7 Liquid.
Yeah, there you go. That's why Clubhouse and these external factors, these pipes, very, very strong.
So, they have opted to go down to the basement demo. Even though it's obviously a site that they've tried twice.
Nade does not want to die to that pipe. Isn't that a good pipe to keep, though, in defense? Because you could just use it as like a pseudo oil fire if they push up.
They still don't feel entirely comfortable on doubling down on the one site that they did win. They thought, well, maybe they'll learn some lessons and let's just take our move, right? Let's pretend we're still on our defensive half. We've just won out gym bedroom. Where do we go next? What do we think we can do?
Why am I rooting for Liquid? The content. The content.
Obviously, huge potential. This is the first time they've hit a roadblock since absolutely screaming their way back into this game, and Herds is about to be found.
Oh, about to get a 2-piece with that thing.
They're going to try and maybe put some pressure
wow. Opening kill.
And it's just Hertz now.
Damn, that guy went to repeat that. That is some balls. That's a pretty far... Yeah, that was a risky ADS. That was far. I don't think you need the kills that bad. Okay, but we get another one.
There's one. Maya just refused. He said there were...
Wow, they are playing like a completely different team right now.
Yeah, Furia just getting caught out again by the aggression from Liquid. I mean, Maya just so brave in what he's just achieved. running down main stairs. I mean, to be fair, he knows the setup for Fury. He knows that they don't put any head holes in the church wall. So it just
Oh, the pipe
gives
blows
him
up the
free
barbed
swing
wire.
into
Ah,
the
right.
wall that gives him a kill. So
That makes
the
sense.
setup, once again, hindering, in my opinion, the way Furia are playing.
My
this
Twitch
season.
chat
Liquid
saves
countering
Liquid
that
versus
one
Furia.
so well. That triple wall being soft, you can now retain some of those soft destruction operators down there. Open up that triple wall. You've still
People clicking
got
that?
round, you've got the buck, of course, if
That's
needed
great.
also. JV is going to try and play pretty
Oh my
aggressively.
god, what is happening? I haven't seen this good a blitz usage since
Flawless up against Furia. What a round. The
on
aggression
Clubhouse
from
since,
start to finish, dominating
you know,
Furia.
there was that guy that aced on
A lot of
Clubhouse.
goes on apparently the best
Wow.
Liquid gap. This will be the test.
I can watch this
Because
all night,
this
by the
is-
way. Unlimited overtime. I'm more than happy to implement it just for this game only.
I don't know if you have the power. You could try.
We could do a petition.
Okay. Please email your
10,000
lo-
signatures within 6 minutes. Doable.
Please email your local politicians.
Oh man, Ali, you got to be in shambles right now as a Furia fan. Absolute shambles.
Furia will jump up to 4 points. The round difference.
They have won a total of
themselves, I think, up towards
1
second place and get out of the danger
defense.
zone for now. And
5
Liquid
attacks. Absolutely clinical shitting on Liquid attacks.
full fat win under their belt at this point. But whatever happens here, I think it keeps things tense. It keeps things close. You have, the furthest away.
Attacker-sided map?
37M. There's 15 total points to still play for.
I don't think these bans really indicate.
Upcoming play days.
Well,
Closer of a
eh.
striking distance, Liquid can keep it in.
Eh.
That's a 2-game difference, and then suddenly they're up to 4th, 5th. That's huge potential here for them if they get 2 points.
I mean, walls are free for Fury right now. Like, I like their bans. Walls are... Everything is completely free for Furia. They can have anything open that they want.
Great time over here on the defense. And one thing I will say, though, that we haven't really brought up as well, I always feel as though Liquid has been a bit of a bogey team for Furia.
Yeah, I think it's pretty even, too. Oh. Oh.
Is your stream
JV.
Mine is. I'm kind of lagging a little bit.
JV! Oh my god. That's just like such a gambly gunfight. But he doesn't care, he's the best.
Had a lot of confidence from how he's been able to build back into this game, but you can never really count JV92 out. Maya does find hers being led on by some of the cameras in the intel, being hot droned as well. He's got very narrow space, but he finds an angle to escape from.
Is he gonna contest or is he gonna back up? It looks like they're kind of contesting this. They're not leaving.
Of the watch. That's the problem.
I think this is pretty good.
Now with the brick stairs being
I think some of their defensive problems before where they were just kind of leaving. Let's just take some fights. Be confident now. This is like a freebie, like bonus round at this point. No reason to be nervous. Guy walks in with a shoddy pistol with the bailiff.
And it is just Maya and Ars trying to retake the site themselves. There's one player on it. The pipes are being popped in. Now there's 2. They're going for the plant, but they cannot even get back in to their own site at this point. Looking for the long-range firefight. The Kiba will buy them the drop here, but...
Good pivot, though, from Furia. I think they felt the pressure. They felt, I think the nade was in Logi. Kind of felt like he was getting powered there. Just called for the site hit.
There's a drop of JV92. 3 for the round.
Clinical.
4 demo.
Absolute cinema. Last round here.
Oh, well, the attacks. It's been an attacker-sided game, that is for sure. And Furia just being able to take control of site and lock out the remaining.
What do I think most IGLs lack that stop them being top IGLs?
Liquid is a bit of a bogey team for Furia.
It's just maybe my like experience of IGLs in the past has not been good, and I think some people think they're IGLs when all they're doing is calling like the original strat. Other than that, like I just think there's other attributes that make people like great. Like Troy's greatest attribute is that he watches every single scrim back every night and comes back the next morning or the next day with ideas on how to improve. Like he's literally like a IGL coach in a sense with how to improve, maybe new attacking ideas, different things like that. Like there's not a single round that does not get watched by that guy. Hot and cold, I had to push him to watch VODs. But, like, his greatest attribute was just broken rounds and coming up with ideas quickly. Or, like, brand new stuff off the top of his head, like in a round he sees like I could just show him a blueprint of the defense that we're going against, and he'd be like, okay, well, we could do this, this, and this.
Single moment, and I think whoever loses this is gonna beat themselves up.
But yeah, I think newer IGLs just need to like watch the game a little bit more and like come up with different ideas, theory craft, win cons, that kind of thing. Making sure that there's always a plan in place. Your team is never stalling. No one ever gets off the line.
Liquid on the attack. They'll be happy to see that because the attacks tonight have just had all the run of play. Again, using the Habana based on the Firma and the Ace bands. So you have to do that little trick that I did mention previously. Using the Bailiff as well this time to remove the wall and get themselves in.
Okay, gym take. They went back to bring in the Grim. It's back to that slower take. Nothing fast. Probably gonna end Windows side again. They have the Grim this time. They can Grim beat everybody. It was so oppressive on the last time they attacked the gym. That was actually really good. Furia is going to back up and force an execute out of Liquid. I think this is good, but I don't know if they're going to be able to handle the pressure of the Grim here.
Otherwise, waiting for this approach. Furia haven't handed them.
They popped the fire. They can't lose to it. They are playing super late round, though. They got Maestro cams. They got Smoke and Logi, being able to smoke all the plants. And then probably some Vault cams. Might see someone fall under for a late round C4 as well.
They've pulled themselves far and far away. A couple down towards the bottom of the brick main staircase, but otherwise not giving Liquid an in, not giving them a route. And you can see that Liquid is trying to piece this together. They've got some of the pressure of the hop. They've got themselves the control over on CC. They're about to make their way.
There we go. We see them all balled up around the hallway, bathroom area. A little mid-round aggression here from Herds. I do think they know, though. It doesn't matter. That's a good trade. Are we going to see the Grimbees come out at all? Where's the Grimbees? We got 4 Grimbees in our pocket before we're going.
And now we're into 2v2 as KZ is still going on a tear. Furia still in it and Liquid on the back foot.
20 seconds.
Oh my god. We sent the Grim up main stairs. Oh my god. What a fucking game, though. Liquid from 0-5 down manages to pull that to 7-7 match point, and I think the nerves might have got them just a little bit too much. That was probably one of the worst executes I've seen them do on the attacking half. Furia forcing their hand, making them do something late round. The Maestro, the smokes. Ultimately too much for Liquid. And they crumbled, but they still get a point. They do still get a point. That might be the best game that I've watched. I'm just saying, it might be in general. That might be the best game I've watched this season. I know the Black Dragons, like, they upset FaZe, but like it was a destruction. That was a good game. That is some peak Siege, guys. Thank God.
I mean, almost a full reverse
payout. Oh, absolutely. You're right. I actually have to do that. Wow, I have to click Furia. How dare I? Boom, there's your points, you goddamn gambling addicts in my chat.
To the brink that they were and pushed to sort of the position that they were in. And at this point, I guess, with all the sort of chaos that's happened and with how that got so loud and became so violent, you know, you wonder what lessons can truly be sort of taken out of it, and I guess what lessons our desk are about to teach us as we throw it over onto them.
Thank you very much, Fluke and Demo, and what a game indeed. Who would have thought that it would come so close to max overtime between Furia and Team Liquid, given the state of Liquid, especially. Seems like they brought it back. They're at least able to collect 1 point out of this, but Furia, through just blood, sweat, and tears, Gabe, they bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, they brought it back. I was writing it off early on. I mean, that first half, I was like, okay, Furia's just going to close it out. It's going to be another quick game. Yeah. But then it just started to immediately transition. Something that was very strange to me with Furia is they weren't really switching up their defenses. It was almost they would just repeat.
All right.
They weren't really trying to.
Sorry, had to pivot for content shit. Had to do some content. Are you talking about IGLs? What are some things you need someone wanting to learn how to IGL? Well, if you want to learn how to IGL, I mean, it's kind of like starting with the basics, but like your IGL should be in my opinion, watching a ton of Siege, because most of the times you're getting mental reps from watching Siege, right? You are going to see scenarios and teams and situations that you're just like mindlessly watching, but you're going to get ideas, and you might be in those situations and see people in those situations, see firsthand experience, like what they would have called, what rotates they would have called. So number one, that's always going to help and get some like mental reps. Number two is always just watching back all of your game footage. Like if you lose an attack, if you're struggling on attack, like don't just
amazing way to finish it.
Leave it at that. You should be constantly watching it back and trying to get ideas and figuring out why maybe someone was out of position. Maybe a different idea for a push. Same thing defensively.
I'm with you. I completely washed out Liquid. I did not believe they were going to bring it back.
Having a lot of time as an IGL is probably another thing, because I will tell you, does it suck when your teammates can just finish scrims and go into ranked, but you can't because you have to go watch like the VODs back and different stuff like that, or put more time into the game to watch VODs? Like being an IGL is a sacrifice. I will tell you first and foremost.
Let's just keep playing our game.
Yeah, like literally almost like no time to watch your favorite TV shows and shit like that, because in your head you're like, well, I'm tired of being an 8th place shitter pro league team.
They didn't change anything at the end of the day. They just bide time.
So yeah, you gotta want it. You gotta want it. And do IGLs get paid more? Typically, no. At least in my experience back in the day, I got paid the exact same. And
I'm not sold. I'm not impressed by anything that Liquid.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, thankfully,
I was a LAN competing IGL. I don't want to say a major winning or anything, because technically I didn't win a major, but I did not get paid any more money. So was there a little bit of resentment that I was putting in so much time? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would bring that up sometimes. I was salty back then. But nowadays, look, contracts are different. Teams are willing to pay for more that a person puts into a team. And also the important thing is to build your goddamn brand. Players like Spoit, Stompin', Canadian, Bolo, they're going to get paid more for brand.
Honestly, there's a lot that stands behind the statement.
That's the most important thing. Personally, that is the most, like, I'm even telling the guys on Turtles, and that's why I'm also like, you know, with the Turtles, also trying to encourage the guys to stream as much as possible, because that is the number one thing that matters to organizations, is build your goddamn brand. Because if you're not winning games, you could at least still contribute and helping an organization try to make some money and bring in some sponsors. Go about finding a team. There's tons of Discords. I don't know what your experience is, Blue, but there's tons of Discords. If you have some friends that play, if you've never played before, not a bad shout. I mean, shit, way back in the day, I was on Reddit. When I formed my very first team, it was on the Pro League, no, not the Pro League Reddit, but it was like an R6 Teams Reddit. And that is where I found Hot and Cold and Pojo Man. So you never know. You truly never fucking know. You just got to put your name out there. Start grinding. Yeah, we all know if Bid had an esport team, he'd pay Canadian at least 50K. Sorry, Fellpox.
And didn't do what we had to do. And then the game started to get tough for us. And yesterday against FaZe, I don't know if you guys watched the game, but I just think Souls just won a lot of rounds individually on the defense.
He was snatching souls.
Like, it was 4 rounds in a row, like where he got 4 Ks and he was like stuck in a corner and he killed every one of us. So I think we were playing good, but the guy was just on his day. And today against Liquid, I don't know, I'm going to watch the game again, but we started really good on attack, and then on defense, I don't know, it seemed impossible to defend. Like they were abusing Daemons and then the shields, and we just didn't know what to do. And yeah, it's like I said before, it's like I went to a warfare and came back.
Yeah, I do think so. I think so, Evan.
Hard fought win for sure.
More on the comp side and comms and crazy highlights. I mean, the thing was with Troy, I mean, obviously his brand grew because he won more championships than anybody else, but like I loved watching Troy's content way back in the day, and all that guy would play was T-Hunt. If anyone was at a Troy stream back then, he was just in a T-Hunt and just talking about the game and just spewing knowledge, right? And it was different because people didn't do that. Everyone was like showing clips and montages and stuff, but you talked about the game with Troy. So I feel like as an IGL, that's kind of the route you kind of go down.
Good attacks on this tournament. If you guys see their stats, they're playing.
And besides, showing those comps and stuff also shows like
I don't know about the other guys, but in my head, after we
outside parties, what you're capable of, your calls.
But then it wasn't, and round after round, it was getting tough and tougher, and we really didn't know what to do. It seemed like.
Well, at the end of the day, you got it done, Fellypox. I do want to ask you though. So when you're in this situation,
but there's still some IGLs that can gun out there. So like, if you got it, go for the crazy highlights, right? Fellypox is still posting. I'm sure you follow Fellypox on YouTube. Like he's still posting his own vids and stuff like that. I just think anything with content is just like consistency. That's kind of what I'm learning. To not get too caught up on like numbers or anything like that, and just try to be consistent with it. Give it time. Fellypox post videos, yeah. All the Furia guys post videos.
I think a strong point.
Some of my like the most fun videos to watch.
Like we started talking, everyone talking. Like we can't be playing aggressive because they're getting the first picks. They're basically doing whatever they want. So we talked about it and decided to do a play where we are really a turtle play. I think you guys call it in NA.
Yep. Turtle play, yo.
And that's why we did.
Fellypox.
Play where Case is maestro, and it went good.
Shouting out the turtles. Not really, but
the Alda in general today. Really
he's a turtle fan, guys.
It was a big help throughout the games. Now things don't get any easier for you. You played W7M.
Do I remember Noted? Oh yeah, I remember Noted. Oh yeah.
Anything for us to expect? What would you like to say to them?
It's going to be a really tough game. They're playing really good. I think they are with 12 points. They won every single game. So
yeah, that's going to be a great game.
Focus on ourselves on this defense half on Clubhouse, and let's see on Saturday.
All right, very much looking forward to it, Fellypox. Always a pleasure to have you on here and have a little chat about Siege and your matches. Congratulations on the win against Liquid. A reminder for everybody, that is the match of the day for next weekend on Saturday, Furia versus W7M. Do not miss it. Till then, have a wonderful week, Fellypox.
Yeah, Turtle Toxic is a big following in Brazil. I bet we do. We love Brazil.
And there it is. It's good to hear from Fellypox here.
All right. You said being an IGL can be really isolating, but doesn't your team ever contribute to strat calling? I mean, they do in the round for sure. Like, you definitely... I believe in having a system that gives everyone kind of duties. So, like, everyone feels included in the team. You know what I mean? Like, you got the IGL. Like, for us, we split it up. We have the attacking IGL. Like, it's his primary job. Like, that is the main voice we are going to listen to. And, like, if there's ever opposing ideas, he's someone that's going to make the decision for us. Okay. But then, like, you also have people that, like, other duties as far as, like, target calling, right? Because I believe Siege is not just like step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 all the time, right? Maybe some maps are like it, club, some strats are like it, but like usually it's like a set play, get top floor, bank, and then, okay, now it's like target calling. So like if someone sees a target that we should go for, it's like wrangling. We give it to like 2 of our entries that they'll be responsible for, like, hey, we can go for this pick, right? 2 guys, and we make a global call, 3 guys in sight, 1 guy in the E2 elevator. We got like over a minute left. Like, let's go for this elevator pick, right? So someone's just like responsible off intel trying to get targets. And then there's like a couple of other duties into the team. But I said enough about duties. Let's move on, chat. Second biggest Brazilian team after Macho Esports. That's hilarious. Okay, guys. I do see Dream streaming. Okay, Dream is streaming. I'm going to send y'all over there. Thanks for hanging out with me and watching some Brazilian Pro League. I had a ton of fun today watching. Thank God that game was an absolute barn burner. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Sundays. We'll be back for EU. We got the King taking on Evan tomorrow. I think it's the last game of EU Pro League, so be there or be square, everybody. Don't send me there. I'm timed out. I'm sorry. Tell him you're sorry too. Goodbye. Goodbye.